Hey everyone. Welcome back for the fifth and final part of What If Konoha Honored Minato's Wish. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. After this video, feel free to head over there, where you can find about 30 other different stories to enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 28. Daddy Days. 2 months passed in a flash for out-blonde hero and his crazily hormonal household. The preparations for the birth of his first 2 children was underway and the to-do list was extensive. Naruto used his winnings from Tanzaku to build another expansion onto his house. He flashed to Wave and brought Tazuna in for a consult on building the expansion, which he let the girls handle. The girls expressed their desire to expand the current house into the topside training grounds, build an expansive training ground underneath the Namikaze estate and to build a couple guest houses. Anko wanted the guest houses in case she needed to get away from all the baby stuff for a bit, while Hinata said that they would need to entertain foreign dignitaries and prepare for clan expansion. The result was that the whole surface level of the Namikaze compound was covered in housing which centered around the original house that Naruto inherited from his parents. The space in between the houses was modeled after a Zen garden and had gazebos and other spots for future clan members to relax and spend time outside. There was also a small, forested area behind the housing for the new fox kits to run around in. For the time being, the girls still wanted the one big family home because they each loved the vibrant atmosphere and would need to rely on each other to raise the babies. Naruto in the cage spent the 2 months reinforcing the hospital security and screening every doctor and nurse in the hospital. Naruto entered his sage mode and conducted interviews with every hospital employee and ninja assigned to the protection detail. He did this to read their emotions and screen for any ill intent. This method was more effective than a trip to Aviki, and it reassured everyone that the babies would be safe for their stay in the hospital. Naruto caught 5 people that were planted or affected by minor nations in some way. After he pointed them out, Aviki and Anko took great satisfaction in cracking them. Turns out that the Akatsuki had some mind control method, which Gaara identified as one of Sasori's methods. That means that someone in the Akatsuki could replicate his jutsu, which was cause for concern and a valuable piece of information. The Namikaze compound, and Konoha in general, were reinforced with seals to the extreme. There were screening seals installed on the front gates, and every ninja entrance required a seal key that was inscribed on their ninja registration cards. Civilians were also given basic ID cards to expedite their entrance and exfil from Konoha. They didn't know that these ID cards were much like the ninjas, except they didn't get them through barriers to the ninja-only zones. If someone attempted to use another's registration card to gain entry, they received millions of volts of electricity for their efforts. Furthermore, the civilian districts were shifted around and there were strict no-go zones for civilians and Junon ninja. Konoha was moving into full-blown war mode and the civilian population was doing their best to accommodate it. Early in the morning on June 10, nearly 17 years after Kyuubi attack, Naruto was notified that Haku's water broke and that Kurotsuchi had her labor induced. The girls wanted to give birth to their kids on the same day, so Tsunade set this up. Naruto joined Q outside of the main house, next to the portal he had recently established to the Sage Woods. Fox kits were running around the gardens and all adult kitsunes were instructed to be no greater in size than an Inuzuka hound. The villagers were still getting used to the presence of the kitsunes, but they accepted the protection of the Kitsune clan graciously, especially after their contribution during the invasion. Naruto performed a summoning jutsu and summoned Khaleesi and Fenric to join him for the birth of his first children. Although both children were to be Uzumaki, Naruto had grown close to the 2 Kitsune leaders and wanted them to be present, which they immediately agreed to. Flashback, 2 months after Naruto completed his Kitsune sage training. Kurama informed Naruto that Khaleesi and Fenric were due to give birth to the first litter of Kitsune kits since Kurama left them over a century ago. Naruto and his clones were cuddling on the couch with his own pregnant women and watching Knocked Up and enjoying the night in anticipation of their own babies. Naruto laughed at the crazy manchild that got caught in a situation that put him in way over his head, but he couldn't help empathizing with the guy. Watching the babies grow in their mother's belly was truly a miracle given to humanity by Kami. Suddenly, Q burst into the living room accompanied by Tsume and Hana and told Naruto that Khaleesi would be giving birth tonight. Hana had an agreement with the Kitsune clan to work as one of their doctors since kitsunes were fairly close to Ninken anatomically. Naruto had set the portal up the week prior, and he was grateful for that, since he wouldn't be able to reverse summon this many people. Naruto, his wives, Kurama, Tsume and Hana stepped through the glowing, swirling blue portal and found themselves in the assembly hall of the Kitsune clan. Kiryu was there to greet them and escort them to Khaleesi's den where she would be giving birth. The group walked across the kitsune's clearing and walked into a tree that had dens rising up nearly 100 meters, and it had a spiraling ring around the great tree. On the second floor, they walked through an opening that was covered by dangling beads and silken cloth strips. They could hear Khaleesi panting and Fenric's reassuring yips as they entered. Naruto relieved some of the tension as soon as they entered the den. "Khaleesi-chan, you got this. I brought Inuzuka jerky and 20 gallons of Akimichi milk for you when you are done. If Fenric gets on your nerves, let me know and I will take him outside and give him a good whipping." There was a growl from Fenric and Khaleesi responded in between her pants. "Thank you, Naruto-sama. I might have to take you up on that." The group chuckled and took up their seats in the den. Kurama, Sume and Hana went through the privacy curtains to tend to the giant kitsune. Naruto offered a prayer up to Kami and then spent the next hour keeping the mood light with his girls. Outside of the den at the base of the tree, every kitsune was gathered and praying to Kami for her blessing on the first litter of pups in a century. The familiars of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan stopped in to greet their summoners and give their best wishes to Khaleesi. Since Naruto was the official summoner and he was engaged to 7 women at the time, the Kitsune clan agreed to meet each of his fiancées and let them bond with one familiar. They then received summoning tattoos which let them call upon their familiars. This was done so the Kitsunes could integrate into Konoha, spend more time outside of the summoning realm, and it was mainly done as an extra level of protection for the girls. About 2 hours after Naruto and company showed up, Khaleesi's final kit was born. Hana did an amazing job tending to Khaleesi's needs and Kurama bestowed his final chakra blessing upon this litter of kits. As the clan summoner and bonded partner of Kurama, Naruto, Kurama, Ino, Samui and Anko each took a kit out to the balcony. Kurama gave a short speech as his family held the newest members of the Kitsune clan in their arms. "My fellow Kitsune, it brings me great joy to introduce you to our newest members. Kami blessed us with 5 beautiful kits from our most powerful leaders. Khaleesi and Fenric gave birth to 5 beautiful kits and they have bestowed the honor of naming them upon our summoner, Naruto. This marks the rebirth of the Kitsune clan and is surely a sign of good things to come. Join me in giving them a great welcoming to our family." There was a cacophony of yips and shouts of celebration. Naruto looked down upon his gathered clan and couldn't help but count them as family. The snouts were raised in the air letting out great howls of welcome and acceptance. All across the clearing tails flit about in glee and the whole atmosphere was jubilant. Naruto felt the natural energy calling to him and he entered sage mode before touching his forehead to each of the kits. One at a time he took them in his hands, linked foreheads, felt the energy and chakra of these majestic little creatures and then raised them in a symbol-like way to introduce them to the clan. Naruto amplified his voice with chakra and addressed his summoning clan. "This little guy here looks like his mother. He has a beautiful dark purple coat, and his chakra feels devious and strong. I give him the name Kyuraido." Yips erupted as Naruto held the oldest of the litter aloft in the air. He then traded for the next kit with Kurama. "This little girlie here is every bit as beautiful as her mother with her purple coat and the cute white patch on her forehead. Her chakra flows like a smooth stream and reminds me of my beautiful fiancée Hinata. I give her the name Kalinata." Another round of yips and trade with Ino. "This young girl is going to be a daddy's girl. She has a tomboyish feel to her with a bit of a mischievous side. In honor of my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, who had much the same personality, I give her the name Kalishina." Naming after one's mother is a great honor to Kitsune, and they yipped especially loud for this one. "This little guy has the heart of a warrior. In hopes that he will lead the new generation of Kitsune with his strong will, I give Hive the name Fensuyo." Finally, Naruto lifted the little sister of the kits and took in her appearance. Something in this one's chakra called to him and he improvised. "The beautiful blonde fox here just resonated with my chakra. I swear to bond her with my firstborn child because I feel called to do so. My firstborn daughter will receive the name Kushina, so I name her Kiina and bind her by fate to my own family." The uproar of yips and barks from the kitsune below unsettled Kiina and Naruto brought her into a snug embrace with his chest. Naruto returned to the birthing area where Hana was done tending to Khaleesi. She was splayed out on a cushion with her teats showing and her wound was already closed up by Hana. Khaleesi spoke to Naruto as he entered the room. "Naruto-sama, those were truly beautiful names. You honor us and we are grateful for your presence. Now, I think the little ones need to eat before they rest for a bit." Fenric sat on his haunches and then bent into a deep bow of respect for Naruto. "We are most grateful, Naruto-sama. As our summoner, sage of our clan and partner of Lord Kurama, your presence is eternally welcome here. Now, I heard the names, but could you introduce me to my kits since you named them?" Naruto adopted his gigawatt smile as he returned the kits to their mother's warmth. Sure thing, Fenric. Can you both stop with that Sama stuff? I don't like the formality between family. Make no mistake, each of you are now part of my family. I need you to stop with the formality so the other kitsunes will as well. For Kami's sake, each of you is centuries older than me. The group laughed joyously as the kits ate their first meal from their mother. This was the first birthing ceremony of many to come for Naruto. Each and every time he and the girls attended the new kitsune births, he started declining the honor of naming because he was having a hard time coming up with good names. Within a year of the first birth, there were 60 more kitsune kits added to the kitsune clan. As it turns out, Naruto gave promises of bonding with clan members that weren't even born yet. Luckily, the kitsune elders kept records and would be able to honor their summoners well, since there was no way Naruto himself could keep track of them all. The kitsune clan was in full revival, and it brought great joy to Naruto and Kurama to see the life return to their extended family. End flashback. Naruto was joined in front of the clan compound by Tsunade, Jiraiya, Ma, and Pa Toad, who wanted to meet their potential new summoners, Anko, Ino, Hinata, Samui, Tamari, and Koyuki. Koyuki had handed off management of Spring Country to Sandayu, who would work as her ward. She joined Naruto's household a month ago and things had been going well. Naruto was incredibly busy, but he still made time for his favorite actress. They were going to continue to get to know each other until the war ended, and then Koyuki would make a final decision. If she stayed with Naruto, she would abdicate her rule of Spring Country entirely and officially join the joyous harem with the other girls. Tsunade, Hinata, Ino and Samui wore maternity yukatas and looked truly radiant with their baby bellies. Anko and Tamari took it upon themselves to play a last resort bodyguard role for the girls since they were the only two that weren't currently knocked up. Soon, the entourage began their trip to Konoha Hospital, and they were flanked on rooftops by 2 squads of international ninja. As they journeyed through Konoha toward the hospital, the citizens of Konoha took to the streets in celebration of Naruto's first children. From the moment they left the Namikaze compound, they were given well wishes, smiles and cheering, which added to Naruto's exuberant mood. Naruto even saw TV crews broadcasting the procession and knew that everyone in the elemental nations knew what was happening. He took comfort in knowing that he has done everything he could to protect his family and he had the might of the Great Five behind him. Naruto made it to the hospital and was escorted to the room that Haku and Kurotsuchi were set up in. Naruto pulsed his sensory jutsu and detected no less than 80 ninja stationed around the hospital, which was 20 times the norm. While the whole of Konoha was celebrating, the ninjas were on high alert. In the hospital, doctors and nurses that knew Naruto since he was a kid ran up to him and gave him hugs and best wishes. Naruto created 2 overloaded shadow clones to collect Onoki, Kyuchi and Akatsuchi from Iwa and Mei, Zabuza and Chojuro from Kiri. Everyone waited in the waiting room for the good news. Naruto had his signature, big, goofy grin on his face when he finally entered the room and saw 2 women that he loved more than anything in the world. Kurotsuchi had a look of concentration on her face and her body was tense due to a fit of contractions. Haku had sweat beating down her forehead and her head was laid back deep into the pillow since she just made it through a fit of contractions. In the room, Shizune directed the nursing staff, and she greeted Naruto with a radiant smile. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. Are you ready to be a daddy?" Her tone was playful and completely relaxed, despite the seemingly tense situation. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. "Is anybody ever ready, Shizune-nekin?" "Ha, just try not to pass out, Naruto-kun. If you manage that, then you're better than most guys that I have seen." Naruto laughed at that and went to check in on Kurotsuchi. He sat in between the beds and offered a hand to each of the girls. With the strength of the hand squeezing, he knew that a shadow clone would be popped easily. Tsubaki and Tsunade walked into the room at that time and assisted Shizune with directing the nursing staff. The girls wanted them there because they were both mothers to the family and every one of Naruto's girls held a special bond with the two. Tsunade took a seat on a stool since she was nearly 8 months pregnant on her own and could no longer use any medical jutsu. That didn't stop her from barking orders and making sure the nursing staff was on point. It took 2 bone-crushing hours for the girls to give birth. In the waiting room, everyone was speculating who would give birth first, what the genders would be and just enjoying the joyous occasion. There were bets made between Mei and Kyuchi on who would give birth first, which wasn't appreciated by the other wives. They reminded them of Naruto's strict policy of equality between family and the girls chided the cage for giving in to such petty titles. In a testament to the girls being in sync, the babies were born within minutes of each other. Kurotsuchi just finished pushing out a beautiful, blonde baby boy when Haku was crowning. 2 minutes later, Haku gave birth to a beautiful strawberry blonde girl. Naruto was so overwhelmed by the happiness of the moment that Shizune had to scrape his unconscious form off the hospital floor and sit him up in a chair. After regaining consciousness, Naruto and Kurotsuchi agreed to name the boy Orochi Ono Uzumaki, even though Naruto wanted to name his firstborn Minato after his father. They agreed not to dig up old wounds by doing so and honored Onoki Gizen with the middle name. Haku's baby girl was named Kushina Alina Uzumaki, which honored both mothers of the couple. Naruto gave big kisses to the girls before leaving them in the capable hands of Tsunade, Shizune and the Konoha hospital staff. Naruto walked into the waiting room to the absolute silence of all the most important people in his life. He couldn't hide the excitement from his tone as he addressed the jam-packed room. Everything went perfectly. The girls and babies are in good health. Kurotsuchi gave birth to a beautiful blonde baby boy, and he has his mommy's eyes. Haku blessed me with a beautiful strawberry blonde baby girl. We named the boy Orochi Ono Uzumaki, and the girl is Kushina Alina Uzumaki. All of the guys charged at Naruto and gave him slaps on the back and big hugs. Jiraiya was crying openly, Kakashi wasn't even reading Icha Icha, Itachi gave him a handshake and a simple head nod, Sasuke gave him a bro hug, Shisui left his Anbu post and slapped him on the back before returning to the shadows and Kyuchi pulled him into a bone-crushing, father-in-law hug. Hiruzen and Onoki gave him their congratulations with a simple handshake. After the guys were done, the girls erupted in high-pitched squeals and jumped in to offer their congratulations. Ino glommed him in a massive hug, Samui gave him a chaste kiss, Hinata gave him a calm hug, Tamari gave him a passionate kiss and said she wanted one and Anko pulled him into a passionate kiss in front of everybody. Anko boldly declared that once the war was over, she was getting herself a gaki of her own after she broke the kiss and grabbed Naruto by the crotch. This made the whole waiting room sweat drop and laugh simultaneously. After the congratulations were given, Hiruzen asked Naruto to go out and give a brief interview. Evidently there was massive amounts of international attention on these births and there was a live broadcast going on. Naruto reluctantly agreed. Before he left, he created 3 shadow clones, one for each kiddo and one to hang out in the waiting room with his guests. Naruto walked to the front of the hospital with the Hokage, Tsuchikage and Mizukage to address the press. They were bombarded with questions as soon as they exited the hospital. Naruto took control of the situation, flared his chakra and held up his hands for silence before addressing them. Thank you for coming today and caring so much about my family. My wives, Kurotsuchi and Haku Uzumaki have given birth to 2 happy, healthy children. I do not wish to provide more information at this time due to security risks. I ask that you respect my family's privacy, and we will make a public statement when we are ready. Before you ask, I will not reveal genders or any specific information. We are in a wartime state, and I do not wish to provide such information to my enemies. To any of you out there that wish to harm my family. Naruto paused here and then flashed into his golden cloak mode. I am good friends with the Shinigami, and I will have zero problem sending you to the darkest pits of hell. Naruto walked back inside the hospital and let Hiruzen and the other cage take over from there. He spent the next day and night with Haku, Kurotsuchi and the children in the hospital. There were no direct attacks on the children, but there were 12 ninjas caught by the security seals and the International Guard escorted them to Ibiki on the first night. On the second day after their births, Naruto snuck his wives and children to the Namikaze compound. They were hidden under a powerful genjutsu to avoid the massive crowd that had gathered outside the hospital. Being a celebrity is just extra work, especially when you are a ninja. Naruto took the next 2 weeks off to spend time with his babies and wives. He sent shadow clones to deal with everything and created another blood clone to help out the Hokage. The real Naruto was soaking in the joy of being a father and focused on tending to the needs of the family. It was really a unique situation because there were 2 newborns and 3 super pregnant women screaming at him. Since the girls were breastfeeding, Naruto made it his mission to do all of the diaper changes and do all of the cooking and cleaning. Tsunade barked out loud in laughter at Naruto's first attempt at changing a diaper. However, Naruto learned quickly and became a diaper-changing master in no time at all. Luckily, shadow clones made the workload doable, and he was able to tend to each of his girls' needs. Demon Country Drama. A month after his first children were born, Naruto was called to Hiruzen's office for an emergency dispatch. Naruto flashed outside the Hokage office to receive the mission. He opened the door and was greeted by Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Heya, Gaki. You know that demon princess that you're supposed to marry? Well, she called for help and shit is hitting the fan. At Naruto's puzzled look, Hiruzen took over. As you know, Princess Shion of Demon Country is a priestess that is charged with the sealing and protection of the demon Morio. Evidently, The priestess was attacked by 4 ninja that had mysterious powers and she lost a good portion of her guard. The ninja retreated, but Demon Country believes that Morio is due to be resurrected soon and the 4 attackers were trying to stop her from resealing the demon. "Oh, okay. How many people do I get to take with me?" was Naruto's flat reply. "You can take 2 teams, Naruto-kun. Who do you want to take with you? Do we have any information on enemy composition or abilities?" Evidently they have advanced shadow ninjutsu and some smoke ability that incapacitates. Jiraiya added into the back and forth. "Okay, shadows. I will take Team 9 and Team 10 then." Naruto's eyes were distant, and he had a calculating tone. "In Ino's place, I will take Sakura, since she has medical ninjutsu that could help. Might Guy is currently on another assignment and Asuma is also occupied." Hiruzen sighed because so many elite jonin were busy with the war preparations. "Well, we are dealing with a demonic entity. Is Tenzo available? Between the 2 of us, it should be no problem with backup from the others. That team should work. However, Tenzo is still on the mission searching for the 3 tails with your cousin Karen. You will have to make do with what you have, Naruto-kun." Hiruzen made a hand sign and Anbu went out to gather the teams. The teams reported to the Hokage's office 15 minutes later and were at the gates ready to go within the hour. Naruto approached the gates and took in his team for this mission. Neji was a jonin with supreme close-range combat capabilities and the Byakugan would be a valuable tool. He no longer wore the traditional white robes of the branch family. Neji now stood in traditional Konoha jonin attire, with his vest hanging over a dark blue shirt. His hishiate was now worn on his left shoulder and his forehead was displayed proudly for all to see. Naruto noticed that he held a confident posture, and he radiated a command presence fitting of a jonin leader. Next to Neji was Ten and she was talking animatedly with Neji. Naruto noticed that she was in Neji's personal space and that it didn't seem to be bothering him. He would have to keep an eye on that throughout the mission. She wore the same garb as Naruto Shippuden, so look it up if you are curious. Ten was one of the kunoichi in the special unit for the international forces that specialized in Fuinjutsu. Naruto had clones teaching journeyman Fuinjutsu 3 days a week to a specialized group of international ninjas. He focused on combat and field-related seals that could help in the upcoming war and Ten was one of his best students. He was excited to see how much she had improved from the mission to Snow Country. Separated a bit from Neji and Ten was Lee, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Choji. Aside from Lee, they were each in their Shippuden attire. Lee was wearing a chunin vest over a cut-off white battle shirt that displayed his toned arm muscles. Naruto helped Lee when he joined the international forces by replacing his bandage wraps with knuckle-duster gloves. His fingerless gloves had steel plates over the knuckles and seals for shuriken and kunai. On his back, Lee had a 60-inch katana from the Uzumaki armory that was slung in the red and black Uzumaki scabbard. Lee's speed made him scary with a sword. Sakura was leaning into an embrace with her back against Lee. She had matured well and didn't seem to go into banshee mode that much anymore. Naruto heard that she had become an accomplished medical ninja by studying under Shizune. She was the only one in the squad not to wield a sword, but she also wore fingerless gloves like Lee. She had been working out with Lee and she now had noticeable muscle definition in her arms and her legs had toned out well. According to Ino, Sakura took it very personally when her generation started leaving her in the dust and she had worked hard to catch up to them all. Naruto had a good genjutsu specialist and healer in her. Shikamaru had grown taller, almost as tall as Naruto now. He looked more and more like his old man every day. His tactical mind could rival Naruto's own, and his shadow abilities would help counter the enemies on this mission. He had also toned out, thanks to the standards held for allied ninja. He wore a jonin vest over a standard Konoha green long-sleeve shirt. He chose to wield a kadachi that was passed down through his family. Evidently, it could interact with his shadow ninjutsu in some way. He was probably Naruto's most important asset on this mission. Kuji was now a tank. Kuji had probably displayed the most personal growth on the team over the past few years. He worked with the Akimichi clan to provide healthy food to all allied and Konoha forces. The clan adopted a policy that they must adhere to the dietary recommendations they make for the allied forces. As a result, each Akimichi was now buff and built for combat. The extra fat from unhealthy foods was gone and Kuji boasted a build fit for a heavyweight bodybuilder. His traditional chip snacks were only allowed on weekends and during the week they were replaced with jerky and other high-protein snacks. Kuji wielded a bow staff like his father and would be the brute force frontline that Naruto could rely on. Naruto addressed the group as he approached the front gate. "Thanks for coming, guys. This mission could get really hairy, really quickly. Demon Country is traditionally 3 days away, I want us there by tomorrow night. That means all restrictive seals off and we are moving fast. Neji, don't worry about Byakugan while traveling, I will be pulsing my chakra. I have a sensory range of 10 miles while on the move. Sakura, you are at the front of the formation and setting the pace. I want you to push hard. Don't worry about chakra exhaustion, I will top you off as needed. Any questions? Shikamaru stepped in here. What can we expect when we get there? The compound was recently attacked and they suffered 30% casualties. Sakura will be on medical duty, Neji and I will scout the area upon arrival and the rest are on protection detail. We will cover the rest on the move, let's get going. Everyone nodded and took off for Demon Country. The pace was brutal, and Sakura was exhausted that night, along with Shikamaru. Everyone else could be considered a stamina freak due to many years training under Might Guy. That night, they stopped halfway to Demon Country and set up camp. Naruto used Kurama's chakra to provide chakra infusions to the group and help them recover quickly overnight. Naruto took the night watch so the others could sleep. With his barrier seal, there was almost no chance that anyone could get into camp. Naruto was hanging out on a tree branch around midnight, talking to Kurama in his mind, when Neji approached him. Naruto hopped down from his perch in the tree and sat on a nearby log with Neji. Neji seemed hesitant to start the conversation, which was unusual for the normally stoic Hyuga. Look, Naruto-sama, we never really got the chance to slow down and talk since the Chunin exams. Yeah, life has been crazy that way. I am sorry I haven't had much free time for friends. And if you call me Sama again, I'm going to dope slap you. Fine, Naruto-san. Neji was forced to pause by a quick slap upside his head from the intrepid blonde. Naruto, look. I never really apologized for my behavior. I was so frustrated and jealous when we were kids that I lost myself in it. Naruto put a hand on his shoulder. There is no need to apologize, Neji. We are brothers, and brothers look out for one another. I never gave up on you. Ever. I knew you would come around, I just didn't think I would have to hit you so hard to make you do so. Neji let out a dry chuckle at that. Thanks, Naruto. How do you do that? At Naruto's inquisitive look, he elaborated. How do you shrug things off and just make people feel better? Well, the way I see it, the past is in the past. Learn from it and move on. One of my buddies from Kumo, Daru, put it like this. Learn from the past, fuck the future and do what is right now. If you do what you know to be righteous in the present, then the future will sort itself out. You lost your way because you thought that fate decided your future and it was all you could focus on, which made you an absolute prat in the present. Now though, that is in the past. So let it go. Did that make any sense? Neji sighed. In a strange and Naruto-specific kind of way, it did. Regardless, I am sorry for abandoning our friendship when we were kids. I am sorry for attacking Hinata-san. I mean Hinata. And I am sorry that you had to go so far to make me see the light. Thank you for sticking with me, Naruto. It means a lot. Naruto smiled and his teeth glistened in the moonlight while his azure blue eyes danced in the moonlight. You are forgiven, brother. The past is in the past and I look forward to seeing what you can do now. Think you can take on one of my shadow clones yet? Naruto's joke earned him a playful punch in the shoulder. So, Tenten, huh? Naruto wiggled his eyebrows, which looked like dancing shadows playing upon his forehead in the moonlit night. Neji nodded and smiled contentedly. She has stuck with me through it all. After getting my head right and seal removed, I started to notice and appreciate her affections. After our mission to Snow, I started courting her. My father approves even though she is not of nobility and Uncle Hiyashi has given his blessing. Wow, that's awesome. Must be serious as Hiyashi gave his approval. Neji smiled and nodded again. Indeed. After this war is over, I will ask her to marry me. With the clan reforms, I feel no qualms about bringing her into the branch family. Naruto's gigawatt smile lit up the night. That's great, Neji. I am happy for you. I can tell you that marriage is a beautiful thing. I know I have 7 wives and my life is anything but conventional, but I can say that knowing someone special knows you and has your back for life is immensely reassuring. My girls, your cousin included, keep me centered and are responsible for the greatest joys in my life. Neji joined Naruto for the rest of the night's watch and enjoyed catching up with his childhood friend. The conversation flowed brilliantly, and Naruto felt like his childhood friend was there again. Sure, he still couldn't beat one of Naruto's shadow clones, but it didn't matter anymore. They roused the group at first light and restarted their march to Demon Country. They arrived in Demon Country the next day at 6 p.m., which meant they made a 3-day trip in well under a day and a half. The exhausted group walked up to an expansive compound that was walled off by a 10-foot privacy fence. Not much protection against ninja. They noticed that there were still fresh signs of battle, and everyone was on high alert as they approached the gates. Once Naruto presented the mission scroll to the gate guard, they were escorted into the compound to the main building. Naruto walked into the traditional Japanese housing that was fitting for royalty. There were banners of demon country hanging on the walls and the crests of the priestess that kept the demons at bay. The group made their way through the halls escorted by 2 guards. The tense atmosphere from outside was mirrored inside the temple. It felt like Konoha, they were getting ready for a war, except the feeling of confidence and power was absent. It made for an anxiety-filled trip, especially for a Jinchuriki that could sense people's emotions. Naruto finally entered the meeting hall and laid eyes upon a girl he had exchanged a couple of letters with over the past year. Shino was sitting upon a raised, throne-like seat at the head of the hall, and she wore a downcast look. The look contrasted sharply with her natural beauty. She was a beautiful blonde girl, 16 years old, wearing a lavender dress with magenta embossing. On her head she wore a golden crown of the priestess that allowed 2 blonde bangs to frame her face, and her 2 pale lavender eyes reminded Naruto of Hinata. As the group entered, Shien raised her head and took in the Konoha ninjas that would be helping her complete her duties. She immediately took notice of the tall, confident, handsome, chiseled blonde that was leading the group. She knew, just like everyone else in the elemental nations, that this must be Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. There was simply no man in the elemental nations with the combination of sunburst blonde hair, dazzling azure eyes and whisker marks. Thank you for answering my call, Naruto-san. It brings me joy to finally meet my betrothed in person. Shien's tone was dry as stood from her throne and offered a polite bow to the group. Speaking of the group, each of them was looking at Naruto with an "Are you serious?" look. Naruto returned Shien's bow before returning upright and rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Shien-san, I told you we will discuss that agreement between our parents, so once Morio is dealt with we can deal with that. Why don't you catch us up on what I have missed? I will let Taruo brief you on the enemy's attack. The situation with Morio grows dire and I worry for you, Naruto-san. We will need to speak in private later so I may share a vision I had with you. Morio has 4 faithful elites that attack our temple and have acquired what they need to weaken Morio's seal. They have likely headed to the shrine where Morio's body was laid to rest. We will need to move out tomorrow morning if we wish to stop Morio from being released. I am going to retire to my chambers to rest and regain my strength. Please stop by for a chat once you are done here, Naruto-san. Naruto nodded to Shien before she left the room, and then he turned his attention to Taruo, Shien's personal guard and assistant. Mind bringing us up to speed, Taruo-san? Taruo bowed low to the ninja group. Hi, Naruto-sama. 3 days ago, we were attacked in the night by 4 unknown ninjas. They had advanced control over the shadows, and they used that advantage to inflict heavy casualties upon our forces. They were trying to kill the priestess, but we managed to hold them off. If Lady Shien dies, we will have no way to seal a fully realized Morio. The aftermath of the attack was nearly 20 soldiers dead and many more wounded, which has reduced our capable forces by over 1/3. Since the attack, Lady Shien has struggled to sleep due to frequent visions. All of Lady Shien's visions show her the deaths of those close to her, and I believe she saw a vision with you in it, Naruto-sama. I believe that is why she is so stressed. The group listened to Taruo speak and took in what he was saying. Before Naruto could address Taruo, Sakura cut in. Are you saying Naruto is going to die? Lee immediately backed her up. That is most unyouthful. Easy guys, I have never been one to be bound by fate or be scared of deadly situations. We will work this out. Taruo-san, could you tell us about the shrine that Morio is sealed in? Naruto replied calmly. Sure thing, Naruto-sama. The shrine is located 40 miles north by northwest of here on the border of swamp country. The body of Morio is sealed away under a shrine that is protected by Fuinjutsu and other enchantments that Lady Miraku made. Lady Miraku's sacrifice to seal away Morio is fading, and Lady Shien has had visions of him escaping. We believe he will break free of the seal any day now. Shikamaru decided to cut into the silence. Is sealing him with Shien's powers the only way to do it? Can Naruto seal him, or can we kill him? Taruo looked sad at this. As far as we know, Lady Shien is our only hope. Shikamaru got a concentrated look and then turned his head to Naruto. Is this demon's power like the other Bijou? Naruto woke Kurama up from a nap and caught him up on the conversation. He then asked Shikamaru's question, and Kurama said he will just talk to the pathetic humans. So, Naruto flashed into his golden cloak and created a Kyubi cage Bunshine. Q entered the chamber and turned to address the group. Look, humans, the bijou are only called demons because you humans labeled us so. Each bijou was once what you know as a summoned animal. However, we became the bijou when the Sage of Six Paths divided the chakra from the Juubi and poured it into us. This demon Morio comes from a different realm entirely. I believe these demons to be spiritual masses of chakra that can take on a physical form in this world. Until we see this Morio character and get a feel for his chakra, we won't know. The group took in Kurama's words and mulled them over. Shikamaru was the one to break the silence. Okay, Naruto, I believe it would be best to have some sort of barrier ready. Is there anything you could think of that would be able to contain this Morio character? Well, Shika, if I had my clan's chakra chains then I would recommend those. Taruo-san, when Morio took physical form last time, did he have any special abilities? Did it seem like he was directly linked to a physical form? Taruo looked around nervously. Lady Miraku was able to use her spiritual powers to bond the physical body of Morio. Then, she used her life force to seal him away. That is all we really know of the event since Lady Miraku perished before we could save her. Yosh. Let's go confront this demon and I am sure Naruto can seal him away. He is the best seal master in the elemental nations after all. Lee's enthusiastic outburst seemed to breathe life back into the group. Q turned to Naruto. Hey, Kit, what about that Yakai suppression seal you used in the cave when you took control of my chakra? If that seal could absorb my chakra, then it can damn sure handle some puny demon. Naruto smacked himself on the forehead and then turned to the group. Okay, I'm going to prepare my sealing supplies. Lee and Neji, scout our perimeter. Sakura, please tend to the wounded. Shikamaru, you are with me to plan out our encounter. Tenten, please coordinate with the guards and fill in any gaps in security. We will leave in the morning. Everyone nodded in confirmation of Naruto's orders and departed to get their duties done. Taruo was impressed by the discipline of this Konoha squad, but then he thought that it was natural when they were led by somebody like Naruto. Taruo then escorted Naruto to Princess Shien's private chambers and knocked on the door. After a minute or so, Shien opened the door and greeted the pair. Ah, Naruto-san, please come in. There are some things I would like to discuss with you. Once again, her dull tone of voice let Naruto know that something was wrong. He followed her into the room and sat down at a table with a tea set on it. What's on your mind, Shien-chan? I know we have only exchanged letters, but I can tell something has got you down. Shien sipped her tea and contemplated how to bring up this touchy subject. She decided to be direct, if not overly so. Naruto-san, if you help me with Morio, you will die. Naruto paused in his attempt to sip some tea. The cup remained frozen inches from his lips for a full 10 seconds before he sat the tiny cup back down on its saucer. Then he cocked an eyebrow and said, "Would you care to elaborate?" One of my abilities is to see visions of the future. My visions foretell of the deaths of those around me. It is due to this ability that I have no friends, because they are all too scared that I will foresee their deaths and curse them to an early grave. Her impassive tone once again struck Naruto while she was saying this. She took another sip of tea before continuing. When you were traveling here, last night, I had a vision of your death at Morio's hand. We were setting up some barrier and he crushed you. That is what I saw and that is why I do not wish for you to be here. Naruto paused for a second, and then broke out into a radiant smile. The light overflowed from him again and he responded in a casual manner. Oh, is that all? Then that is not a big deal. Look, Shien-chan, I have never been one to bow before fate. I am not scared of death, and I will most definitely not die here, not when I am so close to achieving my goal. Suffice to say that your vision may be accurate, but that does not mean that I will die. I have a whole bag of tricks to get me out of such a situation. Now some color returned to Shien's face. She didn't know whether she should be relieved by the cocky man's attitude or scoff at his ignorance. All of her visions have been correct, without fail. Look, Naruto-san, every vision I have had has come to pass. I wish for you to withdraw and then I will perform the same ritual as my mother. No. The one-word passionate phrase cut Shien off in her tracks. A look of incredulity spread across Shien's face, which was followed by a sense of frustration. Naruto-san, you are becoming difficult to work with. I have a plan that will suppress Morio. And your plan sucks, Shien-chan. I have already come up with multiple options that will make your sacrifice unnecessary. Naruto paused here and created a shadow clone. He let the shadow clone speak for him. Your vision doesn't mean anything to somebody like me. For all I know, you witnessed a shadow clone being smushed and that could explain your whole vision. I will welcome your assistance in sealing Morio, if not totally destroying him. I will only accept such assistance if you promise me that you will not resort to the same sacrificial sealing method that your mother used. Let me and my team try some things before we use a method of last resort such as that. Shien stood up in defiance of Naruto's casual attitude. Naruto-san, this is a demon of immense power that could potentially destroy our world. We cannot afford to play around with him. As far as Demon Country knows, I am the only one with the power to seal him. And I am telling you that Demon Country does not know what I am capable of. I created a seal to suppress Yakai, a much more potent form of chakra, at the age of 14. I used that seal to assist me in conquering the Yakai, or chakra, of my tailed beast partner, who, might I remind you, is the strongest of the tailed beasts. Naruto paused here and let out a deep, slow breath to calm himself. It is completely within my realm of possibilities for me to seal Morio away without any assistance from you. However, I would rather use your powers to assist me in my efforts because this is your fight. You are not some damsel in distress that needs rescuing from Prince Charming. So, how about we cut this pity party you have been throwing and gear up for battle? I have planning to do with my strategist. I recommend you use the night to firm your resolve, princess. Before Shien could respond, Naruto turned on his heel and left to reflect upon the situation in silence. Shien sat in a stunned and depressed silence. She had watched Naruto on the broadcasts before and she had put him on a heroic pedestal in her mind. Unfortunately, her young teenage mind and complete ineptitude at dealing with other people made her come off the wrong way to Naruto. She worried about her vision of his death and the loss that would be for the elemental nations. She would remain lost in her thoughts for the rest of the night, alone and in isolation. Naruto left the room and Taruo took him to where Shikamaru was setting up. "Sup, Shika, think up anything for me?" Shikamaru looked up from some papers he was perusing before looking up to address Naruto. "Hey, Naruto, I believe that this Morio character is similar to the Bijou. If he is a chakra mass with a personality that has the ability to take physical form, then I believe your sealing method should work. However, I reviewed the old battle records and found some interesting things. It seems like one of Morio's abilities is to animate some stone soldiers. Outside of the temple he was sealed in, there are approximately 1,000 of these stone statues. If he reawakens, we will likely have to fight on two fronts. That doesn't take into account the 4 ninjas. I gotcha, Shika. The unknowns are bothering you. Well, I already have the seal concept ready. I will need 5 minutes of on-site prep work to complete the seal around Morio. It sounds like we will have a real fight though. Inform Sakura, Kuji, Tenten, Lee and Neji of the stone golems. They will be responsible for combating them. I have enough supplies on me to create 200 or so high explosive tags and my clones will have them finished by morning. They should pack enough punch to shatter some stone." Shika nodded at this and chuckled. Naruto, your explosive tags are fairly extreme. 200 of them would likely redefine the landscape. You win some, you lose some. Plus, Tenten will likely orgasm when you tell her that she will get to use my tags for free. She begs me weekly for more of them." Naruto waved off his concerns with a dismissive hand. "Yeah, you have her attached to the demolition core, right?" "Yeah, she is in the demo core, and she is one of my Fuinjutsu understudies. She has taken to sealing well, except she cannot charge that many tags on her own. Thus, she asks me to do it for her." "So, those big explosions coming from Training Ground 53 are your tags?" Shika asked incredulously. "Dunno, possibly. Not all of them though. I know that Rizetsu of Iwa has an explosion bloodline and I think that he tests his jutsu on 53. I am sure Tenten does proof for tags there though. Yeah, all of Konoha can feel when she tests those tags out. The shockwave alone is unreal. How much more powerful is that tag compared to the standard?" Shika's tone carried the full weight of the Nara's curiosity. "Oh, the ones I give out are roughly 10 times more powerful than the standard. If I charge them with Q's chakra, then they get to be 20 to 25 times more powerful." Shikamaru decided to drop the topic there and get back to work. He let Naruto review the information while he informed his squad members of their mission duties. The night passed without incident. Naruto split the guard with the team members, reviewed what he knew with Kurama and then finally drifted off to a restful sleep. He woke from the morning feeling rested and realized that he was in a strange place, far from home. The ornamental decorations of the temple reinforced that he was not at home. He appreciated the girl's hand at decorating. He always felt like his house gave off a humble, yet proud, aura. The gaudiness of the temple stood in stark contrast to his preferred lifestyle. Breaking from his morning thoughts, he roused his comrades, and they all completed their morning rituals. They met in the dining hall for a generous breakfast provided by the temple staff. After breakfast, they did a supply and weapons check. Naruto distributed the 200 high explosive tags he made to members of his team. He assigned Neji as squad leader of 10-10 and Lee. They would be responsible for isolating outside forces and preventing entry into the temple. Sakura would stay at Shien's side along with Teruo, who insisted on coming. Shikamaru and Naruto would be the main fighting/sealing force when confronting Morio. Shien would use her powers to assist in restraining Morio long enough for Naruto to complete the sealing. At least, that was the plan they created. Around 10 a.m., the group departed for the faraway shrine. Shien was transported by carriage since she did not have the shinobi speed or endurance. Funnily enough, Lee volunteered to pull the carriage and was hooked up in a harness that connected him to the carriage. Shien asked for a silencing seal to be placed on the carriage, so she didn't have to listen to Lee's constant shouts about the flames of youth. Naruto decided to join Lee, or at least a shadow clone of his did. This would make the 40-mile trip take at least one full day of travel, which was far slower than shinobi standards of travel, but far better than by standard horse. The real Naruto decided to join Shien in the carriage, at her request. The trip started awkwardly since Shien remained silent and looking at the floor. Every minute or so she would glance expectantly at Naruto and then look back down. Naruto was enjoying an amusing conversation in his head with Kurama, but he didn't think it was his responsibility to open the conversation. If this girl wanted him, then she could come to him. Naruto used some bizarre logic to dictate his actions in concern to his love life, or at least adding another woman into his love life. Naruto thought that if he was going to be forced to honor some lost long will of his father, then the girl should at least take the first step. Thus, awkward silence and glances for over an hour of bumpy travel by carriage. Finally, Shien mustered her courage, swallowed the lump in her throat and opened the conversation. Anyo, and Naruto-san, do you find me that unappealing? We are due to be married and you haven't said a word outside of mission details. Shien was looking at the ground and looked to be on the brink of tears. Naruto took pity on her, she was stuck in the same situation he was. Torn between honoring the will of their fallen parents or living their own lives. He decided to avoid that tsundere question and get straight to the point. Let me ask you this, Shien-chan, if our parents were not involved in any of this, what would you want to do? Shien was taken aback by the straightforward question. If she were honest with herself, she wanted to deal with Morio and then live her life. She had minimal social interaction, so she had read romantic novels and wanted Prince Charming to come and swoop her off her feet. Then she thought that Naruto was that Prince Charming. He was so kind in his letters, or at least she imagined him to be. She knew that it was her duty to provide an heir to Demon Country and provide a child that could resume her duties when she passed, and she thought that Naruto was the perfect man to help her complete that duty. But what did she feel about him? Did she love him? No, she couldn't possibly, she didn't even know him, despite the overwhelming comfort and warmth she felt from his aura. A chuckle from Naruto brought her back to their conversation. Sorry, priestess, was that a little too direct? Naruto's cheeky smile caused Shien to splutter and blush. Look, I am the priestess and leader of Demon Country. You should show me some respect. You should be honored to court and eventually marry me. Shien's comments were opposite of the internal turmoil she was feeling. Outside, she was calm and composed, but internally she was berating herself. She was never good at talking to people or expressing herself. Now she felt she was pushing away one of the best men in the elemental nations, or so she has heard. Naruto cocked an eyebrow at the princess. If he couldn't feel her internal turmoil, he might have been offended. Instead, he decided to play with the priestess. Tsundere-chan, I have no idea what you are talking about. I love my wives, my children and my country. If I didn't love my parents and wish to honor them, I would be treating you as a typical client. Look, Shien-chan, I am trying to get to know you. I haven't closed this door, but that doesn't mean I wish to run through it. As I said, I love my family and am currently happy with what I have. What I wanted to know was what you want. Nothing more, nothing less. Shien was originally offended, but the angry red transformed into an embarrassed and full blush toward the end of Naruto's statement. She fixed her eyes down at their feet again. Naruto-sa, Naruto-kun, I too wish to honor my mother. I find myself simply following my duties because I do not know what I want. Everyone in my life has feared me because of my abilities. Nobody really wants to know how they will die, and I cannot stop the visions. I have been mostly alone and isolated, so I do not know how I am supposed to feel about romance. Naruto appreciated that she was opening up, so he took her hands in one of his and used his other hand to gently lift her chin. Eventually, her beautiful lavender eyes met his azure blues and Naruto felt her soul. She was pure, naive, innocent and scared, but underneath it was a strength that was waiting to surface. A power that was unique to her and that the world would need. Shion-chan, let's forget about duties and obligations. Let us focus on what you are feeling and what you want to do with your life. Let's say that I obliterate Morio and you no longer need to stand guard over him. What would you want to do with your life then? Shion blushed further at the contact, but she couldn't break herself away from the startling depth and beauty of Naruto's eyes. She stuttered out her response while her heart flitted around in her chest. Naruto-kun. I don't know. I have never really thought about it, BB, but you are an amazing guy and he wouldn't mind being with IU. She rushed out the last part and brought out a heartwarming laugh from our blonde knucklehead. Naruto withdrew his hand and broke eye contact as he laughed openly in the carriage. The laughter continued for a minute or so before Naruto fixed his gaze on Shion again. Look, Shion. What say we take care of this demon and then you can join me in Konoha for a bit. I will not commit to marriage or love or anything else. Let's start as friends and see if you can befriend my wives. It is ultimately their decision anyway. Spend a year or so in my insane family and see if you wish to join the circus. Shion's blush went away, and it was replaced with a look of utter confusion. What do you mean it is up to your wives? Don't you have a say in it? Sure, I do, but according to my clan tradition and policies, any prospective wife must be approved by all current wives. I have 7 wives now, soon to be 8 since the girls approved of Koyuki Haim. Koyuki left behind her throne in Spring Country to be with me, so I would recommend you talk to her if you have questions. Shion didn't give a verbal reply to that, she simply nodded and let the conversation fade as she fell into her thoughts. Here she was, so nervous about everything, and this guy sits there, cool as a cucumber, not stressing about anything. It seems like he has been there and done all of that, which he probably has. The idea of a vacation and trial period was exciting though. At the very least, she could make some new friends. She was forcibly broken from her thoughts by a knock on the carriage door. Naruto opened the door and Neji was running alongside the carriage. All clear, Naruto-sama. We are approaching our planned campsite and will be stopping to set up for the night. We made good time and are about an hour ahead of schedule. Neji's stoic report entered through the carriage window. Thanks, Neji. Please stop with the honorifics and all that, please. Please. Naruto's voice was pleading, and it made Shion stifle a laugh. Neji simply shook his head in the negative. Hyuga tradition would never let Neji address his superiors in such a familiar manner. Furthermore, Naruto has done more to gain Neji's respect than any other man in the elemental nations. He closed the carriage window and resumed his duties. 15 minutes later, the group made camp at the base of a beautiful 50-foot-tall waterfall that rested atop a beautiful, tiny lake. The lake was surrounded by dense woods, and it was 200 meters away from the main road. The group set up traps and detection seals around the area before settling down for the night. They enjoyed a dinner around the campfire, which was Ichiraku ramen that Naruto flashed back to Konoha to grab. No such thing as eating out when you have such an amazing space-time technique. Thank Kami for the Hiraition. The group divided into their tents and set up a surveillance schedule for the night. Around 1 a.m., Shion was rolling around in her private tent on her expensive and comfy floor mat. She couldn't pause her thoughts long enough to enjoy the sweet embrace of sleep. She left her tent and climbed the path to sit on a rock at the top of the waterfall. She didn't notice that she had Neji tailing her or that Naruto had also awoken. She simply enjoyed her walk and sat atop the beautiful waterfall to process all the raging thoughts on her mind. Suddenly, she felt the shadows flitter and a ninja wearing all black and a sinister look was lunging at her with a kunai. Before she could stand and protect herself, a white blur intercepted the enemy ninja and sent him flying backward. Shion barely processed the fight or the chaos in the camp as her protection detail roused themselves from their slumber. Naruto appeared by her side and set up a protective barrier around her. With Neji, he was tailing the priestess and had already notified Naruto about her movements. He had his Byakugan active to scan the surroundings and everything was clear for half a kilometer. Neji continued to protect his charge and came to rest on a tree branch that hung over the waterfall and Shion. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Neji sensed a chakra signature and watched as a ninja formed out of the shadows. He watched the ninja lunge for the priestess and moved before he even fully processed the events. He sent an overloaded Juken strike to the man's chest. The black-clad intruder was sent skidding across the river that fed into the waterfall and came to an abrupt halt on the far bank. Neji maintained his battle-ready posture and called out across the river. "State your name and reason for being here or forfeit your life." The black-clad ninja chuckled devilishly and raised his head to look at Neji. "Look here, Konoha Nin, I do not answer to you. If you do not wish to die, leave the doomed priestess and flee for Lord Morio is risen. Neji, stoic as ever, cocked his head. Lord Morio? So, you are part of that demon-worshipping cult? What were they called? The Yomi clan. The ninja looked proud. Ah, so you know of our greatness. Then you know it is useless to resist. Give in and I will get Lord Morio to grant you a leadership position in his ghost army. Neji knew this guy was insane, but he wanted to fish for more information. I know that the demon Lord Morio is sealed away. Why would I serve a sealed demon? Now the black ninja looked angry. That is why I am killing that damned priestess. We are freeing Lord Morio now and she needs to die. At that point, Naruto appeared behind the ninja before he could process what was going on. Naruto chopped the back of his neck and knocked him unconscious. Then, he slapped a chakra suppression seal on him and bound him in ninja wire. Good work, Neji. That was a perfect distraction, and we got some good info. Seems like we need to move, they must already be at the shrine. Naruto-sama, I believe we should try to get more information out of this fanatic. It might prove informative. Was Neji's stoic response. Before they could depart, Shion broke from her stunned silence and stood up. Then she bowed to Neji. Thank you for saving me, Neji-san. If not for you, I would be dead. Think nothing of it, Shion-sama, I was just doing my duty. Neji gave her a slight bow in return before turning to face Naruto. Do we have anyone that specializes in interrogation? Naruto tossed a three-pronged kunai to Neji, gave him a wry grin and told him he would be right back. The rock flashed yellow and then 5 minutes later another yellow flash lit up the night. Naruto appeared next to Neji with a clearly pissed off Anko. She was still wearing her sleeping garments and only had a tan trench coat to provide cover to her modesty. Anko took notice of Neji's blush, and her sadistic side came to the surface. Ara, does Mr. Hyuga see something he likes? She made a playful strut in Neji's direction, which earned her an uncomfortable jerk. She made her way over to him and placed a playfully seductive hand on his shoulder. Too bad, Neji-kun, I am taken. Anko's torturous giggles left Neji in a stunned and blushing silence. Naruto just slapped a playful hand on his shoulder before he grabbed the prisoner and jumped to the bottom of the waterfall. Shion looked to Neji before a stunned question stuttered its way out of her mouth. And Neji-san, is that woman one of Naruto-kun's wives? Neji cocked an eyebrow and his confidence returned to his posture. Do not ask me why, but yes, that is his wife, Anko Namikaze. The two enjoyed a quiet walk back down to their camp and Neji could hear the cries of the prisoner that Anko was torturing. Naruto was in there with her, since he was pretty much a human lie detector. After 30 minutes, Naruto and Anko emerged from the torture tent and Naruto addressed the group. Okay, everyone, I am going to flash Anko and our prisoner back to Konoha so she can continue playing with him. While I am gone, pack up camp and get ready to move fast. Naruto tossed a scroll to Tenten. Seal up the carriage, I will carry the priestess. It appears we may be too late, but I won't give up. The statue army has been reanimated so Neji, Kuji and Tenten will deal with that. We will need you to create a distraction so we may enter the shrine. They also have 3 more shinobi of the Yomi clan, evidently, they have powers granted to them by Morio. They can control the shadows like Shikamaru. Use flash tags and other jutsus to keep shadows off the battlefield. Sakura and Shika, you will be joining me and the priestess in the shrine. You have 5 minutes, go. The group blurred into movement to accomplish their assigned tasks. Naruto gave Anko the prisoner scroll, snaked a hand around her waist and disappeared in a yellow flash. Once in Konoha, he gave Anko a deep kiss and promised her a thank you session upon his return. He created a clone to inform the Hokage what is going on and then flashed back to the campsite in Demon Country. He saw his team was formed up and ready to roll. He got down on a knee in front of Shion and made a motion with his head to tell her to climb on. Shion fought off her blush, hiked up her dress and climbed onto Naruto's back. The team blurred off in a flicker of movement and made their way toward the shrine. During the trip, Shion sought refuge from the strong air resistance by tucking her head into the nape of Naruto's neck. During the brief and intense trip, Shion found comfort in the warmth of Naruto's body and the prolonged contact. She couldn't stop the thoughts of wanting more of this in her life. This was the first time she had touched a man like this, especially for this length of time. Unfortunately, ninja speeds meant that they appeared in the soon-to-be battleground in under an hour. The sun had yet to rise over the horizon, but its light was starting to paint the very early morning sky and breaking the hold of darkness on the world. Naruto flashed hand signals to Neji and the group split off to go their separate ways. With Neji led his team to the clearing that supposedly held the stone golem army. They all had over 50 high explosive tags at the ready, and the plan was to sneak up on the golem army, decimate them with the explosive tags, and clean up any of the remaining enemies. Within 10 minutes, his team was split in a fan formation on the edges of a clearing. In the clearing, over 1,000 stone golems were moving around and moving into a defensive formation. At the head of the statue army were two of the black-clad ninjas that the team was informed about. Neji signaled to his team, "Focus. Front. Ninjas. First. Golems. Second." After receiving confirmation from his team, a rain of kunai appeared in the early morning sky. She and Hirasu Yomi were assembling the golem forces. Once Lord Morio was freed from his seal, they were going to march on the priestess of Demon Country. They had dispatched Kira to assassinate the priestess and expected him to return at any moment. All of their hard work over the past 10 years was coming to fruition, and they were excited to see their lord reign supreme over the elemental nations. Most of the golems were formed up and awaiting the rise of their lord when she heard the common whistling sound of kunai sailing through the air. The slight noise became a dull roar when she looked up and saw the rain of kunai descending upon them. He tried to shout to Hirasu to take cover as he slid into the shadows, but he couldn't even hear the sound of his own voice over the deafening roar of the explosions. Each kunai appeared to have an extremely powerful explosive seal on it, and the results were devastating. She held his breath and sought refuge in the shadows of the shrine's outer wall. After 3 straight minutes of explosions and the searing feeling of empty lungs, she broke out of his cover in the shadows. What he saw infuriated him. The field where the golems had assembled was marred by hundreds of craters that were 10 feet in diameter and at least 3 meters deep. The once green clearing was now a barren and desolate landscape. He could see 50 or so golems that had survived the onslaught of explosions, but he couldn't detect the enemy anywhere. As he was looking around, he saw a severed leg that once belonged to his friend Hirasu. He couldn't see the rest of her body among the debris, but he knew she was dead. Neji took stock of the situation for a full minute after the explosions ceased. He knew the tags were more powerful than normal, but this was insanity. Each explosion sent out shockwaves that rattled his eardrums, and there were just 200 explosions. He was clearing the ringing from his ears and using his Byakugan to take stock of the remaining enemies. He counted 52 golems, but he couldn't detect the enemy ninjas. Then, after 30 seconds, he saw a ninja form out of the shadows of the shrine wall, but it was only one ninja. He continued to wait and assumed that the other ninja was dead after waiting the full minute. Neji gave the hand signals to resume the assault. Neji, Lee and Tenten stormed the crater-marked battlefield and appeared in front of the golems using sunshine. They each heard the ninja scream to attack the intruders, and the golems immediately began moving toward the Konoha team. Neji told Lee and Tenten to deal with the golems and split off to attack the remaining Yomi shinobi. Neji used the chaos to speed behind Shi and attack him with a Juken strike to the back. She noticed him at the last moment and flexed his body out of Neji's path. She spun around to face his new enemy, and he wore a look of absolute rage. "Lord Morio will devour your soul, you blasphemous asshole. You killed Hirasu." After saying his piece and issuing a battle cry, she summoned the shadows around the shrine to attack Neji. Spears made of dark shadow lanced toward Neji from Shi's position. Neji tried to deflect and dodge the spears, but noticed that the spears passed right through his kunai. Neji paid the price for this lesson with a fairly deep wound to his left bicep. After witnessing the shadow spear pass through his kunai, Neji immediately began spinning and expelling chakra through his tenketsu. Neji called out Heavenly Spin as a chakra bubble 5 meters wide sprung into existence and started deflecting the shadow spears. She scowled when he saw the defense this impudent ninja used and paused his assault. After a couple seconds, Neji's kaiden slowed and dispersed. Neji took 3 tags out of his pouch, deactivated his Byakugan and threw the tags toward Shi. After 2 seconds, the shrine was lit up in blinding light and Neji heard Shi call out in pain. Even through his closed eyelids, Neji still had the faint orange rings from the flashbang effect. Despite this impediment, Neji sped forward and hit Shi's shoulders with 2 overloaded Juken strikes. His chest strike was avoided when she leapt backward. She was blinded by those accursed tags and could no longer see. Without knowing where the shadows were, he couldn't sink into them to protect himself. As if being blind wasn't bad enough, she felt 2 painful blows land on his shoulders before he could even defend himself. Out of instinct he jumped back away from his attacker and was only granted a second of reprieve before he heard, "You are within range of my divination. 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Upon hearing those words, Shi's body lit up in pain as 64 chakra-laced strikes assaulted his abdomen, chest and arms. He briefly felt his whole upper body go numb before an open palm strike landed on his heart and white-hot fire filled his chest. Then his whole world went black. At least he wasn't blinded by that accursed light anymore. When Lee and Tenten saw Neji split off, they engaged in a fight with the stone golems. There were over 50 enemies, but they were slow. Lee sped between the golems and landed blow after blow on them. He only got cracks in the stone as a reward for his efforts. Tenten immediately noticed that not even her wind-laced kunai were penetrating the stone armor. Tenten unsealed a warhammer and called out to Lee. The enthusiastic green blur didn't even stop to say thank you as the warhammer was taken out of Tenten's hands. Tenten then unsealed a spike club and took her stance. She was surrounded by 10 stone golems and the circle was getting ever tighter. She let out a battle cry, sent more chakra into the metal club and began bashing away. It took Lee and Tenten 5 straight minutes of dashing and bashing to take down their golem adversaries. Each blow caused loud, shattering sounds to echo across the battlefield. The blunt weapons were more effective than cutting weapons when it came to dealing with the golem army. Chunks of stone, ground tremors and grunts of effort were heard constantly over those 5 minutes. The 2 Konoha ninja performed a violent dance of death on the barren battlefield. When the last enemy was dealt with, Lee raised his battle hammer high over his head and let out an ear-splitting yosh. Somewhere in the elemental nations, Might Guy looked towards the heavens and let out a single, prideful tear when he suddenly thought of his student. As soon as Neji led his squad away to engage the golems, Naruto signaled for Shikamaru and Sakura to follow him. He shifted Shien on his back and got ready to dash as the distraction began. Violent explosions began ringing out and the noise echoed throughout the shrine. There were 3 blurs that dashed through the small gap in the massive shrine doors, unnoticed by the 2 ninjas that were seeking refuge from the bombardment. Naruto took in his dark surroundings and all of the dangers that the shadows could bring. He knew how this group could use the shadows, so he summoned his golden cloak and used the light from the excess chakra to form a protective shield around his party. They made their way through the first floor without incident and started running down the staircase to the chambers below ground. According to Shien, Morio was sealed away 3 levels below the surface, so Naruto directed the group downward. He could feel the building power and Kurama was telling him that the area was being saturated with yokai, demonic chakra. On the second floor, the group ran into the last Yomi shinobi who was running toward the ground level to see what was causing all of the shaking. Naruto sensed his approach and when the ninja rounded the corner, he caught an Odama Rasengan to the face. Naruto didn't even break stride as Shien shrieked frightfully in his ear. Sakura looked a little green and Shika shook his head just saying troublesome. As Naruto entered the 3rd floor, he felt the powerful presence of Morio. He was forced to admit that the demon was at least strong. It seemed like the demon was in the process of possessing a human body. To make matters worse, the dark swirl of chakra was now appearing like a chakra cloak around the possessed body, which meant it was almost complete. Naruto didn't hesitate, he created 10 shadow clones, gave them sealing supplies and dispersed them to start writing their seals. It was then that the dark figure opened its eyes and Sakura let out a gasp of fear. The figure seemed to be composed of shadowy, black chakra and its eyes were a steely silver. The scratchy voice was eerily demonic and the feel of its yokai petrified Sakura, Shikamaru, and Shien. Naruto flared his golden chakra cloak and seemed to form a protective barrier around his companions. Although Naruto was also using yokai, his was purified. It gave off a warm, comforting and peaceful aura that immediately put his group at ease. Before Naruto could engage, the demon decided to speak. "Ah, the little lamb comes to me for the slaughter. What is this, little priestess? Did you bring me more sacrifices to beg forgiveness?" Morio's scratchy voice carried a nauseating level of arrogance. I am GG going TT to seal you. Shien was terrified of the demon that her mother died fighting. She was also terrified of her vision coming true and losing the first man that was able to break through her barriers. Suddenly, she felt a comforting, golden hand on her shoulder and her body was embraced in a dark, red chakra cloak. The cloak hovered tightly over Shien's skin, but it filled her with power and confidence. Shien ignored the demon's derisive laughter and forced herself to continue. "Morio, I am not here to reseal you. We are here to obliterate you." "Big words, little human. I am a demon lord." Naruto cut off the arrogant demon. He had just finished a discussion in his head and lost the game of rock paper scissors to Kurama. Therefore, he summoned a Kurama Cage Bunshine with 4 tails of power, which was decisively more power than Morio possessed. Kurama adopted his trademark smirk and crossed his toned arms across his mostly exposed chest. His red hair framed his blood-red eyes and contributed to the powerful and intimidating aura Kurama was exuding. "Look here, whelp, you were, are and always will be nothing. For you to presume that you could rule over our domain would be infuriating, but your pathetic presence just makes it laughable." At that, Kurama flared 4 tails of power and ki at Morio. The demon shuddered and seemed to be weighed down by the ki while the humans present were protected by Kurama's chakra cloak. Who are you? The demonic voice was saturated with terror. Kurama's smirk threatened to engulf his whole face. He threw an arm around Naruto before answering the question. I am the Kyubi no Kitsune, nine-tailed Bijou and eldest son of the sage. I am partner to Naruto Uzumaki and I am protector of this realm. I give you two options, retreat to the demonic realm or die. No. I am not going back there. I will not cow to a mere animal filled with chakra. Morio flared his aura and grew exponentially in size. The chamber had a 40-foot tall roof, but the demon crashed through it and stood at a height of approximately 50 feet tall. The debris from the roof descended upon the group, but golden tails of chakra batted it out of existence. Sakura and Shikamaru stood there stunned in the fight between demons or gods or whatever they were. After swatting the debris and protecting his partner, Q rushed the demonic entity. This was what he earned by winning the game of rock paper scissors. He got the right to throw the first punch on Morio. Q effortlessly dodged spears and tendrils of shadow that Morio was using to attack Q. All the while, Q wore that confident and terrifying smirk that just screamed, "You are beneath me." Q flipped over a cluster of shadow tentacles, shrouded his arm and fist in a dark red chakra with black wisps of energy around it and slammed the demonic entity right between the eyes with a punch that made Tsunade look like a pouting toddler. The yokai in Q's fist exploded in a beautiful compendium of red and black light and sent Morio hurtling into the wall of the shrine. The only reason the wall didn't shatter was the powerful barrier seal that still surrounded the shrine. Xian was stunned. Not only was this summoned entity manhandling the source of her fear and distress, but it was doing so easily. She craned her neck and looked over at Naruto, who just stood there and watched the display with a look of pride and jealousy. And Naruto-kun, is everything okay? Naruto chuckled and looked at Xian with a gigawatt smile. Yes, Xian-chan. Everything is fine. Q just beat me at rock paper scissors and is stealing my fun. This earned deadpan stares from Shikamaru and Sakura. Naruto, I know you are not an idiot, but sometimes I can't wrap my head around you. This is a demonic entity, could you please take this seriously? Naruto's smile faded and a serious look overtook his face. Sakura, I am doing something. My clones are setting up the binding seals and I am letting Q have some fun. Once everything is ready. Across the battlefield, Naruto Clone 10 was taunting the so-called Demon Lord. His taunts were inflammatory and infuriating to the point that Morio tore his attention away from Q and sent a house-sized fist at the clone. The balcony that the clone was sitting on exploded in a shower of rubble and a small puff of smoke. Back with the group, Naruto was greeted with more deadpan stares by his compatriots. Okay, look guys, they are clones. They have some quirks that are inherent to the jutsu. Naruto was rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly as another shadow clone popped into existence to resume his fallen clone brethren's duties. Troublesome. Baka. Naruto-kun. Each of his compatriots shook their heads and let out their disappointment. Naruto laughed it off and called out to Q. Hey bud, better start wrapping this up. Let out the big guns. Q heard his partner's call and smirked devilishly as he was dodging a series of punches from the overgrown mass of demonic yokai. Q disappeared in a red blur and appeared over the demon with a spinning mass of dark blue, black chakra in his hand. It differed from a normal Baijudama though. The mass was spinning rapidly like Naruto's Rasengan except it was sparkling with black and red electricity. Q gave a quick glance to Naruto, who set up a protective barrier around the group, before he called out Bijou style, Electric Rasengan Bullet. The super compressed chakra ball blasted over of Kurama's palm with an ear-splitting blast of sound. In an instant, the ball had collided with Morio and exploded in a display of red and black lightning. The chamber was filled with the sound of Morio screaming in agony and his massive form spasmed around causing random damage around the arena. Naruto's clones called out Uzumaki Fun, demonic binding chains and 10 massive chains composed of dark purple chakra lanced from the seals the clones were drawing. Morio shrieked again as chains lanced through his hands, shoulders, thighs, feet, chest and the last chain wrapped around his neck. The random thrashing came to an abrupt halt as the demonic entity was completely immobilized. Naruto looked at Xian and whispered in a calm and reassuring voice. Okay, Xian-chan, I am going to create a jutsu. I want you to focus on pouring your power into it and then this will all be over. Xian meekly nodded her head as she clutched the bell her mother gave her. Naruto closed his eyes and focused. He Golden Cloak gained the red markings of Kitsune Senjutsu and he formed an Odama Rasengan in his right hand. He focused further and giant wind blades encircled the Rasengan and a deafening, whiny pitch overtook the chamber. Now, Shien Naruto called out. Shien prayed to her mother and to her ancestors for power to slay the demon that has plagued her family. A rainbow glow emanated from her hands at first and then surrounded her arms and eventually her whole body. She focused and prayed for the energy to assist Naruto, and the rainbow light made its way toward the Odama Rasen Shuriken. The rainbow light fused with the beautiful blue ball of power and the wind blades took on a rainbow hue. Once the power Shien channeled was finished, the Rasen Shuriken produced a blinding and brilliant rainbow light that projected across the ceiling chamber. Naruto was done focusing on directing the spiritual energy of Shien into his Odama Rasen Shuriken, so he dropped the protective barrier. With a war cry, he hurled the spinning mass of brilliant chakra at the immobilized demon. It carved its way through the air in an entrancing dance of spiritual power before colliding with the shrieking demon. Q saw the power of the jutsu and dispelled himself to seek refuge in his partner's seal. Naruto flashed through hand signs and set up a protective barrier around his group. The Naruto clones chose to remain and watch the light show for as long as they could. They were weird that way since they had no fear of death. The Odama Rainbow Rasen Shuriken erupted as it tore into Morio. Each wind blade was shrouded in the rainbow color of spiritual energy as it cleaved its way through Morio. The classic white dome of wind blades looked more like a disco ball of destruction as it ate away at the demon's presence. The demonic binding chain splintered out of existence and the dark and malevolent yokai of Morio diminished second by second as the aftermath of Naruto's jutsu started to manifest itself. The rainbow dome of destruction lasted for 30 seconds total, but the damage was immaculate. There was a 100-meter crater of nothingness that now existed in the middle of the ceiling chamber where Morio once stood. The roof of the chamber was no more and the early morning sun peeked through the dust cloud that hovered over our heroes. There were wisps of rainbow chakra that flickered in and out of existence, which added a spiritual overtone to the scenery. The group remained in a stunned silence until a shout of exuberance reached their ears and startled them out of their revelry. Yosh! Naruto-kun, that was the most youthful display of the power of youth that this youth-filled youth has ever seen in his youthful existence. Lee had a fist raised in triumph as he peered over the edge of the destroyed temple. Tenten conked him on the head for that outrageous statement of youthfulness, and Neji simply shook his head in disappointment. His teammate had come so far since ditching the green monstrosity of a jumpsuit and taming the caterpillars that were his eyebrows. Neji came to realize that not even fate could separate Lee from his youthful ways. Down in what remained of the ceiling chamber, tucked away in Naruto's barrier, Sakura was in a pouting mess with her knees clamped to her chest with her head down. The storm cloud over her head refused to disperse because of the embarrassment that her boyfriend caused her. Naruto swatted the cloud out of existence and put a comforting hand on Sakura's shoulder. Shien was frozen in shock at the display of Naruto's power. Her whole life she had been told that it was her duty to protect Demon Country from the evil of Morio, and she had resolved herself to her duties. Then this blonde hunk of a ninja shows up and handles said demon without breaking a sweat. Now, she was free of her obligations because she had completed her duty. As if a veil was lifted, Shien felt the joy of life and the desire to enjoy it all. After the youthful display by Lee, she broke from her shock and jumped onto Naruto's back in a fit of joy. Tears fell freely from her eyes, and she could feel that her mother could finally rest easy. Naruto stood in a relaxed posture inside his barrier as he watched the light show. He wished that he could have played with Morio more, but he honestly got better fights from Q and the other Jinchuriki. He came to accept that it was better to deal with this demon than risk calamity falling upon the world. In his sage mode, he also felt the malevolence coming from Demon Country. He would have to send some scouts there to figure out what was going on. He was broken from his musings when Shien jumped on his back in an uncharacteristic display of happiness. He decided to embrace the moment, comforted Sakura, and then jumped up to join Neji, Lee and Tenten. How did the fight go out here? It was amazing, Naruto. Those tags you made were amazing. Can I get more? Please, please, please. Tenten ran up to Naruto and grabbed both his hands in a begging manner. Naruto chuckled, looked over at Neji, who was shaking his head no furiously. Lee also had a panic-stricken look on his face at Tenten's request. Ha ha ha, Tenten-chan, I will see what I can do. Those might be a little too powerful to use around friendly forces. I will give instructions to the demolition squad on how to make them. I know that Roshi will probably help you with making some. For now, let's get Shien back to the temple and wrap this mission up. The group performed cleanup operations on the destroyed shrine, which Naruto apologized to Shien for. She waved off his concerns because nobody ever went to visit this shrine due to Morio's presence. Once the aftermath of the battle was cleaned up, Naruto unsealed the carriage to begin the trek back to the shrine. Shien asked Naruto if he could carry her instead, which drew knowing looks from Naruto's group. Naruto threw up his hands in exasperation when his defense of "it's not my fault" or "I am not even trying to do this" fell flat. He resigned himself to carry Shien, and the group made it back to Shien's temple by the end of the night. The next day, Sakura tended to any battle wounds, Neji, Lee and Tenten helped to rebuild and strengthen the temple's defenses, Naruto helped Shien pack up her belongings and get them in scrolls, and Shikamaru watched the clouds mosey on their paths through the sky. After a feast in celebration of Morio's destruction, Naruto flashed the group back to Konoha outside of the Hokage's office. Naruto dismissed his team and walked into the office with Shien. "Ah, Naruto-kun, it is good to have you back. I see that Shien here is still in one piece. So is the demon Morio sealed away for good?" Hiruzen's tone was calm and confident. The years since he started using shadow clones had been good to him, and his office had the remnants of freshly smoked tobacco lingering in the air. I guess you could say that, Gigi. Although, we didn't so much seal him as we destroyed him." Hiruzen looked to Shien for confirmation before turning back to Naruto. "You never cease to amaze me, my boy. Well done. I know your girls were looking for you. Little Orochi and Kushina are so cute, I visited them yesterday." Naruto got a wistful look flash in his eyes. "Yeah, I missed them. Anything else you need from me, Gigi? I need to introduce Shien to the girls and spend time with them before everything ramps up." "Nah, my boy. I will send you the most recent battle report and we can discuss it tomorrow." Naruto nodded, put a hand on Shien's shoulder and flashed to his compound. Upon arriving in the living room, Naruto was surrounded by the people he loved most in the world. Unfortunately, he arrived when they were watching Between Love and War, a TV show about two lovers stuck on opposing sides of a war. Therefore, nobody noticed his or Shien's arrival. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and brought Shien to a free seat on the couch to watch the show. Shien blushed brilliantly when Naruto pulled her onto his lap. Once the show ended, it was like a spell had broken. The girls started talking about the show animatedly, and then Hinata noticed somebody new in the living room. She saw a beautiful blonde girl, about her age, flushing brilliantly as she sat on somebody's lap. Then she noticed the spiky blonde hair and called out, "Naruto-kun." Like a tidal wave, questions poured upon Shien and Naruto, who just sat there laughing as Shien was bombarded with questions. After a brief explanation from Naruto, he was once again kicked out of the living room. Luckily, he was able to grab his children so he could spend some quality time with them as the girls grilled Shien. Naruto walked into the garden with a flask of sake to enjoy the peaceful ambience of his garden. That was until a big gorilla of a man with a long mane of white hair crashed his party. Jiraiya made baby noises as he took Orochi from Naruto's left arm. Naruto shifted Kushina into a more comfortable position as he enjoyed a session of drinking with Jiraiya. The sun was beginning to set once Naruto finished his tale, and Jiraiya had been taking notes like a madman. Of course, he proclaimed that his next book, Icha Icha, Shrine Maiden, would be making its way to the shelves by the end of the year. Naruto and Jiraiya were welcomed back into the house once darkness had settled over Konoha. Naruto's clones had dinner ready, and the massive family sat down at the table to enjoy each other's company and catch up on recent events. Evidently, Shizuka had been by the compound a couple times looking for Naruto during his mission. The girls said that she should appreciate what she already has, and that Itachi is such a wonderful guy. It seemed like that one wouldn't pass the test of the sister wives. Fortunately, it seems like the girls were willing to give Shien a chance and allow for the one-year test drive. There were conditions though. No sex until marriage, all secrets must be shared, and she would have to stay in one of the guest houses at night. Shien had agreed with those conditions easily enough and was now enjoying her first meal with her new, oversized family. She wasn't used to the loud and rowdy atmosphere, nor the overwhelming positivity that came out from this group. She knew that this was where she was meant to be. Chapter 29. Raid on Hoshi and start of the war. 5 months after the attack on Suna, a council was called to deal with a disturbing discovery. Naruto flashed around the allied countries and brought the cage together again along with the War Council. The War Council was the international collaboration of elders, strategists and influential people that included the son of the Fire Daimyo, Raza. The Fire Daimyo pleaded with Naruto to let Raza join in order to gain leadership experience and offered a generous contribution to the war effort's coffers. Naruto had instructed Raza to listen more than he spoke and was pleasantly surprised at how well Raza was fitting into the Allied War Council. The impromptu meeting was called because of a discovery during one of the most recent skirmishes near the border of Hoshi, the Hidden Star Village. Evidently, the patrol had to fight multiple people using Orochimaru's old curse mark and one reanimated ninja. There was an uproar when the sole survivor of the patrol told his story about how his group had just finished off a squad of coalition ninjas that were using the curse mark when Juzo Biwa, a deceased member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, appeared. The spy confirmed that Juzo had black eyes and cracked skin and took a shot to the heart that should have been a killing blow. Then the wound filled over with paper and Juzo used the shock of the allied ninjas to kill most of the squad. Naruto stood up and addressed the room. My fellow war council, this news is disturbing, but it matches with what the Shinigami told me. For those of you that don't know, Clan Uzumaki and Clan Namikaze have entered a partnership pact with the Shinigami. She told me that Kabuto Yakushi has been tampering with the dead and using Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu. It seems he has also been applying the cursed seal of heaven to some of his forces as well. This makes him an immediate threat and bumps up our timetable. I propose a raid on Hoshi, which I will participate in. We cannot let this threat grow. I stood up. Thank you, Naruto. I have grown tired of sitting on my laurels. I second the proposition. There were many eyes and shouts to take the fight to the coalition and Akatsuki. Hiruzen stood and raised his arms. Silence immediately followed. I agree, the time to act is near. In these times of war, we need a firm leader to rule over the battlefield and coordinate our efforts. I nominate Allied Forces Commander, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, for the role of Supreme Commander. This will put him over not only the Allied forces, but give him command authority, in collaboration with each Kage, to order each village's ninja. I ask this, not as the Hokage of the Leaf, but as a believer in our Allied forces. There was muttering before Onoki stood up. I second Hiruzen. I am no longer that Tsuchikage, but I believe in that boy. Each of you knows his character and strength of will. He is the only man I would ever trust with this much power. I stood up once more and shot an imposing stare at Naruto. Are you up for this, young man? Naruto stood with a resolved face and answered Ai's question. Is anybody ever ready to lead men to their deaths? It was Gaara's turn to contribute. Naruto, it is you that united us. You are my first friend and I believe in you. We will shoulder this burden with you, but we need you as our leader. Naruto sighed, looked down for a second and then rose his head with a determined look and the aura of a true leader. I accept. However, I will not sit in some command room. I will use my shadow clones to coordinate with each Kage. If the first target must be Hoshi, then we will have to change our battle approach. Shikaku stood up and asked permission to speak before laying it out. Our original plan was to use the forces of each nation to conduct pincer strikes in collaboration with the Allied forces stationed out of the Land of Fire. We wanted to trim the edges, occupy the conquered nations and eventually surround Amigakor. Unfortunately, Hoshi is in between sand, stone, and Ame. We would have to mobilize through the Land of Rivers, which is unofficially part of the coalition. We would lose any element of surprise. Kyuchi spoke up at this point. What if Naruto were to flash a battalion of elite allied forces to Suna and to Iwa? Then we let those two nations conduct the pincer attack? The whole room turned to look at Naruto. That is a lot of people to use the Hiraishin for that distance. I would need a full day of rest after in order to rest my coils and reset. He sounded like he would absolutely dread the experience, but he forced resolve into his tone. So, it is doable? Asked Shikaku and Naruto nodded. Man, the Hiraishin is practically cheating. How troublesome. There was a debate on when the attack should commence and who should be taken due to the high likelihood of running into Akatsuki members. Naruto also brought up how slippery Kabuto is and how they would only get one shot at this. Naruto proposed using the allied forces as a distraction while he hunted to the Akatsuki base in Hoshi. There were protests against Naruto going alone, which Naruto was forced to concede to. Naruto was compelled to take an elite squad with him from the allied forces. Naruto chose to take Momochi Zabuza, Shisui, Shi, and Hisashi Hyuga. Hisashi had been working back into fighting shape and Naruto didn't want to take Neji out of his squad that would be participating in the attack. Hiruzen authorized Naruto to take Shisui, even though he was the Anbu commander. When Naruto was on the field, Kyuchi would lead his forces from Iwa and Gaara would lead his forces from Suna and each of them would have a shadow clone for emergency communication and battlefield updates. Hiruzen would have command over the allied elements if they needed to be redirected from the main battle. Ultimately, it was decided that the attack would commence in 1 week and Naruto would begin transferring 2 divisions worth of allied shinobi the next day. A week passed in a flash and a state of chakra exhaustion for Naruto. Kurama worked overtime along with Naruto's meditation to soothe the sting of overused chakra coils. Transporting 200 shinobi over 150 miles would do that to a man. Despite the drain, Naruto rested in the compound for the last day before flashing to join Gaara on the border of Land of Wind. Once there, he created 2 clone captains that flashed to the command post and to the Iwa regiment as well. The Suna Hoshi outpost was stationed next to the main bridge that led across the mountain canyon that linked Hoshi and Kaze no Kuni. Naruto summoned the entire force of Shadow Kitsune to scout Hoshi, and they found a massive base built into the side of Hoshi's mountain. Itachi used his summons to scout from above and laid out the pre-battle positions of the enemy forces. On the border with Kaze no Kuni, the main bridge was defended by a large outpost, and there were 2 more forts on the path to Hoshigakure. On the border with Tsuchi no Kuni there were 3 large outposts positioned on the mountains overlooking the border, with 1 fort on the mountainous path to Hoshigakure. Each of the border outposts had over 200 shinobi and had heavily fortified positions. Each fort had a reserve force of 100 shinobi that would rotate with frontline forces and provide rapid reinforcements if necessary. Shikaku decided to use the assault primarily as a distraction to let the elite task force infiltrate the main base in Hoshigakure. Shisui would carry Naruto, Zabuza, Shi and Hisashi with the Hawk summoned boss and use it to fly directly to Hoshigakure. The idea was to distract enemy sensors with the main battles and let Naruto to strike surgically from above. If the allied forces could take over all of Hoshi, then an occupying force would take over Hoshigakure and use it to further isolate Ame. At 3 a.m. the attack on Hoshi began. The Demolition Corps was led by Killer Bee on the Suna side and Roshi on the Iwa side. Each Jinchuriki provided high explosive tags and the most powerful destructive jutsu that the allied forces possessed. Before the land bridges went up, Killer Bee did a full transformation with Juki and launched a Baijudama at the outpost. After the ball of black and blue chakra crossed the chasm, the results were explosive. The Baijudama decimated the front wall of the outpost along with the primary bridge that has crossed the canyon. Gaara's forces used a collaboration jutsu to establish 5 massive land bridges over the canyon and sent the demolition squads over first to destroy the outpost's other defensive structures. A pitched battle at the canyon lasted for 2 hours. Even with Killer Bee killing nearly 50 of the 200 stationed ninjas and destroying the front wall, the allied forces were still forced to cross a 200-meter canyon while enemy forces attacked. The deciding factor was Gaara and Killer Bee, who used their partial transformations and wide-scale defensive jutsu to protect their forces during the crossing. However, they could only protect 2 of the 5 land bridges that were created to aid the crossing, and the first losses of allied shinobi came due to the collapse of 2 of the bridges. After 2 hours, 250 enemy shinobi lay dead while the allied forces lost 35. 20 of the dead allied shinobi died during the collapse of Bridge 4 and 5. The rest died to enhanced soldiers that were using the cursed mark of heaven. These enemies fought at a mid to high jonin level and offered fierce resistance and overpowered Justu. Luckily, the allied forces were well trained and prepared to deal with this enemy. However, that did not stop them from suffering further losses to the unnatural enemy. At 3 am on the Iwa side of the Hoshi border, 3 simultaneous assaults were launched on the 3 border outposts. There was no canyon separating these forces, but the outposts were stationed to overlook the mountain passes that led into the country. Furthermore, the Allied forces would need to cross 500 meters of flat and barren no man's land in order to begin the climb up the mountain passes. Kyuchi devised a strategy to perform collaboration jutsu to eliminate the enemy's main advantage. The Allied forces led the charge across the no man's land while using defensive techniques to close the gap and absorb the damage of the prepared traps. Then, once in range, the Iwa forces used Earth-style massive mobile core to sink the enemy outposts into the mountain. This didn't kill a majority of the shinobi, but it did put them in a terrible position. The outposts were sunk down into the mountain for nearly 50 meters, which removed the altitude advantage. Then, Allied forces surrounded the edge of the man-made depressions and began raining jutsu after jutsu down on the remaining enemies. The results were catastrophic for Hoshi, and the Iwa side of the Allied forces suffered minimum losses. At 3:15 am the elite task force made its move. Shisui summoned a massive hawk out of sight of the Hoshi forces. The hawk boss flew over the carnage, and for a brief second Naruto wanted to dismount and help his allies. Multiple times Naruto was told that he couldn't do it all alone and that he would have to trust his comrades. This was being put to the test as he watched the collapse of Bridge 4 and he was forced to watch 10 shinobis plummet to their deaths. Hisashi put a comforting hand on his soldier as he watched the battle with his Byakugan active. Heavy is the hand of the man that leads his fellow man to death's door. The flight to Hoshigakure took 20 minutes and Naruto dismounted just outside of Hoshigakure at 3:37 am. Naruto rendezvoused with Kitsumbi, a four-tailed shadow fox, at the village perimeter. Kitsumbi laid out the best path to the mountainside base and gave Naruto as many details as he could. Hisashi scanned with his Byakugan and watched as forces were being roused from their rest to go and reinforce the front lines. Unfortunately, the mountain bunker was impenetrable with his Byakugan, so they would have to go in blind. Fortunately, Naruto brought along cloaks with stealth seals to aid them on their stealthy journey to the bunker. It took less than 10 minutes for his elite squad to ambush 10 ninjas, seal their bodies and infiltrate the bunker. Unlike Orochimaru's old bases, this bunker was dug out with a traditional earth jutsu and then reinforced with metallic beams. The group dealt with the 2 guards at the front door by Naruto transforming into 2 of the enemy ninjas his group killed en route. When the door was opened, the 2 interior guards were killed in less than 2 seconds by unseen threats. Naruto's stealth seals made Shi and Hisashi appear as simple distortions in the dark night air. Naruto readorned his stealth cloak before heading deeper into the base with his team. In the base was a mad scientist's wonderland, which confirmed to Naruto that Kabuto would be here. There were shackles that held deformed corpses, cages that held prisoners whose life had fled from their eyes, test tubes filled with liquids of various, sinister colors and large tubes of transparent green liquid that held white humanoid creatures with purple tattoo marks all over their bodies. Room after room was filled with ongoing experiments or simply used as storage for failed experiments. To the horror of Naruto and Kami herself, these storage rooms were filled with the desecrated corpses of unfortunate victims that only met a sweet release after prolonged torture. All in all, the base was devoid of humanity and contained all of the worst monstrosities the imagination of humanity could conjure. Naruto's squad made their way through the first 3 floors without incident, other than mercilessly killing 10 or so shinobi that were moseying through the horror house. It was on the 3rd sublevel that they finally ran into an enemy they all recognized. Sitting on a couch in some sort of lounge was an enormous man with a shark-like face. His blue skin was distinct, and it was the only man any of them knew that possessed gills. Resting on the couch next to the man wearing the Akatsuki cloak was a large, bundled mass that was wrapped in bandages, Seimata. As the group passed the door, Kisame cracked an eye open and put a hand on his sword. Zabuza saw this and told the group to go on ahead before he disabled the cloaking seal and confronted Kisame. Zabuza knew it was his duty to deal with this monster of a man. His previous comrade had gone off the deep end if he was willing to help people that would do something so terrible to so many human beings. He told Naruto to continue before stepping into the lounge and addressing his old teammate. Kisame Hoshigaki, how far the mighty have fallen. I never thought that you would partner with scum like this. It is low, even for you. Zabuza's growl was menacing, and a demonic aura appeared behind him. Zabuza Momochi, it is you who have fallen. I used to respect the so-called demon of the bloody mist, but now look at you. Playing obedient soldier to the allied forces. Pathetic. Retorted Kisame with a cocky smirk. Enough, Sharky, let our swords do the talking. Got a place round here that will let us stretch our blades? With Zabuza's final words, the Kisame sheathed Seimata on his back and calmly walked past Zabuza. In traditional honor of a swordsman, Zabuza let him pass and Kisame led him to a nearby training room. The room wasn't overly large, but it would suit its purpose. A 50 by 50 foot square dug out of the mountain and dug out of the side of the main base would be the site of the battle between the 2 legendary swordsmen of the mist. Kisame kept walking into the room and stopped once he was over halfway across the room and spun on his heel with Seimata slung over his shoulder casually. Straight up sword fight work for you? I don't feel like drowning underground in this shitty base. Zabuza nodded and unslung Kubi Kiribocho and held it in his right hand with the end of the blade resting lightly on the floor of the training ground. Kisame took a coin out of his pocket, positioned it on his thumb and then flicked it into the air. The coin spun rapidly in the air, reached its peak and then began a slow descent back to the training room floor. Ping! The sound reverberated through the training room. In the next second, the 2 were no more and they were replaced by blurs of motion and clangs of metal. Kisame was stronger than Zabuza straight up and he wielded Seimata more like a brute strength club rather than a traditional sword. Zabuza had a sword with greater length and carving power, but the speed of the fight often resulted in the 2 men being within headbutting range with cross blades. Zabuza broke the stalemate with an attempted mule kick to Kisame's chest, which failed as Seimata drew first blood and quite a bit of chakra across Zabuza's right leg. With the space he created, Zabuza wiped Kubi Kiribocho along the bloody tear of his pinstripe pants. Kisame watched the legendary sword absorb the blood and repair the nicks and scratches in the blade. Good to see your swordplay hasn't faded while you are playing supervillain. Round 2? Zabuza's breathing was controlled, and he seemed unfazed by losing first blood. Kisame chuckled and Seimata squealed at the fresh blood and chakra it tasted before replying sarcastically. Sure thing, Kohei. Another 10 minutes caused cracks, craters and tears to appear throughout the training room. The 2 swordsmen clashed blades repeatedly without hesitation and without holding back an ounce of their strength. This time, it was Kisame and swung Seimata in a wide, waist-level, horizontal arc that forced the two to break apart. Round to me, senpai? This time, Zabuza's breath was labored, and his body and clothes were bloody and full of tears. Kisame was panting and he was resting with two hands on Seimata's hilt with the body of Seimata dug into the ground. He wore a battle-crazed smile on his face, which displayed rows of shark-like teeth and his gills flared. He was in rougher shape than Zabuza with a gash across his chest and multiple cuts on his arms. Chakra was visibly channeling from Seimata into Kisame and his wounds were slowly healing. Yeah, Zabuza, I will give you that one. Tell you what, winner takes all next round? I don't feel like dying in this shithole, and even if I kill you, the Kyuubi brat is too much for me. If I let you go, are you gonna go back to the Akatsuki? Zabuza challenged. It was a good run, but I ain't stupid. That brat united every nation against a rapidly shrinking group of S-ranked ninja, trained up an army of S-ranked fuckers, and is now choking the life out of this petty resistance. If you win this round, I may give you some information in return for an easy escape. What say you? Zabuza contemplated the offer. This guy was always bloodthirsty and just in things for the thrill of the fight. So long as he held Seimata, it is unlikely that Zabuza could kill him unless he severed his head. After a couple seconds, Zabuza nodded. If you swear on Seimata that you will not rejoin the coalition, I agree to your terms. That confident you will win, Zabuza-chan? Kisame's sarcasm was hollow and cautious. Now, it was Zabuza's turn to smirk. You know, Kisame, that brat you speak of is something else. Wanna see something cool? At Kisame's cautious nod, Zabuza formed a rat seal and channeled chakra throughout his body. Seals glowed a brilliant blue and then fizzled out. A powerful chakra burst was emitted and Kisame was forced to grip Seimata tighter to steel his resolve. It turns out that Brat's training program for the so-called elites made our training look like a walk on the beach. Zabuza shook out his arms and legs and then lightly sprung 5 feet in the air. Ah, so good to be free again. Do you know how crushing 3-time gravity and with over 100 pounds on each limb is? Shall we? Zabuza's smirk was so pronounced that it shone through his black face mask. Zabuza replaced his crusty old facial bandages with a mask like Kakashi's when he joined the Allied forces. I realize I never really specified his appearance. Kisame slid into a defensive stance as he got ready to cross blades once again. Zabuza casually bent down and flipped a coin once again. Ping! Zabuza truly blurred out of existence and Kisame barely countered in time. The previous power that Zabuza displayed was less than a third of the strength that Kisame, or should he say Seimata, felt in that strike. Kisame flushed chakra through his body to try and answer Zabuza's newfound speed. Seimata shrieked in protest as another strong clash sent several scales flying across the training grounds. Kisame was forced to maintain a defensive posture and was being driven back into the wall of the chamber. Zabuza continued to dance around Kisame and landed several minor blows to Kisame's limbs. Zabuza surprised Kisame when he spun like a raging tornado, which forced Kisame to jump back and slam his back into the wall. The Akatsuki member panicked briefly when he felt the wall and the momentary distraction almost cost him his head. Zabuza broke his spin and sent Kubikirabocho flying in a horizontal spin at Kisame's neck. The shark-like ninja barely ducked in time and caught a powerful knee to his chin in return for his efforts. The knee snapped his head up and sent him flying up the wall where Zabuza jumped and landed several powerful punches. Each punch sent bone-crushing power into Kisame's torso and forced the body of Seimata's owner to crater the wall, repeatedly. Zabuza finished the attack with a spinning straight kick and used the force of the blow to flip back toward the center of the training ground. Kisame was a proud member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist and the only man that Seimata had acknowledged in this generation. Now, both sword and swordsman were left in a disheveled state and Kisame knew that Zabuza could kill him at any moment. He forced himself to his feet, wanting to die standing with sword in hand. His beaten face looked up at his once junior swordsman and he saw the power and strength befitting the title. So, you win, Zabuza. Are you going to end this? Zabuza cocked his head and looked with puzzlement at his once fellow swordsman. We agreed to a 3rd round. If you give me information worth letting you live, you get to walk. If the information isn't up to snuff, I will trade your life for Seimata. If you still wish to fight, you die. Choose, Kisame, for this is the last time I will make this offer. Kisame chuckled and brought Seimata to his chest. He fed chakra back into the blade to help it heal from the damage Kubikirabocho caused it. That was the relationship between man and sword. If Kisame didn't provide ample amounts of chakra, Seimata would turn on him and deny him as its master. Damned sentient sword. Kisame spit some blood on the floor and then looked at Zabuza. Madara, or so he calls himself, is getting desperate and so is Pain. Pain is recovering from some operation that Kabuto guy performed. Seems he can move on his own once again, and let me tell you, that guy snapped when the brat killed Konan. She was the only thing tethering the so-called god to his sanity. Kisame paused and coughed up some more blood. Also, there is this thing called Zetsu. Evidently some creepy experiment that used Hashirama's cells to create super clones. This lab is trying to infuse them with the power of some meteor they have here. Doesn't seem to be working, but they have thousands of Zetsu. That good enough to let me walk? Zabuza contemplated it. He could get far more out of Kisame, but he was honor-bound by his word. Zabuza nodded. That is good, I will let you go on the condition that you write out what you know and send it via messenger to Konoha. It will help you in the long run, because if these crazy motherfuckers win and rule the world, what would be left? If it is good enough, I could advocate for you to come back to Kiri. I need a good sparring partner. It's humiliating losing to the brat over and over again or thrashing all of the young'uns. Kisame seemed to think about it for a bit and had some conversation with Seimata. After a moment, Kisame responded cautiously. I will put what I know on a scroll. If you win and if Mei agrees to a full pardon, I will consider it. But don't think I would come back to rot in some cell. I would only consider it if you guaranteed it. Zabuza flashed a cocky grin. Sure thing, Sharky. I will go to bat for you when the time is right. Mei-chan will listen to me. Kisame's jaw hit the floor. You're fucking that bombshell? Talk about dating up. Zabuza scowled and gripped Kubi Kiribocho menacingly. I suppose I could finish this now, you son of a. Kisame held his hands up defensively. Alright. I'm sorry. Well, good on ya. I suppose I should get Oda here. Next we fight, I will get you back for this one. See ya later, Kohei. He waved casually over his back as he walked past Zabuza. Zabuza scowled and seriously contemplated his actions as he watched Kisame walk out of the training room door. He slung Kubi Kiribocho and smiled. It felt so good to finally beat Kisame in a match. All the torture that Brat put him through was finally worth it. He brought his head up and decided to continue his mission. He pulled out sealing scrolls and got to work sealing up some of the crazy shit that they found in this lab. Naruto was now walking through the base alone. He left Shi and Hisashi to deal with Kimimaro on the previous floor. Naruto knew his companions could handle the fanatical bone user. She was also a very useful support ninja, and he would be able to support Hisashi effectively. Naruto sensed a familiar and dirty chakra signature up ahead and knew exactly who it belonged to. Naruto prepared a dimensional barrier seal that he developed to deal with Madara. This seal would effectively keep anyone locked in because it separated a set space into its own dimension. That meant that the Hiraishin, Shunshine, reverse summoning or any spatial jutsu would be nullified. It was time to deal with a snake trapped in its cage. Naruto saw a dead-end hallway with a door at the end. Naruto slipped through the door and attached the seal to the door upon entering the room. Naruto walked confidently into the room as the absurdly pale ninja flipped around at the activation of the seal. The chakra pulse and the rippling blue-black energy flittering around the room were hard to miss. The determined battleground was a massive laboratory with 20-man-sized tanks filled with lime-green liquid holding humanoid creatures. Kabuto was standing over a large map of Hoshi with pieces like pawns laid out on the map. Naruto noticed that the pieces were positioned over the forts and around the city of Hoshigakure. He got a sinking feeling when he saw this, but he had faith in his men. They would be able to overcome anything that Kabuto could throw them on the battlefield. After glancing at the map laid out on the ground, Naruto took a minute to take in Kabuto's appearance. He was several tones paler than he was during the Chunin exams, and upon closer inspection it appeared like his skin was composed of minuscule scales. A memory of Orochimaru's true form flashed through Naruto's mind when he noticed the scales. Kabuto was dressed in an overlong white lab coat, the hood hung from the backside of his neck, and Naruto noticed he no longer wore his glasses. Naruto took note of the pale purple outline around Kabuto's eyes, and his senses told him that he was in some form of sage mode. Naruto came to a resting position before he addressed Kabuto, trying to buy time to gather the natural energy around him. Well, Kabuto team, this is what they call the end of the line. I must know, why did you choose this path when you were freed of Orochimaru's tainted presence? Naruto-kun, don't be silly. Orochimaru-sama was a genius and his work spoke to me. As his apprentice, it was my divine duty to carry his work to completion. I took over where he left off and I have come to surpass my former master. Look at that board. Kabuto broke out in a fit of evil laughter as Naruto's gaze once again drifted to the map. Orochimaru-sama could never control more than 3 at one time, and I have 20 of history's strongest ninjas at one time. I have taken the curse mark and perfected it. I know the genetic markers that can take the seal of heaven, and I have taken it to new heights. Orochimaru could only get 1 in 10 to survive, now I get 9 out of 10. I am Science Naruto-kun. I am what takes humanity to the next stage of our evolution. Naruto couldn't believe the insanity Kabuto was spewing, even though he acknowledged the threat that he posed. He was struggling to wrap his mind around that many curse seal users, and he couldn't shake the mention of 20 of history's strongest ninjas. Are you telling me you have 20 Edo Tensei resurrected shinobi on the battlefield right now? Naruto's tone cut through the evil laughter with a razor-sharp seriousness. Kabuto looked offended that Naruto didn't want to play with him. Indeed, Naruto-kun. Oh, and if you think killing me will solve that little problem, you are sorely mistaken. I am the only one who can release them from the Edo Tensei. I don't know about that one, Kabuto team. Even if the contract stands upon your death, we can just seal them away. I taught my people well enough that they can deal with your cheap tricks. Kabuto broke out in another fit of evil laughter. He spoke in a cocky tone, okay, Naruto-kun, how about I bring out a surprise I was saving just for you? Naruto cocked an eyebrow and made a go-ahead gesture with his right hand. He didn't know why he was indulging Kabuto, but he wanted to see what this filth would try to pull on him. Kurama was barking at him to just end the filthy ningen and get it over with, which was promptly ignored by Naruto. Naruto had never indulged in the talk no jutsu, and he wanted to understand why these powerful people would go to such lengths to obtain power. Kabuto flashed through a long series of hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. The chain of kanji began to spread out from his right hand before the seals flashed red and broke apart. Kabuto looked confused when his summons wouldn't come to him and was about to try again when he heard Naruto laughing. He looked up incredulously at Naruto and was about to demand an explanation. Oh, Kabuto team, you don't know the barrier I used. You cannot summon in here, you cannot send commands to your summons out there, and you cannot escape from here, little snake. You are stuck in here with me, mano a mano. So, is there anything else you want to get off your chest before I send you to meet Shin? She is rather upset with you. Kabuto was sweating. He knew the power Naruto held, and all Akatsuki members were ordered to disengage whenever Naruto showed himself. Madara and Pain were coming up with a way to deal with Naruto, and Kabuto knew that he was nowhere near the level of those two. Maybe if he could use the Edo Tensei, but without it? No way. Well, Naruto-kun, how about a trade of information for freedom? Naruto cocked another eyebrow. How about no? The Shinigami herself put a hit out on you, and I am her agent on this plane. It is your time, so make peace with that. If you want to confess your sins, I will listen. If you want to offer information, I will take it. However, there is no way you leave this room, Kabuto team. Kabuto let despair flicker across his visage for a brief instant before he firmed his resolve. Kabuto extended his left hand and launched a chain of snakes at Naruto. This particular body modification allowed for Kabuto to transform his arm into snakes, a more powerful version of Anko's hidden shadow snake hands. In a flicker of movement, Naruto severed the head of each and every snake. Kabuto saw the flicker of light, but he couldn't make out the blade. He was forced to bear witness to the result though, several snake heads puffing out of existence on the ground while his arm was a writhing mass of headless snakes. Kabuto transformed his arm back to its normal state before blurring forward and attempting to fight Naruto in a taijutsu battle. Both sages were flickers of movement, flashes of fists and resounding thuds of flesh on flesh. Naruto's speed allowed him to take his father's hummingbird fist to the next level, and he landed several powerful blows on the joints of Kabuto's arms. If the snake didn't undergo body transformation, he would have lost complete use of his arms. The cartilaginous joints simply popped back into place and allowed Kabuto to continue the exchange of blows. Naruto created an opening and landed a spinning straight kick on Kabuto's chest. The blow lacked the normal cracking of ribs, but it did its job and sent Kabuto flying into the wall, which flickered a dark blue as it absorbed Kabuto's impact. Kabuto stood from his crumpled form and looked up at the motionless form of Naruto. The infuriating blonde simply yawned at Kabuto and put his hands in his pockets. Not bad, Kabuto team. I thought you were supposed to be S-rank though? Wasn't that a prerequisite for joining your little boys club? Kabuto snarled at Naruto. Well, Naruto-kun, we all fight in different ways. It appears you took one of my advantages, but I guess it is time to show you the results of my research. Once Kabuto finished his address, black curse marks began wrapping around Kabuto's body, and then things got weird. Once the curse seals finished their expansion, Kabuto's body began transforming. His lower body transformed completely into a white snake and two small, dragon-like wings sprouted from his back. The scales on his skin became more pronounced and Kabuto's nose receded into his face and became two snake-like slits. This is my true power, Naruto-kun. Here I come. Despite lacking legs, Kabuto blurred forward far faster than his last attempt. Naruto answered blow for blow once again, but he was beginning to take more hits than their last exchange. Furthermore, Kabuto was attacking from extremely odd angles, and he was dodging blows by bending his body in unnatural angles to avoid Naruto's strikes. Then Kabuto's hand glowed green and a chakra fang sprouted from each hand. Naruto could sense the corrosive chakra that the blades were formed out of, and he wanted to avoid taking any hits from those foul fangs. Naruto was forced to concede that he would need to power up if he didn't wish to be overwhelmed. It seems playtime was over. While dodging strikes from Kabuto, Naruto called to Kurama in his mind and Kurama began to sync with Naruto. In an instant, Naruto was shrouded in his golden cloak with the black and red markings indicating that Naruto was in his Kyuubi Sage mode. Naruto kicked Kabuto back once again and withdrew a katana that Naruto handcrafted to match Whirlpool's edge. The best craftsman in Tetsu no Kuni accepted the commission and worked with him to craft this beauty of a blade. Naruto loved Whirlpool's edge, but he wanted to get it a longer counterpart. Naruto spent a considerable amount of money to get the highest quality materials and then he got samore from the kitsune in the sage woods. After a month of crafting and reinforcing with seals, Naruto's collaboration was completed. Heaven's Rampart was a 60-inch katana with a white tsuba and a silken white grip. Seals glowed with Naruto's chakra along the length of the beautiful black blade that had a white edge. The guard was fashioned as a cloud, and it was composing of a platinum that glowed with a heavenly white. The tassel was 6 inches in length and ended with his family seal. The combined Namai's kanji rested on the back of Kyuubi who was encircled in a golden whirlpool. Next to this emblem was the emblem of the Shinigami to announce that Naruto was Shinigami's chosen. With all that said, Heaven's Rampart was ready for its first taste of blood. Naruto held Heaven's Rampart in his right hand and Whirlpool's edge in his left. Their seals glowed as Naruto channeled wind chakra into the blades and the edges extended nearly a full foot and a deadly cutting edge. The translucent glow of the wind blades picked up the glow of Naruto's golden cloak and appeared to glow golden as well. Naruto looked like a heavenly warrior ready to measure out divine punishment. Before Kabuto could process anything, Naruto flashed around him several times. The blades sung through the air in a beautiful dance of dual blades that severed everything with little to no resistance. Kabuto blinked and then blinked again as Naruto's golden form reappeared in front of him. He processed the cocky smirk on the golden face and the fact that Naruto was no longer holding his blades in hand. Then the pain registered, and he watched as his body fell apart. It started as his torso separated from his tail, then he noticed each finger fall from the hand before they had separated from the wrist. Then each forearm was separated from each elbow and the humerus was bisected in equal halves before the head of the humerus was separated from the shoulder. Even the godly regenerative abilities couldn't save the man-snake hybrid as blood was spurting out of every wound. Kabuto knew that he would need to use nearly half of his chakra reserves, but he had no choice, the damage was too severe. He used Orochimaru's original regeneration jutsu. He formed a new body inside his torso and began to escape from his previous skin's unhinged jaw. As his arms were freed from the shed body, a golden hand clamped around his throat and his whole body went limp. The regeneration was incomplete because his chakra flow was halted by the seal that now adorned his throat. The chakra lock seal completely froze all movement in the subject's chakra, and it also meant that Kabuto could no longer put up a fight against his golden cloaked opponent. Well, Kabuto team, I don't enjoy killing but as I said, Shin has claimed your soul. Sadly, we won't see each other again because there is no way you will make it to the pure world. Any last words? Naruto released Kabuto's throat after applying a paralysis seal on top of his chakra lock seal. Kabuto coughed and gasped for air as he looked up into the golden, slitted eyes that gleamed at him through the dark in the room. He noticed the black and blue barrier disperse out of the corner of his eye. He was bitter that the man responsible for his master's death would also be the one to end him. He cursed internally as he searched for a way out of this predicament. Due to his musings, he lost the opportunity to offer last words. Before he knew it, a frozen presence entered the chamber, and his paralyzed body became more rigid as the entity made its presence known to him. In front of him was the Shinigami of legend, complete with her mask and deathly appearance. It terrified every fiber of his being as he gaped at his end. Shin was relaxing in her realm when she felt the pull of her summoner and chosen champion. A pleased smile flitted upon her face before she donned her mask and answered the call. When she arrived in the mortal realm, she took in the glowing figure of her champion. She couldn't help herself as she floated behind him and wrapped him in a playful and flirtatious hug. She let a playful finger pass over his whisker marks before she rose to her full and terrifying height to address the mortal that dared cheat her. Her aura flared and she watched as the mortal cringed in fear and gaped at her presence. Feeling that there was no value swapping words with this filth, she extended a finger and it pierced into Kabuto's heart. From the heart, she drew out the tainted purplish soul of the petty human. Normal souls were a glowing silver with slight variations that showed the purity or taint of the soul. For this human soul to be so dark and tainted, she knew that there was no good in him. With no remorse or emotion, she devoured Kabuto's soul and sighed in content as her champion's contract was completed. She morphed into her true form so that her champion may enjoy her presence for the ensuing conversation. Ah, Naruto-kun, you are a most excellent champion. You never disappoint, my chosen one. I will allow you another favor, should you wish to ask anything of me. She paused her and stepped forward to once again cradle his face in her hand and play with his whiskers. She noticed Naruto's head lean into her warm caress and a content smile appeared on his face as a low purr emanated from deep in his throat. Ara, do you wish for me, Naruto-kun? Shin's playful tone snapped Naruto out of his pleasurable trance and he remembered that he was dealing with the deity of death. Shin, it is good to see you again. I am humbled to be of use to you. You should stop by and see the kids, they are growing so fast. Shin giggled playful at Naruto's cute stutter. I will just have to do that. Do summon me once you return to your home. I sense that there is much death near here. It seems my girls will be busy tonight. Do you have to create so much paperwork for me, Naruto-kun? Naruto got a cheeky grin and made his signature seal. A clone of Naruto appeared wearing the same cheeky grin and Shin sighed as Naruto laughed. Come on Shin, you are a goddess in looks and power, surely you can deal with a bit of paperwork. Shin smiled coyly and she cocked an eyebrow in challenge. Ara, are you making fun of me, Naruto-kun? Naruto tamed the enormous smile that was on his face but there remained a playful glint in his golden eyes. He put a hand over his heart and a mock-offended look on his face. Oh, Shinigami-sama, I would never. Well Shin, is there anyone else that has earned your ire? Shin tsk'd playfully, always straight to business with you, Naruto-kun. Nobody else is currently on my radar but I will let you know if anything changes. Before I go, I will collect the souls you have gathered. She stretched her beautiful, pale arm and grabbed Naruto's right hand where the seal resided. You have been a busy man, my champion. I look forward to seeing you family again, Naruto-kun. She disappeared from the mortal realm and went to wait for the call to visit Naruto's family. Naruto shook his head to return to business mode. He took in the destroyed lab room, and he decided that it was time to begin cleanup operations. He created 100 shadow clones and get them each a custom storage scroll that would allow them to seal up 100 cubic meters. Each clone spread out through the mountain laboratory to begin collecting as much information as they could. The original Naruto let his clones handle their business as he walked back out of the depths of the laboratory. He came across the room where he left Hisashi and she and found the aftermath of a chaotic battle. There were bones strewn around the room and in the center looked like a circular explosion of bones burst out of the floor. In the center of the circle was a man encased up to his waist in bone and it looks like all of the bones came from him. She was patching up a wound on Hisashi's abdomen that was bleeding profusely. Naruto jumped over to the pair, put a glowing green palm on the wound and the wound began to close. Looks like y'all had quite the battle. Was he a Shikatsumiyaku, dead bone pulse, user? Naruto asked as he looked up at the pair. Hisashi grunted as the pain in his abdomen receded. According to Ibiki, this is the guy that freed Kabuto during the invasion. And yes, he used the bone bloodline, quite effectively I might add. She chipped in, he also had that damned curse mark. It seems like the mark ended up killing him though. After this big attack you see here, he just croaked. Good thing he did, too. Those bones cancelled out most of our attacks. When we released our seals, he used his curse mark, and it became a pitched battle. Hisashi's monotone voice reminded Naruto of the typical Hyuga mentality, but Naruto could see the bit of life and playful banter in his eyes. Naruto whistled. Sounds like you guys had a better fight than I did. I took out Kabuto but the fight itself was kind of a letdown. He used the Snake Sage mode and put up a mild fight, but he didn't even draw blood on me. She and Hisashi looked stunned before she stuttered out, why you fought a SS Sage AA and you think it was too easy? Naruto shrugged his shoulders as he finished healing Hisashi. Yosh, that should do it until we can get you to a doc. I am decent at healing, but Tsunade Buchin still makes me look like an amateur. Alright, I have clones collecting intel from around the lab so let's get Zabuza and get ready to leave. She and Hisashi nodded and rose to join Naruto. There wasn't anything worth collecting in the room, so they made their way to the hallway and climbed the staircase to the level where they left Zabuza. They found the swordsman leaning against the wall at the top of the stairs. Without a word, he handed a scroll to Naruto and joined the group. They shared stories of their battles until a group of clones approached Naruto and handed him a bundle of sealing scrolls. Once Naruto pocketed the scrolls, each member of the group put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and he flashed them to the headquarters. In the headquarters, at 3 a.m., a clone of Naruto was taking in battle reports from the intelligence core. Inoiki was wearing some sort of headset that was connected to a massive orb of sensing chakra. Inoiki and another ninja from Kumo maintained a direct link with Gaara and Kyuchi. They were relaying battle states and developments on each front. Inoiki could also activate links to platoon leaders in order to get more detailed information. Everything was going according to plan and Naruto was working with Shikaku Nara to make adjustments and direct reinforcements. At 3:30 am, Naruto told everyone that the original was going dark as he entered the mountain base. Immediately following that, Inoiki informed the command team that shinobi with the cursed marks were appearing from the forts en route to Hoshigakure. Elite shinobi had already engaged, and the battle was proceeding as planned until the Allied forces started to take losses. It was 2 minutes later that things got worse, and the command team was forced to respond. Across the battlefield, 20 resurrected shinobi appeared to reinforce the coalition. Each of the resurrected shinobi were B2S-class threats and included historical shinobi like the second Tsuchikage, Mu, multiple members of the previous generation of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist and various Jonin-level shinobi from various villages. Naruto clone talked briefly with Shikaku before he called for Mei, Jiraiya and Onoki to join him. Tsunade grumbled loudly about damned babies and not being able to fight. The clone flashed to the various battlegrounds to the seals that each platoon leader carried with them and deposited each legendary shinobi to deal with their resurrected adversaries. Sealing ninjas remained on standby to seal away the resurrected shinobi. The fights were pitched, and the devastation was on a different level than a standard shinobi battle. By 3:45 am, 8 of the 20 resurrected shinobi had been sealed away and then something happened. Multiple reports came in about the reanimated shinobi getting their personalities back and talking. The resistance they put up also decreased as the summoned souls fought against the influence of the Edo Tensei. By 4 am all reanimated shinobi were sealed away, and Naruto flashed to the leaders of the Allied forces to bring them back to the command center. The Allied forces continued with minor resistance to Hoshigakure. By first light, the occupation of Hoshigakure began and the wounded Allied shinobi were evacuated. Naruto flashed into the command center with his elite task force to a round of applause by those present. He gave a cheeky grin and a flashy bow before returning to command mode. He had his clone dispel and spent 5 minutes reviewing the memories. He informed everyone of what happened on his end and why the Edo Tensei was partially disrupted. He gave the sealing scrolls to the intelligence core to begin going through the information while he gave 5 scrolls to Tsunade. She cocked an eyebrow at him as if asking for an explanation. In these scrolls are the bodies of Kamimaru, Kabuto, some white plant clone, some white clone with a cursed mark and one of the enemy shinobi that had the cursed seal, but it was different because it glowed purple. I want you to investigate them and let everyone know what we are dealing with. Tsunade nodded at Naruto's command and pocketed the scrolls for later inspection. The raid on Hoshi lasted for less than 6 hours and produced favorable results, however, there were many losses. With the morning sun came the mourning of fallen comrades. Medical tents were full and critical injuries were being evacuated to hospitals. Overall, there were 900 enemies slain on the multiple battlefields and the Allied forces lost 150. There were 222 enemies captured and they were being treated as prisoners of war. All enemies with the cursed seals fought to the death, so there were none of those left among the POWs. Tsunade was coordinating the medical corps to treat the wounded patients. There were over 300 casualties that the Allied forces were triaging. Any critical patient that was stable enough for Naruto to flash to Konoha Hospital was given the short version of transportation. Unfortunately, there were many critically injured shinobi that wouldn't be able to withstand the stress of the space-time technique. Ninjas could be seen darting towards Tsunagakure or Iwagakure to get the critically injured to the hospitals. The chaos was distressing, but the overall environment was positive and productive. Everyone, even the injured, was high on the first victory of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Chapter 30. 3 days later, Naruto returned to his compound and was greeted by his burgeoning family. 3 of his girls were ready to pop. His 2 children were resting comfortably in their mother's arms. Koyuki and Shion were smiling and getting along well with their prospective sister wives. It was good to be home. After a bath, in which Anko salaciously helped Naruto, He made his way to the living room to catch up with his girls. As he entered the room, Kurotsuchi came up, gave him a kiss and handed off Orochi to him. He cradled his son in his arms as he joined Kurotsuchi on the love seat. There were multiple girly whimpers heard around the room before 8 Narutos popped into existence. Ringing up Shin. His wives were familiar with the Shinigami, even though Temari hadn't met her yet. Shien and Koyuki were wide-eyed and nervous when Naruto said that he would be summoning Shin into his house. The other girls reassured them that everything would be okay. Thus, Naruto flashed through some seals and then the ethereal beauty joined the Uzumaki Namikaze family in their house. Ara, what a beautiful family you have, Naruto-kun. May I? She held out her hands to Naruto and he handed Orochi over to the goddess of death. She cooed at the baby that was resting with half-lidded eyes in her arms. Who is this beautiful boy's mother? Kurotsuchi stood up and bowed. Shinigami-sama, I am Kurotsuchi Uzumaki and that is my son Orochi Uzumaki. Shin paused her cooing and looked around at the girls in the room. Consider this a standing order, when we are alone as a family, there will be no further formalities. You may all address me as Shin. You are each chosen to represent me in this plane, however, all I want is to be part of this earthly family. Consider me the Anne of the Uzumaki Namikaze family. The girls blushed and nodded at the goddess's request. Naruto smiled and looked over Shin's shoulder at his baby boy. Every girl in the room thought that they looked like a newlywed couple coddling their new child. Strangely, it didn't bother them at all. Shin continued to rock the baby as they asked Naruto the question. Naruto-kun, have you considered what you wish from me? I do not wish to stay indebted to you. Despite the stunned looks from his girls, Naruto just rubbed the back of his neck and chuckled sheepishly. I have been busy, Shin. Haven't had time to give it much thought. At that time, Kushina woke up and began crying. Haku knew she was hungry, so she uncovered one of her breasts and let the baby eat. Every girl wished that they could do that with their babies already. It was then that an idea came to Ino. Anyo, Shin-chan, is it possible for Naruto's parents to meet the family? I know they are in the pure world, but is it possible to bring them here without offending you? Everyone looked shocked at the concept, but Shin put a curled fist to her chin in a thinking pose. After a moment, she answered the question. It is possible. I could grant them some time in the mortal realm. Naruto-kun has been a most efficient gatherer of souls for me. I suppose I could do that. Naruto was frozen in time. He wished Kurama were here so he could consult him, but he didn't want to interrupt his partner's time with his mate. Shin waved a hand in front of Naruto's face to break him from his thoughts. Oh, sorry Shin. I got lost in my thoughts there. Would that be too much trouble? Shin put a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. Of course not, Naruto-kun. Your parents have been working for me in the pure world, so it would be easy enough to grant them some vacation time. However, it is temporary. Let's see, you have given me 560 souls since our contract began. Naruto winced when he considered how many people he had killed. I would say I could grant them 2 months in this realm. They would need to be sustained from your power, Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked, then blinked again. 2 months, that was long enough for them to get to know his girls and help them through the pregnancies. He looked at his girls and each of them gave a nod of their head. Every single one of them was hoping that they could live up to his parents' expectations. Shin broke the silence once again. Naruto-kun, there are conditions with this. This is breaking the natural order and I do not wish to have hundreds of mortals coming to me to see the dead. If we do this, your parents must stay on this compound, and you cannot share this secret. Those that guard you must not tell others. Naruto nodded all the way through Shin's explanation, and he had to admit that he wouldn't want to deal with the hassle of more people coming to him to seek favor. Then a thought struck him, and he needed to ask. Shin, I do not wish to overstep. I respect our partnership and I will never seek to abuse your favor. I must ask one more favor from you. It does not need to be for months, but is there any way to bring back Dan, Tsunade's previous love, and Noaki Senju, her fallen brother? For a day or so? I wish to give one of the people that has given everything to me such a gift. I will owe you one. Naruto bowed at the end of his request to show his sincerity. Shin used her free hand to raise Naruto's head. She tenderly rubbed Naruto's whisker marks as she peered into his sincere, azure eyes. Then she leaned in and laid a passionate kiss on Naruto's lips. Naruto was stunned for a second before he returned the kiss while internally hoping that his girls wouldn't clobber him for this. Once again, the girls watched on thinking that these two were natural lovers. A stunning couple of beautiful people, like something out of the best romance movie. They couldn't even bring themselves to be jealous. After 15 seconds or so, Shin broke the kiss. I believe that is enough payment, Naruto-kun. I will grant your second favor. Shin touched her lips, lost in a passionate thought. I apologize, girls, it was not my intention to encroach on your man, however, his soul is so pure that I find myself drawn to him. Her voice sounded surprised by the revelation and her tone was abashed. The girls went through a round of "it's fine" or "it's okay" or Hinata stuttering, perverted giggles. Overall, the girls found themselves exceedingly okay with their man macking on the death goddess. Naruto remained stunned, with eyes closed and lips still outstretched, missing their embrace of the death goddess's lips. Shin gave his whisker marks another rub and broke Naruto from his trance. He comically shook his head to clear the intoxicating thoughts. He created 5 shadow clones to go retrieve certain people. The clones dashed off to retrieve their intended targets. In the next 10 minutes, 4 flashes of yellow were seen and their cargo was deposited. Shin used the time to talk with the girls and she handed off Orochi to get a chance to hold Kushina. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Tsubaki were brought in by the first clone, followed by Mikoto with the second clone. The third clone flashed in with Tsume and Q, and the fourth clone arrived with Hiashi and Hitomi, and the final clone flashed in with Hiruzen Sarutobi. All of the newcomers were stunned by the ethereal beauty casually bonding with Naruto's family. She stood there with babies in both arms as Naruto snapped a picture of Shin with his children. Then Naruto threw the camera to Jiraiya and had all his girls get around Shin. That picture would be enlarged and hung over the fireplace of the Uzumaki Namikaze living room for all future generations of the clan to marvel at. Finally, after the joyous picture was taken, Naruto got into serious mode, cleared his throat and addressed the group filling his living room. Everyone, it is my highest honor to introduce you to Shin. Most of you would know her as Shinigami-sama and you will address her as such until she tells you otherwise. Shin playfully slapped Naruto's shoulder as he said this. It was then that 8 jaws hit the ground and Naruto got another picture that would be hung in his private study. His laughter continued for several minutes before the group's stupefaction finally broke. Naruto held up his hands to regain their attention and silence. I know there are many questions due to this revelation, however, that is not why I called you here today. I have earned a favor from Shinchan, and she has decided to do something to demonstrate her gratitude for my efforts. Rather than explain, I will let her do her thing and we will take it from there. Naruto stepped back and flashed into his golden cloak. He created 4 shadow clones and loaded as much chakra as he could into each one. The clones knelt in front of Shin in a single file line. What followed stunned those gathered. Shin created a portal with her right hand and the group watched 4 people walk through the portal, 4 people they recognized very well. Tsunade clasped her hands over her mouth, Jiraiya stood there completely godsmacked, Hiruzen blinked rapidly to make sure what he was seeing was real. Hitomi, Tsume and Mikoto squealed loudly in disbelief as they saw their best red-headed friend and Hiashi. Q couldn't help the light growl that escaped from his throat at the sight of Minato, but that soon changed when he saw the wide-eyed look on his partner's face. The souls phased through the portal and entered their respective shadow clones. The clones emitted a cloud of smoke before they all took on the forms of their new inhabitants. Kushina, Minato, Dan and Nowaki knelt in front of Shin with smiles on their faces. They had been contacted by the Shinigami and brought to the mortal realm without much explanation. Shinigami-sama, we have answered your call. The 4 said in unison. Stand, my children, and enjoy your time in the mortal realm. Dan and Nowaki, I have granted you 1 week to catch up with your loved ones. Be sure to use that time well for you will not be brought back again. Kushina and Minato, your son has completed missions for me as my champion in this realm. His efforts have granted you 2 months in the mortal realm. Be ready to get back to work when your time is up. Hi, Shinigami-sama. Thank you. The 4 chorused loudly. Shin was over to Naruto, handed off Kushina to him and placed a chaste kiss on his lips. Minato was clearly confused by this and Kushina cocked an eyebrow. Jiraiya straight up fainted and Naruto's wives giggled. With a final wave Shin left the group so that they may catch up with one another. Before everything devolved into chaos, Naruto cleared his throat loudly and drew the group's attention. Okay everyone, I know we are all excited for this. Before we all catch up, some ground rules need to be laid out. For those brought back, you are to remain on the Uzumaki Namikaze compound at all times. For those that are gathered here, their existence needs to be treated as an S-class secret. I will address my guards so that they understand this. Now, Mom and Dad, let me do some introductions. Kushina and Minato knew of their son, and they got updates from Shinigami-sama from time to time. When they weren't working for the Death Goddess, they could watch their son through their television that Shin set up for them. However, they knew relatively little about Naruto and his wives. Naruto introduced each one of them and Kushina ran to each girl and embraced them in a massive hug. Minato stood by his son and gave a fatherly wave to each girl that was introduced. When Naruto introduced their grandchildren, Kushina squealed loudly, which reminded Naruto of Sakura in the academy. During this time, Dan and Naoki walked up to Tsunade and gave her a big hug. Jiraiya had recovered from his fainting spell and stood supportively behind Tsunade. The hug between Tsunade and Dan was a little awkward because the last time the two saw each other, they were lovers. Now, Tsunade was over 8 months pregnant with Jiraiya's baby as she addressed a man that took her years to get over. Dan-kun, it is so good to see you again. And Naoki-chan. She rubbed the top of Naoki's head lovingly. Naoki protested. Tsunade, just because I died doesn't mean I haven't aged. This is just my mortal representation. Tsunade ignored Naoki's protest and proceeded to give him the full little brother treatment. Dan had a wistful smile on face as he watched the pair. Jiraiya cleared his throat and wrapped a possessive arm around Tsunade's shoulder. Dan, it is good to see you again. Tsunade elbowed Jiraiya in the gut for his awkward possessiveness, but he wouldn't be her knucklehead if he didn't act like that. Ignore him, Dan. It seems you brought out Jiraiya's possessive side. Shall we take a walk in the garden to catch up? Dan nodded casually at this and Naoki cheered. The group walked out into the garden to get some private space to catch up. They walked around the garden chatting for an hour before returning to the living room. It was a cathartic experience for Tsunade and Dan, who never got to say goodbye. Naoki was excited to meet his extended family, so he bounded over to join Naruto's group when they returned. Dan separated to go catch up with Hiruzen, so Jiraiya and Tsunade sat on some bar stools to soak it all in. Immediately after introductions, Kushina bombarded the girls with questions. The main question was why Naruto had 7 wives and 2 girlfriends. The group laughed at this before the girls took turns explaining what happened. Minato stood with Orochi in his arm and his other arm resting proudly on Naruto's shoulder. He was crying proud tears when he heard how Naruto was achieving his dream. He was crying jealous tears when he looked around the room at Naruto's beautiful wives. When Shien's turn came to tell her story, Minato laughed out loud. Ah, Shien-chan, I am glad you decided to honor the contract. I saw your mother a while back in the pure world and we talked about that as we caught up with one another. Kushina got a pouty face when Minato talked about it. Yeah, we all know you were Mr. Popular. Do you want to know how that marriage contract was formed? Everyone nodded enthusiastically at this. Well, Minato went a played hero, as he does, Dada Bane. Then, Cyan's mom professes her love for him right in front of me. After a blow or two to the head, Minato said that our children could get married. Then, over drinks, they wrote that contract up. Shien, your mom was a shameless flirt when it came to my Minato-kun. Kushina puffed her cheeks in annoyed jealousy. Minato rubbed the back of his neck in a very Naruto-esque manner. Haha, it's not my fault, Kushi-chan. I swear. This earned a fit of giggles from all those listening. Sume chimed in. Yeah, Kushi-chan, Minato's fan club was the biggest in Konoha history and you were the only girl he ever gave in to. So, Kenneth, why don't ya? Mikoto giggled. That is so true. I was so close to getting you to share him as well. This earned scandalized looks from all the girls. That was until they reflected on it and realized that they were sharing Naruto with 8 other girls. Oh, kick a dead horse why don't ya, Miko-chan? Kushina pouted playfully again and earned another fit of laughter. Before too long, the group broke up into parts and all of the girls went out into the garden to engage in some girl talk. The boys wanted to check out what Naruto had done with the place. Naturally, Naruto was more than eager to show his father the underground modifications he had made. Jiraiya watched on with amusement as Minato marveled at the changes Naruto had made. The study was now twice as large as Minato left it and it was neatly organized. There were 2 large shelves, marked Uzumaki and Namikaze respectively, that adorned the wall behind the massive L-shaped desk. On the right side of the room were supply drawers filled with ink and scrolls and on the left side stood a weapons rack that spanned the length of the wall. These weapons were ongoing projects that Naruto was trying to enhance with Fuinjutsu. Minato darted around the room like a kid on crack in a candy store. The rapid-fire questions flew toward Naruto in a blur of words, which earned laughs from Q, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Dan, Naoki, Hiyashi, and Naruto. When Minato got to the desk, he started reviewing the seals that were left on the table. He picked up a notebook that contained the theory work for Naruto's anti-space-time barrier. He whistled in appreciation before looking up inquisitively toward Naruto. Care to explain, Sochi? Yeah, 2-chan. The guy in the orange mask continued causing problems after you died. He killed Fugaku Uchiha right in front of me and the Uchiha family. Everyone's head did in reverent memory of Fugaku while Minato looked shocked. I developed this barrier seal to ensure that when I catch him, he won't be able to get away. It prevents all spacetime techniques by isolating those within the barrier into my own pocket dimension of sorts. It stops the Shunshin, Hiraishin, Haku's ice mirror technique and any other special movement we have tried. Minato was nodding along to Naruto's explanation before he asked a question. This barrier must be quite the drain on your chakra though. How do you sustain it? Naruto flashed into his golden cloak and cocked an eyebrow at his father. YYUM mastered the Kyuubi's power? Q stepped forward to address the question. He sure did. He has been able to use my full power for over a year. Minato's head instantly spun toward Q, and everyone could tell he was moments away from making a big discovery. Why your PP power? Naruto was holding in his amusement and kept a straight face as the scene played out before him. Q made a grandiose gesture before answering the question. Naruto really thought that Q had spent too much time with his perverted godfather. Yes, Yondaime, my power. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune and your kid is my clan's first summoner, first sage and the right paw of my clan. He rules alongside me over the Kitsune clan and has brought us into an age of prosperity. Q's voice bellowed boisterously across the study and the only answer he received in return for his proclamation was a thud. Oh man, Q. You really did it now. He is out like a light, Naruto said through fits of laughter. Dan and Noaki were frozen stiff at the revelation too, but they managed not to pass out. Those with their faculties remaining put Minato on the study couch and Naruto spent the next 10 minutes showing Hiashi some of the weapons he was developing. Hiashi was keenly interested when Naruto showed him the Fuinjutsu compound bow. There was a summoning seal at the notch that could automatically reload with a simple chakra pulse. Naruto showed him some of the seal arrows that he was developing as well. Explosive tips, poison cloud tips, flash tips, air burst tips, hyper-penetrating tips, the list went on. Naruto decided to make his pitch to Hiashi since the Hyuga would become a devastating archery force if he could get the clan behind it. Hiashi agreed to take it up with the new Elder Council, which was much more open to new ideas than the previous main house council. Eventually, Minato woke up and came to grips with the fact that his son had found a way to let the Kyuubi out of the seal. He was intrigued by the use of shadow clones, and he was incredulous when Naruto said that he had shared this secret with the other Jinchuriki. Hiashi decided to step in and save Naruto a headache. Minato, I don't know how much you have seen from the other side. Naruto has managed to unite the 5 great nations, he is the supreme commander of the allied forces, and he is due to be inducted as the Godime Hokage. Minato head spun toward Hiruzen who nodded in confirmation before he passed out again. Naruto caught him and slapped him awake, not wanting to waste more time to his father's antics. You alright, 2-chan? Minato blinked his eyes open as he looked at his son. The man that was accomplishing his dream less than 16 years after his death. I am proud of you, Sochi. Hiruzen decided to pipe in. Minato-kun, I was going to wait to do it, but I think it would mean a lot to have you there. What if we induct Naruto as the Godime before you return to the pure world? Jiraiya's head spun at this one. I thought we were going to wait until the Gaki is at least 18? Hiruzen chuckled and reached for his pipe before taking a drag. Jiraiya, I am too old. Especially since Onoki has handed over the reins. Every cage knows that I am Hokage in name only and they all look to Naruto for answers already. What say we make him the Hokage, and I am just his senior advisor. For the duration of the war, Homura and I can hold down the fort while he is out there saving the world. Minato put a proud hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto didn't look too sure about assuming the mantle, but he admitted to himself that he would love to have his parents there with him. Jiraiya's loud voice broke him from his musings. Look, Gaki, we know you can do it. That is why we are asking you. Plus, with your blood clone technique we can have your clone hold down the homefront as Hokage while you act as the supreme commander. You are the best man for this, and Sensei is right. If we install you now, we get a big moral boost as the war ramps up. Fine, fine, fine. Geez, it's not like I have 2 kids, 3 more coming in the next month and a massive force of shinobi to lead into war. Naruto threw up his hands in exasperation. Exactly, Gaki, you are already doing all that, so surely you can be the Hokage too. Jiraiya slapped Naruto on the back. Naruto snapped and adopted a Tsunade-like look as he looked at his godfather. He brought his right fist into his left hand and cracked his knuckles menacingly. Before Jiraiya knew it, he was planted halfway into the wall of the study. Naruto dusted off his knuckles and led the group for the rest of the tour. After the girls broke off from the boys, It was time for the juicy girl talk. Kushina was bouncing between Naruto's wives excitedly and taking it all in. She swapped between holding Orochi and Kushina. When she found out that Haku named her first daughter after her, she wrapped Haku in a massive hug and let out tears of gratitude. The girls were in fits of pregnant giggles as they watched Kushina. Temari, Anko and Koyuki were simply wishing that they could be pregnant already, but they knew that was a no-go until the war ended. The group came to a rest in the gazebo and Kushina decided to ask Tsunade about Jiraiya. "So, Tsunade, you finally let the perverted old toad get some, huh?" Tsunade blushed and placed a loving hand over her stomach. "You have your son to blame for that. I think you would be pleasantly surprised though. He hasn't peeped on, kissed or wished for any woman except me since Naruto was 3. After the Hyuga incident, Jiraiya and I got together. We had a joint wedding with these wonderful girls, and we will be having a Senju son in a couple weeks. I count Jiraiya as the biggest surprise and the second greatest blessing upon my life." Kushina cocked an eyebrow. "Second?" Tsunade nodded. "It was Naruto who saved me. Originally, I was only here to honor your memory. My plan was to stay for his first year, but Naruto saved me. The massive hole in my heart left by Dan and Noaki was filled by his light. I know this might be hard for you to hear, but I consider Naruto my son." Tsunade looked up hesitantly into Kushina's eyes and saw her crying. Kushina nodded in gratitude at Tsunade's statement. "Before I got pregnant, I was going to name him the Senju heir since he is my grandson, once removed but there is still some Senju blood in him. Now, he will be the godfather to my child instead." Everyone let the two have their moment. However, Kushina was never one to stay serious for so long, so she decided to tease her old friend. "So, Miki-chan, why doesn't Naruto have an Uchiha waifu? I noticed that there is no Uchiha in this great collection." Mikoto pouted. "It is not my fault. Fugaku and I had 3 sons. I tried giving him his choice of the Uchiha girls, but no luck. I swear, every girl in the elemental nations throws their panties at your boy. And, Hitomi cheated." Kushina was laughing uproariously before she looked over at an abashed Hitomi. Hitomi was blushing and whistling in an overly innocent fashion. Kushina coughed in a manner that said spill it, so Hitomi did. "Well, after Naruto-kun saved the Hyuga clan, I may or may not have embellished on some details of our girl talk." Kushina was confused and made a get-to-the-point gesture with her hands. "Hinata loved Naruto since she was 3 and when Naruto came over for dinner, I told him that we agreed to have our first daughter and son married and I may have made it sound like it was a more official agreement than some drunk talk between us." Hitomi spewed out nervously and rapidly without taking a single breath in between words. Kushina looked over at Hinata hoping for a clearer explanation. "Kushina-ka-chan, what my mother means is that she guilt-tripped Naruto into marrying me for my sake. Naruto and I had feelings for one another, but at that time he had just started courting these 5. She gestured to Anko, Ino, Haku, Samui, and Kurotsuchi. He felt like he was taking advantage of us and didn't want to add another wife." Kurotsuchi laughed at this. "It was all a little strange at first. Every single one of us didn't know how we were supposed to share one man." Samui chuckled. "Let me tell you, Kushina-ka-chan, it was awkward. But your son is something special. I am the happiest I have ever been and I am sure each of the girls here would say the same." Anko, who had been drinking copious amounts of sake, chimed in with a slight slur. "Yup, he can keep us all very, very happy. I got the first test drive and the gaki laid me out flat." The girls shook their heads in embarrassment as they were racked in fits of perverted giggles. Kushina cocked her other eyebrow demanding more from the story. When Anko continued drinking, she decided to ask outright. "Anko-chan, I noticed that you are considerably older than the other and Naruto-kun himself. Care to share your story?" Anko waved off her concerns. "Oh, typical story of a 9-year-old prodigy joining my Anbu team. Spent 3 years with the gaki and fell in love with him. Held myself back until he actually found a way to remove my curse mark from Orochi team. Couldn't hold back after that and then he told me he loved me and... yeah, that is pretty much that." Kushina was shocked as she looked around at the girls that thought this was just the most natural thing ever. "Naruto was in Anbu at 9? And you popped his cherry at 13? Anko nodded to both and Kushina hair flared into 9 tails in a protective manner. "And you see nothing wrong with that?" Anko shook her head negatively. "Well, okay then. Thanks for taking care of my Sochi." Everyone face vaulted at the anticlimactic end of that interchange. The girls continued to share their love stories in more descriptive ways. Tsubaki brought out sake for those women that were not pregnant and some lemonade for the pregnant girls. Kushina continued to listen to the girls with a smile on her face before she decided she needed to ask the question. Not that I don't appreciate the many new additions to my family. But girl to girl, how does Naruto keep you all happy? Every single girl giggled perversely before Hinata said, shadow clones. It was Kushina's turn to pass out. How had she never thought to make Minato use shadow clones for that? The girls laughed uproariously at their passed out mother-in-law. A minute later, Kushina returned to the land of the living and wiped away a bit of blood from her nose before asking. And that works to keep you all happy? Just shadow clones? Tsunade cut in here. Look, Kushi-chan, I will spare you the gory details, but I will say this. After they were married, these girls here made bunnies look like prudes. It got so bad that I had to separate them all and force them to take on missions. The poor girls went through withdrawal symptoms. WW withdrawal? Kushina asked incredulously. Tsunade chuckled, sucked down some lemonade while pretending it was sake, then answered. Yup. Naruto has found incredible ways to use chakra to enhance stimulation. I have had to repeatedly bring these girls here out of pleasure comas caused by overstimulation of the brain. Hitomi, Kushina and Mikoto blasted backwards on their couches with massive nosebleeds and remained passed out for 5 minutes. When they all regained consciousness, Tsunade continued. This kind of stimulation is massively addictive, and so I had to intervene. In short, our son is a sex god and I have come to grips with that already. Mikoto wore a jealous look on her face. I mean, Guy is a great guy. And his body is perfect, and his style has gotten better over the years, but he has never put me into a pleasure coma. Hitomi supported her friend and looked jealously at her daughter. Me neither, Miko-chan. Not even once in all these years. I am just lucky if I can get off. Mom. Hinata cut her mother off. Oh, Kenneth, you. I don't want to hear it from you. I just had to listen about how your husband puts you into pleasure comas. Hitomi shot back. This earned uproarious laughter from the group. Mikoto then asked a question that got everyone thinking. Think Naruto would share his secret with our men? Kurotsuchi got $signs in her eyes. For the right price. Oh Kami, I can't wait for my next round with Ruto-kun. Tsunade-ka-chan, I am cleared for sex again, right? Tsunade scratched the back of her neck nervously. Yes, Kuro-chan, it has been over 60 days and your most recent checkup came back clean. Have at 'em. Kurotsuchi got up at that point. Well, girls, Mama's been waiting long enough. I will see you all tomorrow. Every room has a privacy seal on top of the light switch, in case y'all didn't know. Kurotsuchi zoomed off, running toward the house. Haku then realized what she was saying before she handed Orochi off to Mikoto. Could you guys watch him and Kushi-chan for the night? There is fresh breast milk in the fridge. Haku didn't even wait for the answer before she blurted off in pursuit of Kurotsuchi. Surprisingly, Koyuki stood up and excused herself next. Anko, never one to BS, looked at Tamari. Come on girl, this is getting good. Let's go join them. The two followed the growing group of girls. Shion looked expectantly at Samui, Hinata, and Ino. What? You aren't going to join them? Samui answered. When you are over 8 months pregnant, sex is the last thing that you want. I just want to go lie down and hope this baby will let me sleep tonight. Ditto, said Hinata and Ino simultaneously. CC, can He handle TT them AA all at once? Kushina stuttered out. Ino laughed merrily. Oh, Kushinaka-chan, the question is, will that be enough to handle him? I will bet you a million Ryu that every single one of those girls will be passed out until lunchtime. Tsubaki, Tsunade, Hinata and Samui all nodded their heads in agreement, and the conversation ended with Mikoto, Hitomi and Kushina passing out with nosebleeds again. The horny girls kidnapped Naruto from his study and left all of the guys there gaping as he walked the girls up to the master bedroom. Without going into detail, let's say that Naruto tested the limits of the privacy seal's power. Furthermore, no privacy seal could stop the overwhelming stench of sex that wafted out of the master bedroom. The adults were shown their lodgings for the night, and Mikoto and Hitomi left with a mighty itch to scratch that night. The next day at breakfast, Kushina walked into the kitchen to see 10 Narutos preparing a massive breakfast spread for his guests. Eggs, pancakes, bacon, waffles, sausages, rice and toast were being prepared in a manner that would make a 5-star chef proud. Minato walked in following shortly behind Kushina and looked like he spent most of the night making up for lost time with Kushina. Smells great, Sochi. Anything we can help with? Minato asked. Boss is upstairs with the girls in the master bedroom. Would one of you let them know that breakfast will be ready shortly? Clones have already notified Tsunade, Dan and Noaki about breakfast time. Kushina piped in cheerily, I'll do it. She dashed up the stairs and then the clones stopped what they were doing. In unison they all said, oh, shit. Kushina made it to the door of the master bedroom, and she was overwhelmed by the smell of sex. It is one thing to hear that your Sochi is a sex god, it is another thing to witness it. Without knocking, Kushina opened the door to a sight she would never forget. Bed sheets and pillows were thrown everywhere. On the massive double king bed there were 5 girls splayed out. Each of the 5 was passed out with looks of sheer bliss on their cum-covered faces. Evidently, they were too tired and pleased to care about anything. The girls were centered around Naruto, who was resting contentedly and reading a scroll. Naruto's free hand was petting Koyuki's hair as he continued to read his scroll. Without looking up, Naruto said, Kachan, could you close the door please? I will wake them all up shortly and have them take a shower. Kushina stood there frozen, unable to respond, eyes wide open as the sight before her would be burned into her memory for eternity. Naruto decided to let his mom process things and just kept reading. 2 minutes later, Minato came up behind Kushina. Babe, breakfast is ready. I have been calling up. Minato was stupefied when he looked up to see what Kushina was looking at. He froze as well. One hand on Kushina's shoulder, he stood there frozen at the state of things in front of him. Naruto decided enough was enough, so he got up and pushed his parents out of the room. He drew a bath and carried each girl to the tub. As they soaked the water in, life returned to their eyes. The extra-large tub could fit 10 and Naruto was glad that he splurged for the addition to the master bath. An hour later, the group came down the stairs to receive stares from all of the recently resurrected. Tsunade laughed. Geez, Ruto-kun, you could have locked the door, you know? Naruto adopted his sheepish pose and blasted his guests with a gigawatt smile. Hee, I guess I am not used to having guests that would open my door without knocking. Sorry SS Sochi, Kushina stuttered out. Naruto waved off his mother's concerns. No problem, Kachan. At that moment, an international guard popped in and got Naruto's attention. Naruto-sama, Hiyashi and Might Guy are at the front gate for you. Let them in, they can join us for breakfast. The guard vanished and walked into the dining room with the 2 5 minutes later. After the pleasantries were exchanged, everyone enjoyed a wonderful breakfast. Kushina was blown away by her son's cooking and his sentiments were echoed by everyone. So, Hiyashi-san and Guy-san, what can I help you with on this fine morning? Guy actually blushed and looked flustered. Naruto-kun, your flames of youth burn most brightly. Last night, Mikoto-chan returned home and said that I must learn your secret techniques at any cost. I must admit that I wish to enhance my flames of youth so that I may make my Mikoto-chan happy. At that point, Guy's blush boiled over, and steam poured out of his ears. The usually stoic Hiyashi was also blushing tomato red as he tried to maintain eye contact with Naruto. Naruto-san, you know that I am deeply indebted to you already and I dare not ask for more. However, Hitomi asked me for the same request. Hitomi gave me a blank check from the Hyuga in exchange for this secret technique of yours. Incredulous looks were present on every visitor's face at the table. Naruto's girls were shaking their heads and giggling. Hinata snapped a picture of her red-faced father because she never wanted to forget this moment. Kushina elbowed Minato in the gut to spur him to action. Sochi, I would also like to know this secret technique and your mother is most insistent. Naruto laughed uproariously at all of the attention. He unsealed a book from a seal on his pants pocket. I only have one copy. I was going to get it published but it has been put on the back burner due to the war and everything else going on. Naruto held the book up casually in his right hand as he looked at all of the guys in the kitchen. A clone captain popped into existence, took the book from his creator's hand and walked down toward the study. I will make a copy for each of you. You are not to share this with anyone until I publish it. Agreed? Several head nods followed his proclamation and the mood returned to normal. Hiyashi and Guy excused themselves and Naruto left for his daily duties. Kushina decided to ask Tsunade for a favor. Tsunade, is there any way we could have the girls give birth here? I would love to be a part of that experience. I will ask Shizune if that is possible. I am sure we can bring the required equipment here. Girls, is that what you want? Ino, Hinata and Samui looked at one another before nodding their heads. If we can have our mothers present as well then that would be fantastic, Ino said. Tsunade-sama, you will not be present though, will you? Asked Hinata. No, probably not. I am due a week or two before each of you and my chakra network will be recovering. I trust Shien and the other doctors though. I will talk to them about getting a birthing suite set up in one of the guest houses, if Naruto approves. The girls agreed to talk to Naruto about this request, which he easily approved. His compound was the safest place in the elemental nations, after all. Naruto continued to work through the day and decided to do something crazy. He created a couple clones to take over his workload and flashed a couple of times around the elemental nations. Around 3 p.m. that day, Onoki and Naruto flashed into his living room. Sit on the love seat was Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Onoki sputtered out nonsense as he held a finger out that pointed toward Minato with a disbelieving look on his face. I remained stoic, but he was internally shocked to see his old rival. Minato and Kushina looked up and were surprised to see the pair that Naruto decided to bring into the house. Before anything could get started, Naruto held up a hand. Okay, this was an impromptu idea, but I wanted everyone to get the chance to bury the hatchet. Mom, Dad, in case you don't recognize them, this is the Sandaime Tsuchikage, Onoki, and this here is the Yondaime Reikage, I and Onoki, the Shinigami owed me a favor and I asked for a couple days to spend with my parents. They are not truly resurrected but are living by Shinigami-sama's leave. Minato rose from the couch, walked forward and bowed deeply to Onoki. Onoki, I know I did what I did during war, however, that doesn't make the burden seem any lighter. I sincerely apologize for the lives I claimed that day. I have never forgotten that burden and still remember their faces. Last thing, thank you for having faith in my son and allowing the world to take the first step toward peace. Onoki was godsmacked. He didn't register the snap of Naruto's camera because all he could focus on was the prostrated form of Minato. If the people of Iwa saw this, how would they feel? How should he feel? Where was all the anger that he had carried for so long? Onoki snapped himself back to the present and addressed Minato. Rise, Minato. The past is in the past. Kushina, for my village's part in Uzushiagakure, I am sorry. Onoki bowed to Kushina. Kushina smiled radiantly, like some beautiful goddess that came back to the earth to grant forgiveness. Onoki, as you have forgiven my husband, so I forgive you. Let us do what we can to drive the atrocities of war out of this world. I decided to jump in here. Minato, care for a spar? Before Naruto's knucklehead father could accept the challenge, he cut in. Sorry, I don't know, my mom and dad are essentially inhabiting my shadow clones. If you pop them then their souls will return to the pure world. I will make you a deal though. I cocked an eyebrow and crossed his arms over his chest in response. Once this war is over, we will set up a massive fighting area that will let us go all out. I will give you an all-out spar that put any fight you had with my father to shame. If you want the I/B combo to fight me, I accept those terms as well. I chuckled and smacked his lips in appreciation for the idea. How big of an area will we set up? Oh, I don't know. If I want to go all out I will need at least 5 square miles. You want more than that? I answered the brat's cockiness with some of his own. Oh, is that all? I was hoping for at least 10 square miles. Naruto stepped toward I stepped toward Naruto and the two were butting foreheads as sparks flew between their eyes. Everyone knew it was just the way the two man-children acted due to the crazed smiles on their faces. Okay, boys, we will have a big, crazy fight once this is all over. Now, why don't we sit for some tea? Kushina broke up the man-child I and her child. The result of Naruto's impromptu actions was a cathartic 2 hours of previous rival and enemies bonding over tea. Naruto let the others lead the conversation and sat back to enjoy the peaceful, yet raucous, conversation. Naruto flashed I and Onoki back to their homes and apologized for just dropping in. When Naruto apologized to I just pointed over his shoulder to the 3 shadow clones that were handling his paperwork. Onoki waved Naruto's concerns off and thanked him for the chance to lay the past to rest. War update and a growing family. 5 weeks after the summoning of Kushina and Minato marked the capture of River Country and Grass Country. Despite leading the Allied forces, Naruto always had a clone at the house to bond with his parents and spend time with his girls. During this month, River Country and Kusagakure had been conquered and occupied. Once Kabuto was dead, there were no more resurrected shinobi. However, the new threat was the White Zetsu and it was a serious threat. Luckily, the Allied forces had Naruto. The White Zetsu had the ability to transform and copy the chakra signatures of any of the Allied shinobi that they killed. When they absorbed blood, they could create a perfect replication of the intended target. The Allied forces suffered severe casualties until Naruto found out that he could sense their malice while in Sage mode. Once the Allied forces discovered how to beat the White Zetsu, Naruto clones would accompany each platoon and point out the White Zetsu. In addition to the typical White Zetsu were Zetsu commanders. These Zetsu each had Jonin level chakra and had access to the weird purple curse mark. These Zetsu didn't hide but would often use suicide tactics to inflict casualties. Between coalition soldiers, white Zetsu and the Zetsu commanders, the Allied forces took a week to take over river country and a whole month to conquer Kuza. In total, the Allied forces lost 420 soldiers and suffered nearly 1,000 more casualties. Once Kuza was occupied, there was a lull in the action and nations hosted funeral services for the fallen. In a break from all of the serious war business, the people of the elemental nations were once again tuned in to watch as their hero's family was due to grow once again. Tsunade had her baby 2 weeks ago and was resting within the Namikaze compound alongside Jiraiya. Shizune led a team of doctors and nurses to set up a medical ward inside the Namikaze compound, and the whole place was set up for the births. The 3 girls were due days apart, but they once again decided to have their babies all at once. It was an easy enough feat with medical jutsu, and Hinata, Samui and Ino decided that they wanted their kids to share the day. The day started with a wholesome breakfast cooked by Naruto's clones and a big family gathering at the kitchen table. The girls were loud and giggly and excited, and the whole environment was joyous. Naruto walked Samui, Hinata and Ino to the newly set up medical wing and gave them kisses. Before he rejoined them for the births, he needed to do his duties as a leader of the Allied forces. Sadly, that meant that he had to do a TV interview with some reporters that were tracking the event. Naruto walked out of the compound and easily noticed the 20 shinobi that were on guard duty for the compound. Outside the gates of the Namikaze compound, there were pup tents set up and people sitting on the street side in their armchairs. Naruto noticed that it was once again a festive atmosphere and people cheered as they saw him walk out of his clan's gate. He walked over to the stage that was set up and sat down in a chair next to Testarossa, a bombshell of a TV host with beautiful white hair and red eyes. They exchanged pleasantries before the TV crew counted down from 5 on their fingers. Testarossa began the interview. Good morning, people of the elemental nations, and welcome to What's New. Today we have Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze here for an interview. It is a joyous day because Naruto has 3 babies that are to be born today, which would make for a total of 5. Tell me, Naruto-sama, how are you holding everything together? 2 babies, 7 wives, 2 fiancés and the Allied forces to lead. How do you hold it all together? Naruto plastered a cheeky smile on his whiskered face before he responded. Good morning, Testarossa-chan. Please, no need for the sama stuff. I am just Naruto. Truth be told, it is a lot to handle, but the people I love give me strength to power through. Aw, Naruto, that is so cute. So, care to tell us about your 7 lovely wives? How much time do we have, Testa-chan? Haha, we have 20 minutes, so I take your point. Regardless, I would still like an update on Samui, Ino, and Hinata. Very well, let's see. Naruto put on a thinking pose and crossed his leg over his knee. There was cooing from the girls watching along the street, and the collective coo from the ladies around the elemental nations was audible. Samui is beautiful as ever. She positively glows with positive, cool energy, and she is super excited to have the baby. Ino is, as my friend Shikamaru would say, troublesome. She had the craziest pregnancy cravings of the bunch. Let me ask you ladies this, what is it with pregnancy and pickles? A round of laughter met Naruto's question, and Testarossa chuckled melodiously. And might Tsukihime, Hinata, well, she is just a blessing. I am sure you care tell that I have my eccentricities, and Hinata is one of those that keeps me grounded. Her love is absolute, and I cannot wait to see what miracle she grants me today. Oh my gosh, ladies, isn't this man just adorable? Now, Naruto-kun, there have been rumors floating around about a new book that you have made. Naruto started blushing and struggling to make eye contact with the camera. Oh, so I see the rumors must be true. Care to share? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, Testa, I found a unique and sensual use for the application of chakra. Throughout my testing, I took notes of what worked and what didn't really work. Keeping this many beautiful women happy is not easy, after all. After compiling my notes, my godfather, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage and author of Icha Icha, convinced me to publish and share my findings. Unlike my godfather, I am not a pervert, and this work is made to help men please the women of the elemental nations. The book is called The Sensual Use of Chakra, and it focuses on how to use chakra to provide pleasure and release to the body. It works on males and females, and I can say with confidence that the results speak for themselves. Testarossa was now blushing furiously and fanning herself. Oh my, Naruto-kun. Is this something any man can master? And did you hear that, ladies? Naruto is working on our behalf to help those numbskulls out there to learn how to treat us right. Naruto chuckled. Well, It requires pretty good chakra control and multiple nature manipulations, but yeah, most people should be able to learn it properly. Naruto paused here and unsealed a copy of the book for Testarossa. It covers things like massages, tactical application of chakra to erogenous zones, bedroom games that keeps things fun, and a couple basic tactics that I use to keep my women happy. Testarosa's fan was moving so fast that her hands were blurring in the camera. Oh my, I cannot wait to give this a read. Now, back to the kiddos, do we know what we are having today? Naruto shook his head in the negative. Nope, my girls, and I wanted to leave it up to Kami and accept her surprise. Regardless, we will love them and welcome into the family with open arms. Aw, Naruto-kun. Are you sure you wouldn't be willing to accept little Olmi into the family? Hee, that never was and never will be my decision. My girls all consider themselves sisters, and any new addition to the family must be approved by them. Trust me, Testa, I get plenty of offers and they handle them all for me. I am the happiest man on the planet, and no amount of lust or money could get me to betray the trust of my wives. Aw, shucks, that's so cute. Out of curiosity, how many marriage offers are we talking about? Well, I believe the count for the past month is somewhere near 50. To all you beautiful ladies out there, please do not take offense to this. I appreciate any and all of you that wish to share your hearts with me, but I am pretty booked up on that front. I would encourage each of you to consider looking for love a little closer to home. I have found during my travels through the elemental nations that there are many great fish in the sea. For instance, Daru of Kumo is a great guy. For all my Kumo ladies, once this war is over, that man is a hero and a great friend. For all my Kiri gals, I would recommend Chojuro. He might be a bit shy, but he is the most loyal friend I could ask for. Let's see, for Yusuna gals, maybe Kankuro? Naruto let a dramatic pause play out here. Ah, nah, just kidding. I am going to recommend my other brother-in-law, Gaara. He has turned over a new leaf, and underneath the tough exterior is a heart just waiting to dish out some love. Sorry to do you like that, Kankuro. Finally, for my Iwa gals, that big hunk of a man, Akatsuchi, he is a gentle giant. Truly a great heart, and that man buried in his massive figure. Oh, and ladies, that's not fat. Akatsuchi is just ripped. For my Konoha girls, of the remaining I am going to recommend Shino Aburame. I know bugs are not for everyone, but that man is the most dependable bachelor I know. Oh wow, all the goss here, my lady friends and kunoichi alike. Well, thank you for your time today, Naruto-kun. Ladies, remember to buy The Sensual Use of Chakra by Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and give it to your man. We could all use a little more love. We give our best wishes and prayers for Kami's blessing upon you and your family. Naruto gave Testarossa a hug after the interview and returned to his compound to rejoin his wives. Naruto walked into the room to see his mother, Ino's mom, and Hitomi caring for their girls. He gave kisses to each of his girls, and they asked for hands to hold/crush. Naruto created 2 shadow clones and slapped a reinforcement seal on each one and took his position alongside Samui's bed. 3 hand-breaking hours full of grunting, screaming, panting and pushing later led Naruto to be blessed by 2 boys and a girl. Naruto had a loving hand on Samui's head, and he brushed some sweaty hair from her forehead and swept it behind her ear. On her chest lay a beautiful strawberry blonde baby girl. The girl had wide eyes like her mother and thick strawberry hair that offered a tribute to the Uzumaki clan. Naruto smiled down on the tiny figure that was recently cleaned by the nurse. He noticed the tiny little fingers curled up and resting in a loose fist on Samui's chest. Samui met his eyes, and she said one word that Naruto knew would stick. Hikari. Naruto swapped positions with his clone as the second of his girls accepted a brand new baby boy into the world. The blonde of the Yamanaka and the blonde of the Namikaze fused into a beautiful starburst blonde. The blue eyes peeked out behind half-lidded eyes as the baby rested peacefully upon his mother's chest. Naruto placed a tender kiss on Ino's forehead as he looked down upon Kami's miracle. Kushina ran over to take in her second new grandchild of the day and rubbed his head tenderly. What is his name going to be, Naruto-kun? Kushina asked eagerly. Naruto looked down to Ino, who nodded her consent. Minato. Kushina squealed at the namesake being handed down to her grandson, and she knew Minato would be so proud. Naruto spent some time with Ino before he walked over to Hinata, who just went through a very draining pregnancy. He placed his hands over her heart and started to infuse some purified chakra into her chakra core. Color started to return to Hinata's face as Naruto's chakra refilled her drained chakra coils. She looked up with her beautiful lavender eyes in appreciation at Naruto. She took his hand in one of her own before looking up. He looks so much like you. Seems like the blonde is strong in you. 3 blonde babies today. Naruto laughed merrily. Ha ha, yeah. Seems like it is pretty dominant. So, what did you want to call him? Boruto. Naruto went out of the new medical ward and walked across the compound to his house. In the living room was Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Noaki, their baby boy, Hiruzen, Karu, Amoe, Mabui, Hisashi, Hitomi, and Inoiki. He shared the good news with them, and everyone laughed when be-wrapped. My lil bro, Naruto. Master of the Mighty Nine. Cranking out babies just fine. Samui blessin' us. Lil babies making a fuss. Don't cry baby we. Come here to your Uncle B. We. I smacked B upside the head and smiled. I got a new niece, huh? When can we see them? Nuh-uh, I am not going to be the one to piss off Shizune Nekin. You are welcome to rest here for the night and I am sure they can take visitors tomorrow. I nodded at that. Yeah, that doc is quite fierce. Wish my Kumo Kunoichi had such fire sometimes. Oi, Reikage-sama, want me to pummel you and show you my fierceness? Karu challenged with a fist raised. I bellowed out a laugh at that. You are an exception, Karu. A damned good exception. I placed a massive fist on Karu's hair and messed up the already untidy hair. So, Naruto-kun, what did Hinata have? Hisashi asked eagerly. A baby boy, Boruto. Hee, unfortunately your Hyuga genes lost the battle against mine. Hisashi cocked an eyebrow at that. It is too early to tell if there is a Byakugan yet Naruto. Naruto waved him off. No, I am not talking about the Byakugan. That has a chance to manifest later. My boy has my blonde hair though. Naruto flashed a cheeky grin at Hisashi. Minato laughed now. Ha, a blonde Hyuga? Oh man, that would be quite the sight. Everyone echoed his laugh and Hisashi was forced to concede the point. It was Inoiki's turn to pipe up. Naruto-kun, can you tell me about Ino? Ino is doing great, Inoiki. She gave me a beautiful blonde baby boy. She also suggested that we name him Minato, which I gratefully accepted. He is another beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby boy. That's great Naruto-kun. Can you get him off of me? Inoiki asked. Minato was crying furiously and hugging Inoiki. It's just not fair Inoiki. You get to spend the rest of your life with little Minato-kun. And you got brought back from the dead, you idiot. Your son literally cheated death so you could see your children. And I am not even allowed to ask how or why he did it. A vein was beginning to bulge on Inoiki's blonde head. Naruto joined the group for a round of sake before he left them to go help his wives. It was a great night, and the next day came quickly. Everyone got the chance to meet the blonde trio the next day. Minato and Kushina soaked up as much as they could with their remaining time, even though both of them knew it would never be enough. Naruto and Naruto clones ran everywhere playing host to his guests. He accepted gifts from everyone, and his guard detail had literally collected a mountain of gifts from his front gate. Naruto sighed when he thought of how many clones he would have to create to write all of the thank you cards. It was well worth it though. He was so happy with his big family that the weight of the world fell off of his shoulders for a few days. Chapter 31. God I'm Hokage. The Hokage Tower was abuzz in preparations for Naruto's ceremony. Tomorrow, Naruto would be named the God I'm Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato and Konoha was preparing for a massive celebration. The reason for the rush was secretly that Minato and Kushina wanted to be there for their son's inauguration and swearing into the office. They only had 3 days left on their deal with the Shinigami and Naruto wanted to share the moment with them. Hiruzen had a fire in his eyes that screamed, I can see the end of the tunnel. As he directed people for his last official day as Hokage. Naruto walked into the council room to present himself to the Jonin Council and the Fire Daimyo. This was no more than a formality at this point, but it was still deemed necessary and Kenji, the Fire Daimyo, really wanted to be present. Kenji had tried throughout the years to curry favor with Naruto, even though it was normally the other way around. Kenji realized that Naruto was the centerpiece of Fire Country's success and that he would continue to be a key figure, hell his whole clan would be key. Thus, Kenji made the trip an extra effort to get a little bit of face time with the hero of the elemental nations. Kenji opened up the ceremonies. Naruto-kun, it is good to see you again, even if this is a bit ahead of schedule. Naruto bowed to show respect. Kenji Dono, it is likewise great to see you again. I am most grateful for all of the support that you have granted me throughout the years. Kenji waved his fan in front of him to cool himself down. Oh ho ho, you are too kind, young man. Now, You have been called before me and the Jonin Council to discuss your nomination as the God I'm Hokage. Is it your wish to assume the mantle and faithfully serve Fire Country and Konoha Corps? Hi, Daimyo-sama. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I accept your nomination and look forward to working with you. Once these formalities are concluded, we should sit for some lunch. It would be my pleasure to invite your beautiful wives as well. Naruto hesitated for a brief second before answering. I humbly accept, Daimyo-sama. Naruto created a clone and dispersed it to inform his clone at the Namikaze compound of the development. Very good, Naruto-kun. Now, the Jonin Council has some questions for you, Kenji concluded with a wave toward the council before placing his hands in his lap. Shikamaru Nara stood up to ask the first question. Naruto-san, every member of the Jonin Council agrees that you are a good nomination for the Hokage position. This issue boils down to a couple questions. First, do you believe you are ready to assume the mantle of Hokage? Naruto nodded. Yes, Shikaku-san. I am ready. May I assume that you are concerned about the number of duties I find myself carrying? Shikaku nodded and there were multiple nods on the council as well. Your concerns are valid. As with everything I am currently doing, I will not be doing this alone. Without Q, I wouldn't be able to keep up, however, with Q's help and a bit of meditation I can maintain the stress created by my clones. For the previous 3 years, I have had 200 clones training daily, I have sustained a blood clone or 2 for that duration, I have balanced 7 wives and dealt with 2 heads of nation that also wish to be my brides and I have created and trained the allied forces from the ground up. Forgive me if I sound precocious, but the responsibilities of Hokage will not be a significant addition. Genma stood up. Naruto-san, do not make light of the position. It is because you have all those prior obligations that we are wondering why you wish to do this now. Naruto did not show any sign of hesitation before he answered. We are coming to the conclusion of this war, but we have not gotten here without losses. Nearly 300 of our compatriots have died and more are recovering in the hospital. It will serve as a morale boost for the allied forces for the final push into Ame. I have personal reasons as well that I cannot share with this council. Shikaku cocked an eyebrow at this. Naruto, we all have clearance here. Not from Shinigami-sama you don't, Naruto retorted sharply. Kenji leaned forward at this. So, it is true? You are the summoner of the Shinigami? No, Daimyo-sama. I have simply restored an ancient pact between my clan and the Shinigami. She calls me her champion in the mortal realm. She gave me firm instructions that I cannot disclose to this council. I assure you it does not adversely affect Konoha or the allied forces. Her champion? Kenji asked with interest. Yes, Daimyo-sama. I am the champion of the Shinigami. I will tell you that I have killed 3 individuals on her behalf. Hidan, Kakuzu and Kabuto all used jutsu that broke the natural order of her realm. Her request to eliminate said individuals synced up very well with my mission. Most interesting, Naruto-kun. Most interesting indeed. Shikaku stood once more. During the war, will you continue to act as the Allied Forces Supreme Commander over your role as the Hokage? I do not believe the roles are mutually exclusive, Shikaku-san. When I am acting on the warfront, Sandaime-sama has already agreed to help with my duties alongside my blood clone. Furthermore, I will increase office personnel to handle the more mundane paperwork. All requests from the civilian council will be routed through their chosen representative. That representative will get a pay raise for their efforts, but they will be given certain authorities to fund civilian projects. The Ninja Council will retain direct access to me, however, all clan issues will go through the clan heads, who will also be given guidelines and certain liberties. I will retain the right to veto and I will handle all major issues personally, but the age of every single issue coming to the Hokage's desk will come to an end. Shikaku sighed. Troublesome. What inspired you to create these changes? Naruto laughed at this. I am the supreme commander of the allied forces. When running a military, the answer presents itself. Every ninja reports to his/her squad leader. Squad leaders filter this information and report to their platoon leaders. Platoon leaders go through their company commanders. So on and so forth. So, Shikaku, why would you not apply the same principles to governing the village? The whole Jonin Council was gobsmacked. Jaws on the floor, and Naruto got a priceless photo to add to his collection. Kenji actually chuckled loud enough for the whole council to hear. And you would still doubt this young man? If so, I challenge the rationality of this council. Kenji's tone was full of mirth as he mocked the Jonin Council. Shikaku stood and looked like being the speaker of the Jonin Council was seriously troublesome. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the Jonin Council unanimously approves your nomination as the God-Ime Hokage. I am grateful for your nomination, and I humbly accept. Daimyo-sama, I have made reservations at the VIP suite in Ichiraku's for 4 p.m. I will bring my wives and look forward to the chance to dine with you. Naruto bowed and walked out of the council room. Naruto, his wives, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sarutobi, Minato and Kushina joined the Fire Daimyo and Madame Shijimi for dinner at Ichiraku's. Minato and Kushina wore henges until they confirmed that they were alone before Minato reunited with Kenji. Kenji was overjoyed to see his old friend and subsequently saddened to know that he would only be there for another couple days. It was a great night and set the stage in a positive manner for Naruto's nomination. Naruto got a good night's sleep and rose in bed with all his girls. Kushina had cooked him a hearty breakfast and the girls let him out the front door for his big day. Naruto took the time to walk to the Hokage Tower and he was swarmed by ninjas and civilians alike. All wished him good luck and congratulations as he walked by. His 4-man detail took the roofs overhead and maintained awareness as their leader made his journey. Naruto appreciated all the decorations that were set up and was pleased to see that allied banners and banner of all nations were hung throughout the streets. A normally 15-minute trip took Naruto half an hour due to the extra attention. Hiruzen welcomed him into the tower and sat him down in his office to give him his final speech. Naruto-kun, it brings me great joy to finally reach this day with you. I wish to give you a similar speech that my predecessor gave me, and I gave to your father. Naruto simply nodded, so Hiruzen continued. Konoha is the great tree that shelters and protects us. It is for this tree that we send shinobi to fight, and it is for the glory of this great tree that the fire shadow acts. The fire shadow dances between the light of the sun and the shade of the leaves. It is the duty of the cage to guide his people through the darkness of night to meet each day. The fire shadow must be able to sacrifice not only his own life, but the lives of his shinobi in order to protect the great tree. With each leaf that falls, the will of fire ignites and passes the will on to the budding leaves. As old leaves wither, new leaves take their place and carry on the will of fire. Hiruzen stopped here and took a long drag on his pipe. Naruto-kun, I have watched you since the day you were born, and I could not be prouder of the man you have become. I have never seen anyone that carries the will of fire the way you do. It is this old man's sincerest wish that you never let that fire die, my boy. Naruto had tears brimming at the rim of his eyes. Sure thing, Gigi. I have had 16 years to follow your example. Thank you for all you have done for me. I promise to do everything in my power to make sure the will of fire is passed on to future generations of Konoha and hopefully every country in the elemental nations. I love you, Gigi, and I am so happy you lived long enough to share this day with me. Cheeky brat, Hiruzen chuckled at Naruto's snark. Your fitted robes are on the wall over there and your haori is there as well. Please try them on and let me know if we need to make any last-minute adjustments. Naruto tried on his new robes before donning the low-necked, sleeveless haori that went down to the back of his knees. On the back of the white haori, his joint family crest rested right in the center of his back. Around the family crest were the symbols of the elemental nations, denoting that Naruto wished to serve all people of the elemental nations. The bottom of the haori was bordered in red flames in tribute to his father. The allied crest resided on Naruto's right collar while the Konoha symbol rested on the left side of the collar. Overall, Naruto's haori was a sharp-looking symbol of Naruto's strength, resolve and bonds. The morning passed without incident in a hectic pace. Naruto's family joined him in the Hokage's office 30 minutes before the ceremony began and he gained confidence in their presence. Minato and Kushina watched through their Onbu masks as Naruto prepared to take leadership of the village that they gave their lives to protect. As the time came, the family made their way to the roof of the Hokage mansion. In tribute to Naruto, Kumo, Kiri, Iwa and Suna all had their kage and details present. As Naruto walked onto the roof alongside Sarutobi, they held their banners high and proud next to the Konoha banner. Sarutobi walked forward to address the assembled masses and used a voice enhancement jutsu to project his voice. The camera crew worked to get good angles and capture Sarutobi's address. My dear people of Konoha, Fire Country and the Elemental Nations, it brings me great joy that I got to live to see this day. I have served Konoha faithfully for the past 58 years, Kami I am old. Hiruzen paused here as the audience laughed. I have done the best I could over my time in office to protect the great tree and promote the will of fire. I have not been perfect, and I have made plenty of mistakes. It is with joy that I got to end on a positive note, thanks to my successor. For the last 3 years, the elemental nations have experienced a taste of peace and prosperity that my successor has played a key part in, and I get to take all the credit. He paused here for another round of laughter and the camera caught his cheeky grin. In all seriousness, This old man couldn't be prouder to introduce to you Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, God Hokage of Konoha. An uproar of applause, shouts, cheers and a couple foghorns ripped through the air around Konoha. Before Naruto walked to address the people, the flags of Kiri, Kumo, Iwa and Suna dipped slightly in a show of respect for Naruto. As Naruto walked to the edge of the railing he gestured with his hands and his wives stepped up to stand by his side. The camera panned across the beautiful visages of his wives to come a rest on Naruto's face. People of Konoha, Fire Country and the Elemental Nations, thank you for honoring me with this opportunity to serve you. I am proud and humbled to be named the God Hokage. To the people of Konoha, I ask for you continued assistance on this path to peace that we are walking. I am most grateful for everything you have done for me. I promise to do everything I can to serve you and lead us into greater prosperity. To the people of the Elemental Nations, the office of Hokage will not distract me from my goal. I care for each person in these nations, and I will continue to do everything I can to deserve the role of Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces. I give this vow to you. I will work to achieve peace, not under the rule of Konoha's banner, but as a partner to your nations. I will bring as much happiness and prosperity as I can to as many people as I can. Naruto paused here and took a deep breath before a deadly serious look adorned his face. His eyes flashed with power and resolve through the camera lens. To my enemies and those that would seek to destroy this peace we are fighting for, I say this. Be warned, if you stand in my way, you will feel my wrath. If you harm the weak, exploit those in need, take advantage of our kindness or seek destruction, then I or those I trust will end you. Naruto flashed into his golden cloak after he made this statement. Thunderous applause and battle cries rang out across Konoha. Every ninja stiffened their posture and their chests swelled with pride. Finally, I say this. To those watching in the occupied nations of Hoshi, Kusa, Kawa and Ishii, I offer you a part of this peace and prosperity we are working toward. My shinobi have been instructed to treat you with respect, the daimyos have granted food and funds toward helping you rebuild, and our trade partners are reaching out to your villages. We do not seek to dominate you, but do not mistake our kindness for weakness. Join us in this new age of prosperity and you have my word that your quality of life will increase. I will finish my address with this. I am proud to be named the God Hokage and I love the people of the Elemental Nations. Thank you for your time and continued support. In every major city around the Elemental Nations, celebrations were held in honor of the man that brought peace and prosperity. However, nobody celebrated harder than Konoha. Although many shinobi remained on high alert, the party raged through Konoha through the whole night. Naruto made the necessary public appearances with his wives and children before retiring to his compound a little after midnight. The girls laid the kids down in a nursery of sorts. The kids lay in 5 cribs, all in the same room. Minato and Kushina offered to watch the kids for the night so that the girls could give Naruto his surprise. Fortunately, and unfortunately for Naruto, that surprise did not include any rest for our intrepid hero. Naruto was walked into his bedroom by Koyuki after he bid goodnight to Shien. Shien wasn't ready for what was to come. Naruto walked through the door to see each of his wives laid out in seductive poses while wearing lingerie. Each girl had their set colors that they preferred, and their lacy bras and panties reflected their preferences. Ice blue for Samui and Haku, lavender for Hinata, regal purple for Ino, dark red for Kurotsuchi, light purple for Anko, emerald green for Tamari, and Koyuki exposed a black bra and thong when she dropped her kimono. Naruto laid on the bed and received a full body massage from his girls. He was grateful that he taught them the trick to his chakra stimulation, as multiple sets of tender hands removed all the tension that had built up throughout the stressful day. What followed the massage would make Eros, the Greek god of lust, blush. 8 beautiful women, numerous Naruto clones, moans, screams of ecstasy, fluids everywhere and smiles on comatose faces were a truly beautiful sight. It was nourishment for Naruto's soul. Naruto's first day as the God Hokage was hectic. He had his introductory meeting with the council where he put forward his initial reforms. The council was keenly interested in gaining more autonomy and authority, but they were apprehensive about how these reforms would affect the power balance. The new scheme did allow for more authority, but Naruto would still have absolute authority over it all. If he detected anyone abusing their power, then he would make an example of them. He knew it would happen sooner or later, but he also knew that it wouldn't happen again after the first time. His first day in office marked the return of one of the key missions that he had dispatched his international team on months ago. A disheveled Karen, Tenzo and the rest of their team made their way into the office. Karen was clearly startled when she saw Naruto sitting at the Hokage's desk and Tenzo cocked an eyebrow. "Ah, yes, you guys missed all of the fun yesterday. I was sworn into office and today is my first day as the God Hokage. Please provide me with a verbal mission report and then go take the week off. Naruto broke through Karen's confusion and the whole squad stiffened to attention. Tenzo stepped forward. We worked with international forces and shinobi from the Hidden Mist to find the three-tailed Jinchuriki. During the mission, we ran into two other parties that were interested in capturing the bijou. The first was a crystal user and her squad that were remnants of Orochimaru's faction, and we found out they were working for Kabuto. The second was a plant-like creature that was half black and half white. This creature was working with the man in the orange mask. Naruto made a hand signal and Dragon descended from his place in the ceiling. Dragon, please go retrieve Hawk, Sasuke, and Minato. I want them here for the rest of this report. Dragon disappeared to go and complete his task. Okay, so why don't you tell me about this group from Kabuto? I will let you know now that I killed Kabuto 2 months ago, so they were probably working on outdated orders. Tenzo bowed and differed to Karen. Naruto, I mean Hokage-sama, we rendezvoused with shinobi from Kiri about 3 weeks after we left. We were patrolling the seas around Mizu no Kuni for a couple weeks when I finally detected the Sanbi's chakra signature. The bijou was submerged nearly 100 meters in a deep lake to the southwest of Kirigakure. During initial exploration, we were unable to contact the bijou. We various methods to bring it to the surface for a conversation without success. Then this squad from Kabuto showed up led by Guren, a crystal release user. She decimated our forces and caused us to take severe casualties. We lost one member from our squad, Mishimoto, and the Kiri attachment lost 70% of their members. Naruto cut in here and he was not pleased. Why did you not use the Hiraishin kunai I gave you to summon me? Tenzo answered. The Hiraishin kunai was in my backpack that was stolen during our journey to Mizu no Kuni. Hokage-sama, Naruto sighed and made a motion with his hand to continue the story. We were able to fight off the team from Kabuto after they fought the Sanbi. They had a young man with them that had some sort of auditory jutsu that really pissed the bijou off. We were weakened after defeating the crystal user, and that is when the man in the orange mask showed up with the plant creature. Naruto paused the story and waited for the requested parties to show up. 5 minutes later they all entered the office. I have called you here because Tenzo and his squad had a run-in with the man in the orange mask. Sasuke ran over to Karen and gave her a big hug. He looked her over to make sure she was okay, and she reassured him that she was fine. Apologies, Hokage-sama. Sasuke smirked when he called Naruto by his title. Naruto waved him off with a dismissive hand and looked toward Tenzo to continue the story. Tenzo restarted the tale. After we dealt with Kabuto's squad, we were set upon by Madara, the plant creature, and multiple clones of the plant creature. At that point, I ordered a retreat because Madara was clearly above our level. Hawk stepped forward. Why didn't you use the Hiraishin kunai Hokage-sama gave you? His tone was irritated, and frustration leaked off of him in waves. Stand down, Hawk. They already explained that to me. They made a severe error previously in the mission. An error that I am presuming cost us the Sanbi? Karen answered. Yes, Hokage-sama. I remained in detection range once we retreated to the patrol ship. We were harassed and attacked by the white creature the whole time, but I felt the Sanbi's chakra disappear. Naruto slammed a fist on his desk in frustration. Damn it. That is a setback. While you were out, we have occupied all minor nations except Ishii and Ame. We are to begin our attack on Ame from all sides soon. The Sanbi may set those plans back a bit. Naruto lost himself in his musings as Tenzo explained what happened for the rest of the mission. Once their report was complete, Naruto dismissed them and the Uchihas remained in the room. Naruto had the other Anbu leave the room so he could have the privacy this conversation required. Alright guys, I am sorry there didn't have more than that. This was our first sighting of him in ages, so I wanted you here to share it. No worries, Naruto-kun. We will get him. The preparations for the wide-scale barrier are nearly complete. It should be ready in a month or so. Mikato's soothing motherly voice relieved Naruto of some of his worries. What barrier, Kachan? Asked Sasuke. Well, you know the seals that I used to protect Konoha to prevent use of space-time jutsu? Well, I have been working with the best in R&D to develop a barrier big enough to surround Ame. I know we will be able to corner Pain and Madara, and there is no way in hell I will let them get away. From their report, we know that the white and black plant creature is the original white Zetsu, and it is fused with what Kabuto referred to as black Zetsu. Those three need to be dealt with before the world can find peace. Dragon spoke up. Naruto, how are you going to power the barrier? Naruto smirked. Itachi and Shisui, you can take off your masks when it's just us. I have stored several blood clones that are infused with Kurama's chakra. They will be stationed at the 8 cardinal directions around Ame along with the barrier devices. This barrier will form a giant sphere that isolates the whole area in its own space-time bubble. Nobody will be able to get away once it is powered until I release it. Shisui asked the next question. Are you sure that they can't power through it? Naruto shrugged. Dunno. Most likely not. We don't have enough time to test it completely, but I plan on using it for the element of surprise and hitting them hard. We cannot let them focus on breaking the barrier. The key component is you guys killing this Madara before he realizes that he is trapped. Think you can do it? Itachi, Shisui and Sasuke smirked confidently at that. Mikoto just wore a worried look since she would not be partaking in the attack. She was on the village reserve force that would be responsible for defending Konoha in the event of a surprise attack. Naruto dropped out of business mode and a playful smile flitted upon his face. So, Itachi, I heard that you played hero for our visitor from Nadeshiko during the last mission and she has done a 180? Mikoto scowled a little bit before her face softened. I swear, Naruto-kun. It was a 180. At first, all she did was ask about you and how we knew you. She didn't care for my Itachi-kun at all. Itachi put a hand on his mother's shoulder and his face remained as stoic as ever. It's alright, mother. I didn't have high expectations to begin with. The smallest of smiles flitted across Itachi's face. However, it has been pleasant since the battle for Hoshi. She is a good woman. It is not her fault that her imbecilic village elders told her to seduce Naruto-kun. Sasuke scoffed at that. Mission impossible, that one. Shisui laughed. Ha ha ha, yeah. Imagine being like, hey, you're betrothed to the guy's blood brother, so just go and seduce the most sought-after man in the world and thinking that there was any chance of success. Naruto sighed and held his hands up. I am innocent on this one. Anyway, Shisui, how is Shizune doing? My sources tell me that you two have gotten mighty cozy and I may or may not have sensed an additional chakra signature. Naruto ended in a brotherly taunt, however, he wasn't ready for Mikoto's explosion. Shisui Uchiha. You better have a very good explanation for this. Mikoto cracked her knuckles in a very Kushina-like way. Shisui shot a look of betrayal at Naruto before dodging a punch from Mikoto. Relax, Mikoto-sama. It is very new news. We were going to tell you, but Shizune doesn't want to be pulled from the front lines. Naruto laughed at the whole situation. Kami, I need to catch up with you lot more often. Sasuke, I am sorry that Karen's mission took you away from her for so long. After morning training, you can have the rest of the next 3 days off. Thanks, Ruto. I appreciate that. Naruto waved them out of his office and invited them over for the family dinner tonight. It was time for Naruto to say goodbye to his parents and he wanted Mikoto to have the chance to say goodbye to Kushina. Later that night in the Namikaze compound, everyone who was there for the original summoning of Minato and Kushina was present, plus a few more. Naruto catered in Ichiraku's and laid out a proper feast for his guests and departing parents. Naruto summoned Shin to let her be a part of the dinner. Before dinner began, Shin pulled Naruto aside and made him an offer of exchange. Naruto gave a fleeting look toward the Uchiha family and nodded his head. Naruto and Shin disappeared into his room for 20 minutes and left his guests waiting. Naruto was sworn to secrecy about what happened during those 20 minutes, but it appeared the beautiful and ethereal death goddess was positively glowing when they returned to the dining room. Behind them walked a man nobody had seen in 6 years and Mikoto fell to her knees when she saw him. The man walked over to the downed woman and helped her to her feet before embracing her in a deep hug. Itachi, Shisui and Sasuke were frozen when they saw the man and they remained completely out of it until the man walked over to them and gave them hugs. Tears flowed freely from all the women watching the touching reunion while Sasuke was bawling into his deceased father's chest. Fugaku stood in front of everyone in attendance looking slightly confused but happy to be there. He was given a place at the table next to his wife and sons and conversation resumed like his presence was the most natural thing in the world. The Uchihas were in their own little worlds while they were catching up with their fallen patriarch. Fugaku was swollen with pride at the men his boys had become, and he even acknowledged Shisui. Once everyone was present, Naruto offered a prayer to Kami and thanked her for the gift of family. He then opened the food up for consumption and everybody began to dig in. Strangely, Shin tried to sit on Naruto's lap for her place at the table until Naruto insisted that she could sit next to him. His wives cocked an eyebrow at Naruto, but none of them were stupid enough to say something to the death goddess. That didn't stop Kushina from glaring at Shin and giving the death goddess challenging looks. Minato just plastered his silly smile on his face and nodded his head to his son. The dinner was a great send-off for Naruto's parents, and every single person in attendance felt happiness and contentedness fill their hearts. Sadly, a deal with the goddess of death is still a deal with the goddess of death. It took nearly an hour for people to say their goodbyes. Tears flowed freely as departing words were swapped between friends and family members alike. Kushina must have given the children 5 kisses apiece as she darted between them and tried to get one final memory out of her grandchildren. Naruto watched peacefully from the edge of the chaos while giving Shin a one-armed hug. He was ever grateful for Shin's gift to him and only hoped that 20 minutes was enough. He didn't know how his wives would react if they knew exactly what the death goddess wanted from him. Eventually, Fugaku, Minato and Kushina were standing at the front of the group next to Shin. She opened a portal back to the pure world and the 3 souls walked through it hand in hand. Shin sped over to Naruto and placed another chilling kiss upon his lips before she departed the living plane of existence. The group stood in a stunned silence before Sasuke ran over to Naruto and tackled him in a brotherly hug. Sasuke's cheeks were still stained with tears as Naruto patted him on the back. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was nothing, brother. I just called in a favor. I thought it would only be fair since I got to see my parents again," Naruto said in a soft tone as he continued to rub Sasuke's back, in an extremely manly way, of course. Itachi and Shisui decided to join the insanely manly hug, and they were most definitely not crying. Okay, they were crying, and the hug was decidedly not manly. That didn't stop all the women in attendance from cooing at the cuteness of it all. Nor did it stop Ino from snapping a couple pictures for the photo album. The girls played keep away with the photo until the boys promised they wouldn't destroy the picture. Jiraiya was guffawing so hard that he nearly dropped baby Naoki. Tsunade snatched Naoki away from him before smacking him upside the head. The whole event was decidedly sad, but everyone left that night with their hearts just a little fuller and their resolve hardened just a bit more. Chapter 32. Attack on Ame. A month had passed since Naruto said goodbye to his parents, and it had been a very hectic month. The Allied Forces R&D department completed the barrier stabilization devices last week, and Naruto was flashing them to the Allied Forces on various fronts. All nations began collapsing Ame, and it took a whole month to push the coalition forces back into Amigacore. Naruto was on the Land of Fire side of the massive lake that surrounded Amigacore. There were 8 Allied encampments that were set up around the massive lake, and the barrier devices were deployed in each of those encampments. The stage was set for the final attack on Amigacore. Naruto sensed roughly 5,000 chakra signatures in the city of Amigacore, and he felt a massive collection of the presence he has become very familiar with below the city. Naruto was meeting with the Strategic Division and Allied commanders to review the final assault. Naruto stands at the head of the massive tent to address the men and women he had come to rely on. He smiled as he looked at the determined visages of his allies and partners in his effort to spread peace. He thought about all the losses and sacrifices his people had made and the heartbreak associated with each and every loss. It saddened him, but he couldn't afford to let it distract him. "Okay everyone, I have compiled the sitrep, and we will review that now. The assault of Ame has lasted 27 days and the results are as follows. 7,000 confirmed enemy dead, 5,500 of those were Zetsu. From Iwa, they report forces at 85% combat readiness. The last battle hit them very hard, and they have lost 480 shinobi with another 1,200 wounded. They are holding down the northwest edge of the lake, and Han is with their main encampment and Roshi is with their northern encampment. Any updates from Iwa that need to be addressed now?" Naruto looked at Kyuchi and his advisors and got no response. Moving on, Kumo is holding the northeast and eastern edges of the lake. The report 150 dead with 450 wounded. Their fight was pretty light compared to Iwa. I think that is due to Ishii providing reinforcements. Killer Bee is holding down the front lines and Yugito is in their secondary camp. Kiri is holding the eastern to the southern edge of the lake, and their forces are invaluable around this much water. They are operating at 90% combat readiness and denied needing any reinforcements. Yukata is stationed to help their encampments. Suna and Konoha and holding the southern edge of the lake to the western edge. This is the southern encampment that I am holding down, and I have Gaara responsible for Suna's main encampment. Suna is at 95% readiness while Konoha is at 87%. They were late to call me into the fight against the Sandbee, and the Three Tails inflicted heavy casualties on that front. Unfortunately, the Sandbee was unsummoned when I showed up and was able to escape before I could subjugate it. I will open the floor for any other updates before I continue. Kyuchi stood up. "It is as you said, Naruto Dono. Standing order for everyone in this tent, if you call me Naruto Dono or Naruto-sama, I am going to smack you a good one. We are all in this together, so just Naruto, please." Kyuchi chuckled before resuming. "Very well, Naruto, Ishii has been subjugated effectively and my scouts show they have gone quiet. It is likely we dealt with most of their forces in that last battle, thanks for your reinforcements there. Naruto nodded his head and let him continue. Our forces have isolated the area around our lake with the massive mud barrier as planned. There have been probing attacks from the Zetsu creatures and they are frustrated they cannot tunnel outside of the barrier. Last night, a coordinated assault was made on our barrier device that we were able to repel. The extra local barrier you added is effective. Han and Roshi say that maintaining the barrier takes 10 to 15% of their chakra. No other reports at this time. Anyone else have an attack on the barrier devices? Gaara stood up. No, we had 5 white Zetsu impersonate a squad last night, but the updates to the ID cards seem to be working. It is a lengthy and inefficient process, but it will work to screen entrance into a fortified position. I chimed in here. Yeah, those white Zetsu creatures are sneaky bastards. She and my sensor ninjas are not able to identify them once they change their chakra signatures. The seals on the ID cards are holding up for my encampments as well. Very good, Mei, how are things with you guys? Ara, thanks for your consideration, Naruto-kun. Mei's seductive tone stopped after the intro and she went into serious mode. My forces are ready. They are still very upset about the Sanbi being used against them again, bad memories from the previous Mizukage and all that. Naruto nodded and then laid out the plan of attack that would take place tomorrow afternoon. Okay everyone, before we go into the planned attack, I wanted to inform you of my role first thing tomorrow morning. I will be sending in a string of clones to talk to Pain. After all this war, I want to give them a chance to prevent more bloodshed. I can sense somewhere around 5,000 Chunin level chakra signatures or above. Furthermore, I cannot tell how many, but there is a massive number of white Zetsu underground and in the lake. Our barrier is containing the enemy, but we cannot give them enough time to figure it out. Onoki stood up here. Naruto-kun, what do you hope to accomplish by talking to Pain? It is pretty obvious at this point that he will fight us to the end. Throughout the month he has popped up and been forced to retreat when you were called to the battlefield. Not to mention this guy calling himself Madara has been pretty pesky too. Naruto took time to look at each member assembled for the meeting before responding. Everyone, this war has claimed enough life already. I am going to give them a chance to evacuate the civilians and allow any shinobi to surrender. After suffering repeated losses, I believe that their morale will be low. I want to capitalize on that by preventing as much loss of life as possible and show a bit of mercy before we end this war. It is unlikely that Madara will attack while I am doing this because I have disabled his space-time technique and he is probably trying to figure that out, but I will have clones at each camp just in case. Shikaku Nara, lead strategist, stood up. This could give the enemy extra time to plot and exploit weakness, Naruto. I am aware of that, Shikaku, but you forget that every camp is within my sensory range. I will be able to know if they make a move before they can do anything. I need to talk to Pain and figure a way out of this before I order the murder of 75,000 civilians. They are hiding behind the civilian population at this point, so I need to do what I can to spare the innocent. Nobody here wants that much blood on our hands. Shikaku sighed and muttered. Troublesome blonde commanders. All right everyone, return to your encampments and everyone is to remain on high alert until we see this through. We are at the finish line. Everyone stood and saluted Naruto and gave shouts of approval. Naruto answered their salute and remained in the command tent. He sat at his desk and closed his eyes to enter his mindscape. He walked across the verdant field of grass to go chat with his partner. Heya, Kurama. Thanks for joining me for this one. The massive Kitsune opened one eye and looked at his partner. He was so proud of the man he had become. The kid never shied away from responsibility, never bitched or moaned, and he always rose to the challenge. Sure thing, kid. You know, when you promised me you would seek to attain world peace, I didn't think you meant in a couple years. I thought you would at least be old and gray before you accomplished that dream. Naruto adopted his signature pose and chuckled. Q could see the weariness in the normal resilient azure blue eyes. What's eating at you, kid? Naruto sighed despondently. Q, up to this point we have been able to limit most of the fighting and we have gone to extra lengths to limit collateral damage. Now, our greatest threat is hiding behind 75,000 people. If they don't accept my offer tomorrow. Don't stress about that, kid. All you can do is make the offer. Damn it, Q. We are talking about 75,000 people. Men, women, children, old farts and young babies. I don't know if I could give that order. Kurama transformed into his Q form and raised Naruto's chin to look him in the eye. The blood-red irises and black slits bore into the hesitant blue eyes with little resistance. Q didn't say anything, He just looked into his partner's soul, and in turn Naruto got to see Kurama's soul. They remained looking at each other for a couple minutes before the trance broke. Q brought Naruto into a fatherly hug. "Look, kid, no matter what happens tomorrow, I am proud of you. I know you will do what you can, but there is still only so much you can do. Show mercy when it is the time for mercy, forgive when repentance is given, but do not waver in your resolve, kid. You have done more to bring humanity together than any before you. Even the sage didn't bring so many people of different nations together." Naruto leaned his head into Kurama's chest and appreciated the hug. When Kurama's 9 tails wrapped around Naruto's back and pulled him in, he felt the weight of the world temporarily lifted and was able to think clearly. He thought about what he would have to do, and he closed his eyes and prayed to Kami that what he was doing was right. Naruto didn't sleep that night. He stayed in the mindscape with Kurama and left periodically to deal with his duties. The tension of the whole war was coming to a head, and it was palpable to Naruto and every other shinobi. The massive blue-black barrier over the whole area made it feel like there was no escape from the coming dawn. Naruto walked out of the command tent at the crack of dawn and summoned 50 clone captains to go and complete their part of the mission. A Naruto clone began the long trek into Ame. He water-walked for 1.5 miles before he took the 3-pronged kunai in his hand. The clone could see the massive wall surrounding the industrialized city, but Naruto knew he would be able to clear it. The clone leaned back and then went through a full throwing motion like a professional pitcher. The kunai sailed into the air at nearly supersonic speed, and it impaled itself on the tallest tower in a megacore nearly halfway up the tower. A long series of yellow flashes originated at the kunai's position and the chaos in Ame began in earnest. Naruto clone captains flashed to the kunai and then created 20 light clones apiece. These clones were used for short missions where endurance or sustainability were not important. Nearly 1,000 blonde knuckleheads ran through a megacore no Sato shouting at the top of their lungs. The clones were using chakra to project their voices in order to provide evacuation instructions. Many clones were popped during their efforts, but the message was starting to get out. The people of Ame swarmed into the streets with confused looks on their faces, but some of them heard what the clones were saying. "I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces. I am offering you a chance to avoid this fight. Any and all that wish to surrender or evacuate, make your way to the ports in an orderly fashion. Ame will fall today. We do not wish to involve innocent people, but your leader is hiding behind you. Get some things and go to the ports if you wish to evacuate. You have until 2 p.m. to evacuate." Clones ran around shouting while coalition forces did their best to quickly catch and destroy the troublesome blondes. Little did they know that this was just the first wave. Meanwhile, a Naruto clone captain made its way into the tower on a completely separate mission. This clone was tasked with talking to Pain. The clone was given a traveler's cloak with the stealth seal on it. This made it nearly undetectable as it made its way through the dark and eerie tower. The lower floors were being used as a command center, but after halfway up there was just emptiness. Empty, black and shadowy rooms occupied the floors of the upper tower. The Naruto clone made its way to the top floor and saw that this floor was different. There were signs of life on this floor. Weapons were laid out along with scrolls in a big library-like chamber. Naruto saw that there was a door leading to what he presumed to be Pain's chamber. Naruto, being Naruto, disabled the stealth cloak and knocked on the door. A raspy voice answered the knock and the door seemed to open on its own. As the clone entered, it saw a pale, red-haired man sitting on what looked to be a throne. The shaggy red hair creeped down over the right side of the figure's face and the rest of his body was hidden beneath the Akatsuki cloak. The Naruto clone showed itself with its hands raised and Pain instantly leveled his arm at the clone. "Whoa, wait a minute. I don't have any weapons on me, I am just here to talk. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you here and now. You have thwarted my plans at every turn. You have killed my men and brought war to this nation." Pain's raspy voice was filled with anger and frustration. The Naruto clone smirked at Pain. "Well, for starters, I am just a clone. The boss wanted to talk with you and if you kill me, he will just send 10 more. For your last claim, I didn't start this war, Pain. I brought together historical enemies in an effort for peace. I united the Great Five and instead of letting me spread that peace throughout the nations, you united them under the banner of hatred and hysteria. Enough. You know nothing of pain. It is only through pain that the world can find peace. It is only through pain that the people of this world will halt their endless slaughter. Only once I have the bijou will this world know peace." The Naruto clone couldn't hold it in anymore, it opened up with full-on laughter. "Oh yeah? Tell me, Mr. Wise Guy, what will you do with the bijou to achieve this peace? Do not mock me, mortal. I am a god in this world. Pain rose from his throne and looked ready to throttle the Naruto clone. Naruto's laughter increased at that. You? You? You believe you are a god? Oh, Kami, that's funny. The clone raised its right hand to show Nagato the seal on his hand. Do you know what this is, Pain? Pain looked wearily at the seal on the Naruto clone's hand. He didn't respond, he just looked at the seal through his Rinnegan eyes. Let me tell you then. I am not allowed to since I am just a clone, but this is the seal of the Shinigami. The Shinigami is a real goddess. You are a man in possession of powerful eyes. Tell me, Pain, can you even disable those Rinnegan eyes of yours? Pain balked a little at Naruto's challenging tone, especially at the last question. What does that matter? These are the eyes of a god. The last person that had these eyes was the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto just sat there shaking his head until he cried out in frustration. Oh, for the love of Kami. If you can't deactivate your Dujutsu, it means that it doesn't belong to you. They were a transplant. From what I am sensing, I can pretty much confirm that. A simple DNA test would be more than enough to prove that. Oh well, that's besides the point. Your body continually degenerates because those eyes don't belong to you, and they continually pull power and life force from you. The point of me telling you this is that you are an idiot. Pain scoffed. Don't pretend like you know me, boy. I have seen pain, I have felt pain, and I had a plan to free this world of pain. Naruto cut him off right there. Oh, yeah? Genius, would you care to share? Because you have done a crack-up job thus far. I would unite the world in pain. By taking the bijou, I would create the ultimate weapon to end all war. The humans would be too scared to go to war because I would be able to end the war instantly with this weapon. Kami, bless it, you are stupid. Do you even know what happens when you unite all of the bijou together? Was this even your idea? Finally, are you an Uzumaki? Pain stuttered at this. My name does not matter, I am just Pain. The bijou unite to form the ultimate weapon. I worked with Madara, Konan and Zetsu to create this plan. Okay, let me ask you this, Pain Uzumaki. I locked onto your chakra and you are an Uzumaki. That red hair is a dead giveaway. Anyway, let me just say you are wrong. Let me tell you what really happens, according to Kyuubi, Ichibi, Nibi, Gobi, Rakubi, Nanabi, Gobi and the Uchiha tablet. If you unite the bijou in the demonic statue of the outer paths, which is just the husk of the Juubi, you will reform the Juubi. The Juubi is beyond your control. It is beyond Madara's control. It is beyond anyone's control. If you completed your plan, at best case it would be the end of the world. At the worst case scenario, if our worst fears are to be believed, you will free the rabbit goddess from her prison and turn every human on the planet into some vegetable. Project Tsukiyomi ring a bell? Pain visibly faltered at this. That was what Madara called the plan. Come to think of it, all Pain, Yahiko and Konan wanted was to defend their homeland from the endless wars. They wanted to protect future generations and make sure that nobody was orphaned the way they were. When did that change? When I lost Yahiko. When Madara came into the picture. Yes, it had to be when he came in and took over the Akatsuki. I see that I am starting to break through that thick Uzumaki skull of yours. You have been manipulated, Pain. If you wanted peace, then why didn't you join me? If you wanted peace, why did you kill over 300 innocent people in Suna? It wasn't me that made the first attack in all of this. I simply reached out and united people behind a common goal. They came to me via their own volition. If you force a peace, then it will only last until someone is strong enough to revolt. If you rule through fear, your rule will only last until your people have nothing left to lose. Look at you and Hanzo. Pain was starting to break down. He was crying and holding the side of his head with his hands over his temples. He was whimpering, Yahiko, Konan, where did I go wrong? Naruto decided now was the time to take his shot. Look, Pain, you are an Uzumaki. You have family. I have found one other living Uzumaki, and I think a couple of them got caught up in all of this fighting. Tell me, Uzumaki-san, what is your name? It is Nagato, right? Pain looked up through tear-streaked eyes at the blonde kid in front of him. On Naruto's face he didn't find hatred or disgust, rather, he found caring, kindness and hope. Hope that no more lives had to be lost. Pain looked Naruto in the eye and nodded. So, not only are we family, but you are my senpai. I trained under Jiraiya too. Did you hear he finally married Tsunade? I inherited the dream of Jiraiya, my father, my mother and the Uzumaki clan. Each of them wished for me to find happiness and do everything I could to bring peace to the shinobi world. What do you mean? The Uzumaki clan was dead before you were even born. Did you ever go visit our homeland? Well, I did when I was 12, and that was what gave me the push to do everything I have done. In the Uzumaki vaults, Orochi Uzumaki, last Uzukage of Whirlpool, left a final message to whichever ancestor was able to open the vaults. The clan asked for their ancestor to rebuild the clan and to forgive past grudges. That inspired me to reach out of Kumo and Iwa. That is what gave me the courage to march forward on this crazy path to peace. Nagato's mind was clearing for the first time since he lost Konan. The haze of everything that happened after her loss never seemed to lift. Even after Kabuto did his operation and gave him his mobility back, the haze was still there. How does this boy do that? How does he bring so much light into the world? Nagato remained in a stunned silence while he marveled at his fellow Uzumaki. Finally, he spoke. Naruto, there is no redeeming what I have done. All I wish for is to join Konan and Yahiko in the afterlife at least once before Yami claims my soul. Naruto briefly flashed a gigawatt smile at his lost Uzumaki before he saddened a bit. Yeah, it would be a hard road to redemption, but every journey starts with a single step. If you help me, I will put in a good word with the Shinigami for you. A small smile flitted upon Nagato's face and tears brimmed at the bottom of the Rinnegan swirls. What would you have me do? For starters, the fake Madara and the Zetsu need to go. They have caused so much pain and suffering in this world. To help me do that, allow the evacuation of your civilians. Any shinobi that wishes to surrender will be imprisoned and given a fair trial. Unfortunately, this fight is going to happen. Help me avoid as much unnecessary loss of life as we can. At that moment, Nagato cried out in pain and half of his body seemed to be taken over by a shadow. As the darkness crept over the left side of Nagato's face, the likeness of some creature smiled eerily at Naruto. TSK, Pain-kun. After all we have done for you, you are just going to betray us? I think not. Your usefulness has run its course. It is time for you to complete your final task. Naruto began to dash forward until he was intercepted by Madara. The orange mask looked right into Naruto's eyes and the Mangekyo Sharingan spun behind the lone eye hole on the right side of the mask. I have a message for your master. I am coming for the QB. Don't think this barrier will stop me. Zetsu, do it. Pain was grunting in effort as he struggled to resist the influence of the black Zetsu, but it was in vain. During the operation Kabuto did, he put in a failsafe that allowed black Zetsu greater influence over Pain. Pain started forming hand seals and once he completed them, black Zetsu called out Geto Art of Rin Rebirth, Madara Uchiha. Naruto's clone froze when he heard what was said and he screamed as Nagato's body fell lifeless onto the ground before his existence was ended and his memories were sent back to the original. Meanwhile, at the docks, people had started flooding to the docks to evacuate the doomed city of Amigacore. The Naruto clones were effective at distributing their message and around the city there were 4 walking paths created by a collaboration Earth Jutsu. At the head of each path was a Naruto clone that was in Sage mode and the clones were screening people for negative intentions. This was a fast process, but it was better than trying to cram people into small boats. The evacuated civilians were taken into the encampments and put in a temporary prison. Any shinobi that surrendered had his /her chakra sealed and was moved along with the civilians. The evacuation was going well and there were still massive crowds at the docks. People were frantically looking for a way out of the soon-to-be battlefield. Allied forces began to cross the land bridges and they were forming a protective perimeter around the crowds. Skirmishes originated at the docks between Allied and Coalition forces, but they were now taking place all over Amigacore. The assault had not been called for, but Naruto requested protective details for the civilians that wished to evacuate. The Coalition forces realized they were losing their meat shields, but orders had not come down from their leaders yet. Thus, small pockets of resistance popped up around the edges of Ame. The evacuation was going well for the first 30 minutes until mass amounts of white Zetsu began growing out of the ground, emerging from the lake and jumping onto the created land bridges. At 10:45 am on the final day, total chaos ensued. Due to the Zetsus, Allied forces were called to secure the land bridges. The Allies were at a disadvantage while trying to protect the hectic civilian populace. When the white Zetsu showed up, Naruto clones in Sage mode began dashing around the battlefield. They tried to keep the civilians calm, but it was no use. The land bridges became stampedes of people, and the Allied forces were forced to block off the connection. As Robert Burns once said, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. At 9:30 am, all encampments were ordered by Strategic HQ to begin evacuation efforts in response to the number of civilians gathered at the docks. Things were going well until 10:45 when a mass message was issued to the Allied forces that they were to cease evacuation efforts and retreat outside of the city perimeter. The land bridges that were created turned into massive earth domes that protected as many civilians as they could. Naruto clones laid out barrier seals on the docks in an attempt to protect the civilian populaces that were attempting to evacuate. It was the best command could come up with on such short notice, and nobody knew what caused the white Zetsu to turn on the MA population. Naruto's shadow clone was dispelled at 10:40 am, and Naruto sorted through the memories. He quickly relayed what had happened and informed the command tent that the real Madara Uchiha had been resurrected. By 10:45 am, new orders were issued and allied forces were to retreat to the nearest encampment. Naruto flashed into his golden cloak and created 100 Kurama-empowered clones to go and set up barriers to protect as many civilians as possible. According to the latest count, 35,000 civilians had been processed and detained within the encampments. Best estimates said that there were 20,000 more on the land bridges or docks. Naruto hoped his barriers would hold up against the allied forces' next move. At 10:40 am in the tower, Madara Uchiha opened his eyes to see nothing. He had removed his eyes before his death, so when he told his brain to open his eyes, he wasn't surprised when blackness answered him. He called out to Zetsu, who was by his side, and Black Zetsu transplanted Madara's Rinnegan. The operation was quick since they were Madara's eyes to begin with, and Hashirama's cells increased his healing rate. By 10:45 am, Madara was given the state of current events and he ordered Black Zetsu to make the Zetsu army attack the civilian population while Black Zetsu brought Madara up to date. Obito watched his master's revival and felt the power that was Madara Uchiha. He knew that nothing was going to plan and only hoped that his master would show mercy on him despite his failures. When Madara opened his Rinnegan eyes, he knelt down and bowed to his master. He provided what updates he could and Madara sneered at him for all of his failures. If I had known my chosen subordinate was so completely useless, I would have chosen a different apprentice. Do not disappoint me again, Obito, for I will not be so forgiving next time. Back in the command tent, Naruto was meditating and trying to control the Senjutsu chakra. Every couple of minutes he would create 10 clones that flashed out of the command tent in flares of golden energy. Naruto was trying to create a plan to deal with Madara that wouldn't involve the civilian population. At 10:55 am, Naruto's world seemed to freeze, and he felt the familiar presence of the Shinigami. He remained in his meditative posture as he addressed her. Good morning, Shin. It is good to see you again, but I am rather busy. I know, Naruto-kun. I know you are aware that Madara was brought back to the mortal realm. Those damned eyes should never have been granted to a mortal. Damned Izanami-chan never did think of the consequences to her actions. He does not belong in this realm, Naruto-kun. Bring him back to me.
I don't know if I am strong enough, Shin-chan.
I mean, that is the real Madara Uchiha with the Rinnegan and he is holding thousands of people hostage. I believe in you, Naruto-kun. You have your friends and everyone behind you, including me. Shin leaned down and placed a kiss on Naruto's forehead. When she kissed him, Naruto felt an unfamiliar power enter his system. The power coursed through him and eased the strain on his chakra coils, overfilled his and Kurama's reserves and filled him with a sense of calm. Thanks, Shin. I won't let you down. With those words, time unfroze, and the world started spinning again. Naruto rose from his meditative position in the command tent, and everyone looked to him for their orders. Commence operation by Judama. The barriers I have placed will hold. We cannot let Madara re-assimilate into his full form. I accept responsibility for everything, just give the order, Inoiki. Inoiki nodded despite not being able to make contact with Naruto due to the massive headset he was wearing. Inoiki gave the order for all allied forces to prepare for impact and a direct mental command was sent to all Jinchuriki. Naruto jumped out of the tent and got ready to play his part. An overhead view of the battlefield would show 8 massive chakra constructs emerging all over the battlefield. Each Jinchuriki was undergoing a full-tailed beast transformation and syncing with their bijou. Each one of them hoped that they were doing the right thing because they knew the likely outcome of their actions. Golden blurs were streaking around the edge of a megacore and running through dark red barriers that surrounded thousands of civilians. As each chakra creature rose to its full height, black, red and blue energy began to coalesce in balls in front of each bijou's mouth. Each bijou and Jinchuriki prayed to the sage and kami that they would be forgiven for what they were about to do. At 11 a.m., 8 Bijudama ripped their way across the lake and headed toward the industrial city of Amigacore. Despite being 50 meters above the water, mass amounts of water were displaced, and massive wakes followed the path of the Bijudama toward the city. An eerie silence seemed to permeate throughout the barrier the moment before impact, then a massive roar echoed across Amigacore. The combined explosions of 8 Bijudama made every ninja feel like an explosive tag just went off inside their ears. The ringing was deafening as multiple mushroom clouds fused into one and marked the city of Amigacore for death. The dust and debris hung heavy in the air around Amigacore. The mushroom cloud billowed into the atmosphere for what seemed like forever. Naruto told Inoki that each bijou was to evacuate the port nearest them and prepare for battle. Naruto could feel two ominous and powerful chakra signatures just biding their time in the dust cloud. Naruto blurred to the southern Amigacore dock and started to drop the barriers that were protecting the civilians. He could sense each individual person that remained alive, and he felt the great collection of souls that recently perished weighing heavily upon his conscience. Not now, kid. Focus on what lay ahead. Those two pose a greater threat than any of us wish to admit at this time. Naruto didn't respond to Kurama's words, he just powered on with his task. Screaming was heard from all over the city as Amigacore civilians were panicking over the various bijou that were scooping them up. Naruto and Kurama were snatching people with 9 chakra tails that blurred in motion and flung people into the protective and semi-solid chakra of Naruto's bijou transformation. Gaara and Shukaku were scooping civilians into sand-constructed flying carpets and Shukaku was cackling madly the whole time. Unfortunately, one mentally unstable Ame civilian decided to jump off the side of the sand carpet instead of risking whatever the crazed Tanuki wanted with him. Matatabi and Yugito stole Naruto and Q's idea and many Ame civilians passed out when they thought that they were about to be incinerated. It made the ride back to safety more bearable for Matatabi. Son Goku and Roshi in their massive lava ape transformation were piling the civilians onto Son Goku's back and the giant ape was lambasting the necessity of allowing humans to touch his magnificent and royal figure. Kokuo and Han worked quickly and quietly as Kokuo scooped civilians up by the dozens and placed them on his back. Kokuo became a blur of blue-gray movement as he dashed back and forth across the lake of Ame. Saikin and Utakata worked to transport the civilians in bubbles across the lake and it looked like a 3-year-old just got a hold of a bubble machine on the eastern side of Ame. Fu and Chome worked in tandem to fly people from Ame to safety and finally Bi and Juki were swimming back and forth in the lake of Ame with untold numbers of civilians stuck to the sticky suction cups of the 8-tailed octopus. Before the dust fully cleared, civilians were evacuated, and the stage was set for a battle of epic proportions. Naruto issued the order that only S-rank shinobi and above may enter this fight, which was supported by all other Kage commanders. Before Naruto committed to that fight though, he saw that an onslaught of white Zetsu were attacking each encampment. It felt like 20 to 30,000 white Zetsu just appeared out of nowhere. He passed command to Shikaku Nara as he and the other elite fighters dashed toward the island of Ame to take on the greatest threat of all time. Madara was impressed at the might of the bijou and their ultimate attack. To crack his ultimate Susanoo was no small feat and he could tell that none of the Bijudama even made direct contact with him. He looked to his left at the slightly panicked form of Obito and TSK'd at him. For an Uchiha to not be able to form their own Susanoo was pathetic, but he served his purpose. Well, Obito, you may not have collected the proper bijou ahead of time, but it seems like these fools brought them to me. You will fight alongside me, and this is the last time I will save you. Go forth and enjoy the bloody dance of battle. Obito nodded inside of Madara's Susanoo in reverence to his master. As you wish, Madara-sama. Just as Obito ejected himself from Madara's Susanoo, a mighty wind swept across the battlefield that cleared the ash and dust from the air. A force of allied Shibobi stood behind 8 bijou that were fully transformed and rearing for a fight. Naruto, Bi, Fu, Utakata, Han, Roshi, Yugito and Gaara synchronized with their bijou and were assigned the great task of eliminating a reincarnated Madara Uchiha. Hiruzen, Sasuke, Kakashi, Anko, who adamantly refused to let her man do all of the fighting for her, Itachi, Shisui, Daru, Shi, Kyuchi, Onoki, who refused to let his old rival one-up him in his retirement, Akatsuchi, Kurotsuchi, who followed Anko's example and threatened to melt Naruto's family jewels should he deny her, Kankuro, Baki, Tamari, Troublesome Woman, Chojuro, Mei, Haku. Why did Naruto marry so many troublesome women? Zabuza and Ayake Ringo, descendant of the previous swordswoman of the mist, were the frontline support. It was a great collection of the best shinobi from around the elemental nations that could provide mid to long range support for what was sure to be an insane fight. Naruto, being Naruto, led things off. Madara, Shinigami-sama told me that you had escaped. It never ceases to amaze me how low scum like you will go to drag the earth into ruin. HN, and who might you be? I am Naruto fucking Uzumaki Namikaze and I am the Supreme Commander of the Allied Shinobi Forces, Uniter of Nations, Jinchuriki of the biggest badass of all time and Adonis of the Sheets. Tell you what, Madara, play nice and I will give you a one-on-one. HN, You are centuries too young to step to me, boy. Madara flashed his EMS at Kurama and ordered him to come. Naruto barked out a deep and menacing laughter. You think you could take my soul-bonded partner with your monkey marbles? Bitch please. The fact that a 40-story fox made of chakra was throwing insults liberally at the acknowledged strongest ninja of all time made the ally forces sweat drop. However, along with the sweat drops came a substantial boost to their confidence and morale in the face of this legend. The sounds of battle and jutsu raged from all around the lake as the white Zetsu forces engaged with the allied shinobi. Naruto was getting updates from Inoiki through his mental link and knew that his people could handle the damned plant monster. Madara became visibly frustrated at the disrespect this boy was showing him and was about to draw the four swords of the perfect Susanoo before he saw markings creeping up the sides of each transformed bijou. The markings were all different shapes and colors, but they all said one thing: Sage Mode, bitches. Madara felt the further strengthening of these monsters and his blood began to boil. His lust for battle overtook him and a crazed smile appeared on his face. Surely not even his fight against Hashirama would push him as hard as 8 of the bijou, especially 8 bijou in Sage Mode. Naruto gave the mental command to his allies to step back and let the bijou handle the opening part of the battle. Until Madara's Susanoo was broken, only I, Tsunade, Itachi, Shisui, Sasuke and Onoki would provide support. The scale of the battle would be too great to risk allied shinobi in the crossfire. Naruto and Kurama stomped a paw on the ground and another massive barrier that was tinged a dark red sprung up around the island of Ame. Shukaku stomped a paw on the ground and a massive sand rampart was constructed for the allied shinobi to spread out on and provide support. During these preparations, Madara drew the 4 swords of Susanoo and began to prepare a swing. Obito panicked, not being able to use his Kamui ability and not being able to transform into the Susanoo. He panicked until he summoned the Sanbi and stood on top of its head. His smirk lasted all of 2 seconds when he was assaulted by 3 stage 3 Susanos. Itachi and Shisui drove the Sanbi back to the other side of the island and over half of the allied shinobi present disappeared to support the fight between Uchihas. It should be noted that the battle arena was just over 3 square miles, the total area of the island of Ame. As 2 different battles roared to life on the island, the allied forces were fighting valiantly against the army of White Zetsu. The initial battle was a massacre of the white creatures due to Earth-style shinobi hardening the earth and preventing Zetsu's subterranean travel. Thus, the Zetsu were forced to emerge from 10 meters inside the lake's edge. Much like the charge on Omaha Beach, Zetsu after Zetsu fell and piled on top of the other as they trudged their way through the waist-deep water. The fact that Zetsu didn't bleed was a mercy for the allied shinobi, otherwise there would have been enough blood leaked into the lake to dye it red. The remainder of the Konoha 12 fought side by side with their Konoha compatriots to deal death upon the white freaks of the Akatsuki. Tsume kept Kiba on a leash because the overeager pup was about to break battle lines to charge at the Zetsu army. Hana smacked her brother on his head to reinforce her mother's point. The only hope to prevent wide-scale confusion was to maintain the battle lines and prevent white Zetsu from transforming into allied forces. In order to ensure this, shinobi were divided into 4-man squads that bore seal tags that linked their chakra. Even if Zetsu transformed into an ally, the other 3 would be able to identify it as an intruder. Shikamaru Nara was most definitely a genius for devising this battlefield strategy. Neji and half of the Hyuga, Rock Lee, Might Guy, the Inuzukas, the Akimichi and various other close combat fighters were the wall of death that the Zetsu would need to penetrate if they wished to enter Konoha's territory. Mid-range jutsu users were positioned directly behind them and raised on an earthen rampart to provide elemental support. The last line of offense was the weapons users composed of Tenten, the Hyuga Bowman, the Yamanaka and other long-range types. The formation proved devastating and not a single white Zetsu was able to penetrate the front line of the Konoha defense. Similar battle configurations were found at all 8 encampments and the slaughter of the white Zetsu lasted for a full 3 hours. Back with Madara, he was stopped from swinging his Susanoo swords by a charge from Kokuo that set him off balance and stumbling backward. Juki took advantage of this and lashed out with Senjutsu reinforced tentacles to trip the massive purple chakra construct. Madara was able to prevent a total collapse as he made the Susanoo drop to one knee, spin on its arm and come up with a slash that sent Son Goku flying. Chome performed a flyby and dropped an enormous veil of scale powder down on the partially immobilized Susanoo. Seiken launched acidic globs at the earth under Madara to soften it and corrode away his foundation. Matatabi sent one massive blue fireball after another at the purple enemy, which ignited the scale powder and caused a massive explosion. Kurama and Naruto formed 9 Senjutsu Odama Rasen Shuriken, 1 in each tail, and hurled them at Madara Susanoo. Madara was an ancient and powerful shinobi. In the past, There was only one man that could claim to be his equal. For his perfect form to struggle against such pests was unthinkable to him. He sustained blow after blow and was struggling to sense anything with the blinding obstructions and the enormous amounts of residual chakra on the battlefield. However, when he was forced to his knee and unable to get up, he sensed it. The battle-hardened shinobi sensed chakra so dense that it could be sensed around the elemental nations, and there were 9 points of focus. Before Madara could come up with a substantial defense, his Susanoo was ripped apart by 9 jutsu of astronomic power. The 9 wind domes fused into one massive wind maelstrom that was nearly half a kilometer wide. The windstorm, composed of billions of atomic wind blades, eroded the Susanoo down and ate away at the chakra that composed it. Naruto and Kurama were huffing and puffing after that collaboration attack, as were the other transformed Bijou. They gained a bit of distance and let their support forces bombard the location with a variety of powerful jutsu. The Jinchuriki dropped their transformations and each of them sank into meditative postures to cool down their chakra pathways and prepare for the next stage of the battle. The light show of jutsu continued to fly overhead of the meditating Jinchuriki for a whole 2 minutes until a massive chakra explosion drew their attention to the massive crater. Each Jinchuriki rose with their sage mode active and formed 2 clones apiece to continue to gather the natural energy that now hung thick in the battle environment. Madara was in pain, so much pain. That wind attack had eaten away his Susanoo, and only the Pretapath was able to save Madara from complete annihilation. Luckily, the allied jutsu that began to pepper his location didn't do much damage to him, and he was able to absorb some of the attacks. The absorbed chakra worked well with Hashirama's cells to rapidly heal his wounds and allowed him to continue the fight. He was finally able to stand on his feet and declared that enough was enough as he sent out a chakra blast to halt the incoming jutsu. He looked up and noticed he was in a crater that was nearly 200 meters deep. In fact, it was so deep that water began pouring into the crater, which made Madara ride the water to 50 or so meters below the rim of the newly formed crater. He looked up from his new position with a cocky smirk on his face as 11 figures appeared over the edge and peered down on him. "Unfucking believable," muttered Naruto as he saw Madara standing there. "Indeed, Naruto-kun," answered Hiruzen. Yo, this Madara fool ain't such a tool. Hit can take a hit just like Master B can spit." "Enough, B. Serious mode, brother," I said as he activated his lightning cloak. "Okay, guys. No holding back. Let's take it to him close range. Give me an opportunity to seal him. Aim for the eyes, we need those Rinnegan out of the picture," Naruto said. Madara laughed madly at the futile resistance that these mere humans were putting up. He was a god, and it was about time he showed it to these mortals. Madara performed some hand signs, bit his finger and slammed his hand on the ground. A measly puff of smoke was all he got for his efforts. He looked up to see the infuriating smirk of that damnable blonde. "What have you done to the Geto Mazo?" he screamed in fury. Naruto's smirk grew to encompass his whole face and he rubbed his index finger in mock pride under his nose. "Ain't tellin' ya. You and your little statue of doom need some time apart." Madara's chakra flared, and he held up one hand and called out, "Banshu Tenon," and Naruto was ripped off of his feet and flew like a ragdoll toward Madara. Naruto's surprise didn't last too long, and he spun in mid-air to right himself. He saw Madara's arm transform into some blade that looked like a messed-up, 8-pronged trident. The monstrosity looked like it would skewer Naruto, but Naruto created a shadow clone mid-flight to substitute with him and take his place. Madara was enraged further, and he dashed forward to impale Naruto with the bladed arm. Han stopped him mid-stride with a rapid kick that let out a gout of steam upon impact. Madara screamed as the steam burned his arm before he was struck from all sides by Senjutsu-enhanced Jinchuriki. Infuriated by these flies that were actually inflicting significant damage on him, Madara roared out Shinra Tensei. The attack was infused with massive amounts of chakra, and it sent the Jinchuriki, the water in the crater and debris flying in random directions. Luckily, Sage Mode heavily fortifies the bodies of each Jinchuriki, so they only sustained minor damage, but now they were scattered. Madara appeared next to Utakata and drove a fist covered in lightning through his right shoulder. Utakata screamed out in pain as Madara attempted a killing blow. Naruto flashed in front of Madara, deflected his lightning-covered fist and lashed out with a right cross that catapulted Madara into the far side of the crater. Naruto created a clone to evacuate Utakata to the back lines to receive medical healing. Madara's head was spinning. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki sure packed a punch, and it infuriated Madara further. Why didn't Shinra Tensei activate when I tried it that time? I will need to test it further. Madara's reflections were cut short as he was forced to deal with another bombardment of Senjutsu hardened fists and kicks. Getting frustrated, Madara called on his power once again, and this time another magnificent burst of gravity escaped him and sent his opponents flying. However, it seemed like the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the Flying Girl found a way to mitigate his attack. Naruto was picking up on Madara's attack sequence, and if his hunch was right, he wouldn't be able to use that Shinra Tensei thingamagager again for a few seconds. Naruto sent a verbal command to Fu to attack Madara first, and he would follow up. After their 1-2, which Madara was able to parry both blows with minimal damage, Killer Bee and I appeared in a burst of speed and caught Madara in a double lariat, decapitation technique. Madara's instinctual activation of the Stage 1 Susanoo was the only thing that saved his life during that attack. Despite the spectral ribcage coming to his defense, Madara coughed up a lungful of blood from that impact. INB jumped back at that point to reset the fight and get further instructions from Naruto. Back in the Battle of the Uchihas, Itachi and Shisui performed combination attacks with their Susanoo forms to drive Obito and the Sanbi back in a very ungraceful stumble. The massive turtle protected its summoner from most of the damage, but it could not gain the initiative. Not only were sword swings and shield bashes hitting its hardened shell, but arrows were flying in the gap between attacks to constantly keep Obito and the Sanbi under control. The massive turtle bellowed out a mighty roar as an arrow sunk into its exposed belly. Obito appeared to yank on a purple, ethereal chain of chakra that surrounded the Sanbi's neck to get it back under his control. Obito took position in the turtle's mouth, and the turtle rolled into a ball of hardened armor. The turtle began spinning, and deluges of water sprayed out from its sides as it rolled across the destroyed terrain. It looked like the armadillo god of the league, Rammus, spinning its way across the battlefield with water geysers that acted like the blades of a chariot to cut its foes down. Unfortunately for the Sanbi, the Susanoo forms of the Uchiha brothers were more than enough for the Sanbi. Itachi's Susanoo crouched low as the turtle hurled itself his way. As the turtle impacted his shield, Itachi performed a mighty jump thrust that sent the spinning turtle flying into the air. Sasuke landed a 3-shot combo of Susanoo arrows empowered by the flames of Susanoo, Amaterasu, on the turtle's tail. The Bijou roared out in pain as the black flames began eating away at its tails. Shisui followed up with bisecting sword slices. The mighty blue blades of Shisui's Susanoo impacted simultaneously on the sides of the massive turtle and sent chunks of its shell flying everywhere as the blades dug into its hardened chakra flesh. Obito was on the back foot. Normally, he would use his Kamui ability to create opening and avoid enemy attacks. Now, he was unable to activate the ability, and he knew it had something to do with this cursed barrier. Before he could figure it out, his whole city was leveled, and he was forced into this fight. Now, he was separated from his master and at a clear disadvantage against his traitorous Uchiha brethren. He felt the black Zetsu crawl on his arm and deliver a message. Obito, hurry up and finish your fight. If you cannot beat those weaklings, do not bother showing yourself before me. That is what Madara said. Oh, and that white Zetsu army we have spent the better part of 2 decades creating is getting decimated. If you don't hurry up and end this fight, you will have to fight the whole allied force. Damn it, why doesn't Master call in the Geto Mazo? Surely, the great beast could destroy this barrier. He tried and he cannot summon it. After analyzing the barrier, it is a masterpiece of Fuinjutsu. It prevents all spacetime techniques, and it draws on chakra from all those inside it to power itself. There are 8 focal points that are holding it up, but they are well guarded. Black Zetsu said in a gravely and irritated tone. Fuck. Well, Sanbi is on its last leg, useless fucking turtle. Can I count on your assistance? Black Zetsu sighed as it melded into Obito's left half. The part of Obito that was composed of Hashirama's white goop was now covered by Black Zetsu. It provided a significant power surge to Obito and would be necessary for the next part of this fight. As Sanbi almost died, Obito pulled it back into himself with the purple chains. It was rather disturbing for the Uchiha brothers to witness a giant turtle pulled into a human being. Well, Itachi, Sasuke, Shisui and Kakashi. Long time no see to my old ex-friend, Obito said with a torturous tone as he removed his mask. He was counting on some psychological torture to take out one of his opponents. Obito, how? Kakashi stammered out as he gaped at his supposedly dead friend. Oh, you know. Typical story. I sacrifice myself for my friend and ask him to do one thing. One damn thing. Protect Rin. Then guess what happens? I finally recover with the aid of Madara Uchiha, and the first thing I see when I go looking for my old friends is you putting a Chidori through Rin's heart. So, don't stand there acting all high and mighty, Kakashi Hatake. You did this. Everything I do is to create a world with Rin in it. Sasuke chuckled lowly. You are pathetic. An Uchiha losing himself to despair over one girl when you could have come back to the support of our entire fucking clan. Sasuke's Susanoo grew from stage 3 and was now fully armored and stood 50 feet higher. Calm down, Ototo. This pathetic excuse of an Uchiha isn't worth getting riled up over. Itachi's monotone cut across the battlefield and had the simultaneous effect of calming Sasuke and enraging Obito. Shisui barked out a laugh. So, cousin, you betrayed our clan and tried to incite a coup d'etat in order to do what? Get a girl back that never loved you? I remember Rin, she would always swoon over Kakashi, and you would rant non-stop about it. Get a hold of yourself. You are an embarrassment to the Uchiha. The bashing of Obito had the side effect of breaking Kakashi from his depression, and Kakashi activated his EMS. Obito, you have strayed from the path. The Kyuubi attack, the Uchiha rebellion, the bloodline purge in Kiri, and Kami knows what else. For Rin's sake, I will put an end to your torturous existence. Unfortunately, I have recently become acquainted with the Shinigami, and she will most definitely send you to Yami to feast upon your soul. Obito shuddered at the thought before rage overtook him and he launched himself at Kakashi. Kakashi parried a right cross and jumped the leg sweep. He lashed out with an airborne mule kick that threw Obito back, and Kakashi backflipped to land 10 feet away on his feet. Itachi, Shisui and Sasuke let their Susanoo dissolve and drew their katanas. Each of their weapons enhanced by Uzumaki chakra flared to life. Sasuke and Itachi's katanas became encased in dense lightning chakra while Shisui sheathed his blade in fire. Obito drew out a katana and Madara's gunbi fan to repel their attacks. The master-class Kenjutsu fight lasted for the next 10 minutes with the Uchiha brothers and Kakashi swarming around Obito. Obito and Black Zetsu sustained significant damage, which Zetsu tried to heal with Hashirama's cells. However, the damage was too great, and the chakra drain on Obito was taking its toll. The allied Uchiha jumped back and flipped through hand signs as Kakashi performed one more distracting attack. In unison, the three brothers called out Kaden, majestic flame annihilation. From three sides, great and expanding waves of flame collapsed on a panting Obito. Obito flipped through seals and called out Mokutun, great forest emergence. As Obito slammed his hands on the ground, chakra-reinforced trees sprouted out of the ground on all sides and rushed to meet the deadly flames. Once the dust and ash cleared, a burned forest remained and a heavily singed Obito was on one knee in the middle of the destruction. Shisui used his lightning-fast speed to appear behind Obito and he attempted to place a sealing tag on Obito. As Obito spun, Itachi and Sasuke appeared on either side of Obito's back and each of them slapped a chakra-lock sealing tag. Sasuke's tag happened to land on Obito's left arm, which was encased in black zetsu. As the tags engaged, Obito collapsed, and the black half of his body seemed to melt off of him. Sasuke saw this and performed an Uzumaki seal evil containment seal on the black puddle. Kanji began to surround the black zetsu and it began sucking the puddle into the sphere of Kanji. Rather than disappear into a sealing tag, the Kanji hovered in midair as the black zetsu creature was completely sucked into the glowing blow sphere of Kanji. The creature's shrill screams of mother and Kaguya-sama ceased as the Kanji imploded in on itself. Everyone present looked at each other with shock and disgust in their eyes at what they just witnessed, the end of Black Zetsu. Obito lay on his back, motionless and panting for breath as the Uchiha brothers and Kakashi stood over him. Naruto's influence had kept their rage tempered and their lust for revenge sated for so many years, but nothing could stop them now. Sasuke took his katana and severed Obito's left arm from the shoulder down. He stabbed his blade into the joint and twisted it slowly and persistently until the unnatural, white arm separated from its host. Shisui took the right arm, but he started by severing fingers, then hand, then forearm, all the way up to Obito's shoulder. He cauterized the wound at the shoulder to prevent him bleeding out. Itachi simply severed his right leg in one clean slash and turned away from the screaming and defeated Uchiha. Kakashi had tears falling freely from his eyes at the memory of his best friend. He had spent so much time apologizing to Obito at the memorial stone that he had honestly lost count. If Naruto hadn't saved him, then he would likely have become some washed up, no good teacher that read porn instead of teaching his students. Kakashi wiped tears from his eyes as he spoke to his fallen friend. Obito, not a day went by that I didn't think of you, Rin-sensei. You killed Sensei, Obito. You chose to remain in the dark, so to darkness I will send you. As a last favor, I will petition Naruto to ask the Shinigami to let you see Rin once more before you perish in Yami's domain.
I regret
nothing, except trusting you. With Rin. Obito struggled out the defiant last words of a fool through panting breath. His whole world was pain, and the darkness was creeping in upon the edges of his vision. At this point, He would welcome the sweet release of death. I'm sorry, did you say something? Kakashi broke the tension of the moment as he concentrated on the bit of earwax his left pinky finger had dug out of his ear. Damn, you, Kakashi. Kakashi took his blade and plunged it into Obito's heart. He ignited the blade in lightning chakra to ensure a definitive end to his old friend's life. Kakashi sighed and let go of the blade before he fell to his knees and began to weep. Itachi and Sasuke moved to comfort their senpai. Shisui simply looked up at the sky and prayed to his fallen ancestors. A look of serenity was on his face as he realized his clan was finally avenged and could find peace in the pure world. Sasuke helped Kakashi to his feet as Itachi closed his eyes and sent a mental update to Inoki. Inoki-san, the fake Madara is dead. Lower the outer barrier and let Naruto free. Understood, Itachi. Stand by. 30 seconds later, the barrier around the whole lake dissipated and a mental update came in through Inoki. Barrier down. Rejoin Naruto and finish this. Understood. Back with Naruto and the Jinchuriki. Madara had finished coughing up blood as he looked at the 14 ninjas that stood in defiance of him. He thought about how his plans had fallen apart and how he was not resurrected at full strength. Pain was supposed to use the Geto Mazo, with all Bijou sealed inside it, to power his resurrection and make him stronger than ever. However, this pest, this Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, obstructed his plans at every turn. This resulted in him being resurrected at his old power level, rather than the power level of a god. The damage he sustained from the attacks was significant, but it was nothing he couldn't heal away with time and a bit of chakra. He needed time to restore his chakra and bring out his Susanoo once again. Tell me, boy, tell me why you resist my plan? With the infinite Tsukiyomi I could bring everlasting peace to the world. Because you're an idiot, that's why. If you sealed all Bijou back inside that statue, you resurrect the Juubi. That is not something you could control. Naruto's tone was snide and derisive. Even if you could control it, I doubt your plan based on ancient Uchiha texts would work. Not to mention a peace achieved by robbing humanity of its free will is not peace. It is slavery. Foolish boy. A mere brat could never understand. Oh, can it, you old fossil. I am the agent of Shinigami in this mortal realm. She tasked me with returning your soul to her. She was quite upset that you managed to escape. She is going to have fun torturing you with Yami. You think you can kill me, boy? I am a god amongst men. Naruto cut him off right there. You are no god. You are a manchild playing at being a god. At that moment, Naruto saw the blue barrier shimmer out of existence. He had gotten the mental update from Inoki and that was all he was waiting for. It is time to end this. Naruto drew out Whirlpool's Edge and Heaven's Rampart and flashed into his golden cloak. Madara took out some kunai and took a defensive posture. Madara heard the whisper of flying Raijin, Hiraishin, third step before he was surrounded in flashes of gold. Each flash was accompanied by multiple slashes of wind-enhanced swords. The Madara that was in front of Naruto transformed into cuts of fine wooden splinters, but the golden flashes didn't stop there. In Sage Kyuubi mode, Naruto could sense exactly where every copy of Madara was. Golden flashes splashed across the battlefield as multiple wood clones of Madara were ended. When the golden light show ceased, Madara was on his knees behind the allied ninja that bore witness to Naruto's final attack. Madara was cut to pieces. He was missing both hands, each arm severed at the elbow. He had several deep gashes that ran the length of his torso, and it looked like the face of Hashirama that was over his heart had been completely stabbed through. Madara was kneeling on stumps for legs as the twin swords kept him in an upright position. Madara's face were twin streams of blood as there was a horizontal slash just deep enough to destroy the Rinnegan eyes. The blood poured freely out of his eye sockets and Madara coughed up multiple mouthfuls of blood. I have nothing to say to a dead man, Naruto said as he bit his thumb and summoned the Shinigami. Shin came in her mortal attire, terrifying mask with rotten teeth bitten into the hilt of a knife. The billowing white robe of the Shinigami and the unkempt white hair flew about in the wind, even though the whole mortal realm was stilled. The Shinigami spoke for all to hear and her voice was full of frigid rage. Madara Uchiha, you dare to defy me and escape my realm. For your transgressions, your soul is to be devoured and snuffed out. Yami will join me in my feast. Repent, mortal, for claiming yourself a god. The Shinigami plucked the knife from her mouth and plunged it into Madara's chest, between Naruto's swords. An ethereal soul could be seen traveling through the blade until the Shinigami brought the blade to her mouth and swallowed it. The existence that was once Madara Uchiha ceased to be. The Shinigami turned to Naruto and bowed politely to her champion and the only mortal she has ever loved. Naruto-kun, you have done me another great service. As is custom, I owe you a favor. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly before he got down on his knees and prostrated himself to the Shinigami. Shin, I know I ask too much. I will continue to serve you for the rest of my life. I ordered the attack on the city. I ordered that. Fits of tears broke Naruto's address to the Shinigami. If it is possible. Could you revive the souls that I claimed? It wasn't meant to be this way. They were innocent. If not for Madara, I would not have ordered that attack. The Shinigami seemed to think for a bit. The air hung still in a frigid silence as Shin decided whether or not her love was asking too much of her. Eventually, she sighed. Naruto-kun, I will do you this favor if you agree to serve alongside me after your mortal life. Alongside you? Naruto looked up with tear-streaked eyes. A sight that made Shin's heart break. Yes, you will become my king of death once your mortal life has ended. What of my wives and family? He asked hesitantly. They can take positions in my court. I have grown fond of them, and I am sure your ancestors will be of similar caliber. Shin answered in a dismissive manner, as if waving off his concerns. Does that mean that you will marry me? Naruto asked, and his depressed mood was replaced with a gigawatt smile. The Shinigami visibly swooned, and known only to her she squealed like a schoolgirl in her mind. Finally, Shin could no longer restrain herself and she transformed into the visage of beauty itself. She ran to Naruto, picked him up off his knees and planted a literally soul-searing kiss onto him. Later, Naruto would find out that the Shinigami used the kiss to join their existences, which imparted him with even more power. Yes, Naruto-kun. I will be yours, and you mine, for eternity, Shin said in an enchanting and happy voice. Naruto scooped Shin into his arms and spun her around in happiness. Fu, B, Gaara, Han, Roshi, Utakata, Yugito, Hiruzen and everyone else watching had their jaws on the ground. A seal-less shadow clone popped into existence, unsealed Naruto's camera and began taking a hilarious series of pictures. They were each struggling to process the fact that their leader successfully courted the goddess of death, on top of 9 other women. This story would become legend. The legend of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Ga-Daime Hokage, Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces, Second Elemental Flash, luckiest bastard in the universe, bringer of peace, merciful master and future king of death. After the scene ripped right out of a romance novel, Shin asked Naruto to look away. She admitted that she didn't want him to see her doing this. He gave her a chaste kiss on the lips before turning around and closing his eyes. The beautiful figure of the Shinigami clutched the purple prayer beads to her chest and her whole figure glowed silver. Her jaw seemed to unhinge and green wisps of light darted out of her mouth. Thousands of green, ethereal orbs darted all across Amigacore, and wherever a green orb landed, a human rose from the chaos left on the battlefield. In total, 15,000 people stood looking around at the darting green orbs, and they were completely befuddled. They died with their city intact and a sense of doom hanging over the battlefield, but they rose with their city destroyed and massive craters littered their former home. They stood in stunned states wondering what was going on until a massive, golden-orange fox seemed to rise out of nowhere. They all noticed the golden fox with 9 swishing tails that seemed to have 2 humanoid figures in the centerpiece of its head. Ara, Kurama-kun, this is a pleasant feeling. May I dine on some of your chakra? Shin said in a flirty and teasing tone. A massive sweat drop formed on the massive chakra fox as Kurama responded. Shin-sama, please don't. I am already exhausted after this battle and the Kit's chakra network is already strained enough. Oh, Kurama-kun, you worry too much. Naruto cut Shin off with another kiss that made her blush. Enough, Shin-chan. Next time you visit we will prepare a chakra feast for you. For now, we must address these people before mass hysteria breaks out. Kurama's fox head peered around the torn landscape at the people that were recently revived. Kurama used his form to project Naruto's message across the landscape. The red barrier faded, and the Allied forces were able to witness their leader's closing address for this war. People of Amigacore no Sato and the remnants of the coalition forces, I am here today not as a god of war, but as a messenger of peace. I seek no more death nor destruction today. I have dealt with the leadership of the Akatsuki and the false god this nation worshipped. At these words, a very confused Nagato peered up at his estranged cousin. I do not seek to dominate you nor rule over you. I do not know what you were told by your previous leadership, but this war only started because the Akatsuki preyed on your fear of the Great Five uniting. If you do not believe my words, you are free to visit Hoshi, River, Kuza and Oto that have been peacefully occupied by the Allied forces for the better part of the last 2 months. Naruto paused here and squeezed Shin's hand as she stood next to her future husband and king. If you are wondering what happened today, Thank this beautiful lady standing next to me. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, champion of the Shinigami and soul-bound partner of Kurama the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Madara and Obito Uchiha forced the battle to start while they were still hiding behind you, the innocent people of Amiga Corps. I did my best to protect as many people as I could from our initial attack, but those of you here were caught in the attack. For the last 3 hours, you have been dead. By the grace of Shinigami-sama, she spared your souls and gave you a second chance at life. There was a deafening collective gasp from the crowd as they processed the news. Mutterings and shouts of denial sprang up from the crowd until Shin floated over them and flared her presence. What my future king tells you is true. Do not defy my love or I will revoke the kindness he showed you. Her ethereal voice with a tinge of anger carried across the battlefield. Immediately the crowd silenced itself and an uneasy aura settled over the battlefield. Look, everyone, it has been a long day. I understand that you are confused and that you have probably lost everything you owned. I will not apologize for destroying your homes and possessions, but I will offer you assistance and a path forward. We will set up relief camps and we will help you find new homes. This land is beyond repair and I will not allow the city of Amiga Corps to be rebuilt as a cautionary tale to future generations that would try to destroy the peace we are establishing. For now, please follow one of the land bridges to set up at one of the relief camps. I will talk with the leaders of each nation to help you find a new home and a new life. Thank you for listening to me and thank you for your future aid in bringing peace to the elemental nations. After his address was complete, Naruto dropped his Kurama transformation and settled on the ground with Shin. He locked his azure blue eyes with her magnificent silver orbs. Shin-chan, can I ask one more favor of you for one of my few remaining cousins? Shin smiled regally at him and nodded her head. Could you revive Konan, one of Nagato's only friends? I killed her in Tsunagakor a while back and I want to make a peace offering moving forward. Ara, Naruto-kun, such a big favor to ask. Shin put a playful finger on her chin and a mischievous smile played across her lips. I think the price for such a favor is one night of my choosing in my realm where you will fulfill any desire I may or may not have. Naruto smirked and kissed his newest fiancée. Shin made one of her prayer beads glow and before he knew it Konan was standing in front of him. She was incredibly confused by what was going on and she tensed and jumped into a battle stance as she processed Naruto's visage. Now, Konan-chan, is that any way to treat somebody that just revived you and Nagato? Naruto's tone was playful and diffusing. Konan's eyes widened and her lips began to tremble. Wah, what did you do to Nagato? Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his dirty and clumped hair. Konan, a lot has happened. Let's go find Nagato so that I can sit you two down and explain things. Konan gave Naruto a cautious nod and Naruto let his allies know what he was going to do. They were all still gobsmacked by him flirting with and kissing the death goddess. Naruto gave a quick kiss to Shin before she returned to her realm. Shin's heart fluttered each time Naruto kissed her and she was reluctant to go back to her realm without him. Is it wrong that she wanted Naruto to hurry up and die? Anyway, Naruto put a hand on Konan's shoulder and used a joint shunshine to transport them next to Nagato. Nagato was confused as he watched the intrepid blonde address his people. People all around him recognized him and looked to him for guidance. The ringed eyes that he had grown accustomed to were now a deep violet. He was addressing his people when a swirl of wind announced that somebody just appeared next to him via a shunshine. Nagato turned around and then his jaw hit the floor and he dropped to his knees in disbelief. The one he loved most in the world, last light in his life, the one he had lost, the most beautiful woman in the world to him was standing next to his previous enemy. Tears flowed freely out of the deep violet eyes and in a choked and cracked voice, he spoke. Konan. How are you alive? Konan rushed to Nagato and dropped to her knees to embrace him in a hug. Her blue hair rubbed against Nagato's face and made for a tender embrace.
I don't know, she whispered.
Naruto coughed into his hand, which broke the tender moment and brought their attention to him. A crowd had gathered around and was now listening in. Look guys, would you just accept that I am awesome, and I forgive you? Nagato cocked his head to the side and Konan just looked at him like he was stupid. Naruto sighed before he continued. Okay, look, Nagato is one of my last remaining relatives. I almost had him on my side before that Zetsu motherfucker took control of his body and revived Madara. We have won the war. We have united the elemental nations. I chose to show mercy today and basically sold my soul for eternity, admittedly it was to a woman I love, in order to revive all of these people. All that I ask is that you give me a chance. Join me in sustaining this peace and bringing prosperity to the elemental nations. Help me bring happiness to as many men, women and children as we can. That is all I ask in return for bringing you two back. Nagato looked pensive and Konan was looking at him bug-eyed. Konan chose to speak. You are not going to charge us for our crimes against you? You would allow us to live in peace? May, you are family and I know some people. We may not be able to have you guys in any major city, but I think I could set up a nice little house for you two on Uzushiagakure to live out your days in peace. Why? Was the one-word question from Nagato. I told you, cuz, you are family. I forgave Iwa, Kumo and Kiri for destroying Uzu. My wife forgave Kumo for trying to kidnap her. Iwa, for the most part, forgave my father for decimating over 1,000 men. I am not looking to dwell on the past. I can feel your hearts, Nagato and Konan. I know that all you desire is peace, so join me and help me. It is within our grasp. Set up on Uzushio and start to rebuild it. I am sure many people will wish to join you in time and I would love to see my home rebuilt. Nagato stood on shaky legs and pulled Naruto into a hug while repeatedly whispering two words, thank you. Konan joined the hug and thanked Naruto as well. Naruto told them to join their people and he would get in touch with them later. When they asked how, Naruto tossed a familiar three-pronged kunai to them. That night a massive celebration was held in the relief camp and the allied encampments. The Fourth Great Shinobi War was over, and everyone chose to listen to Naruto. Sure, the peace would be shaky at first, but at least every nation on the continent was moving in the right direction. Naruto partied with the Konoha 12, his strategic council, the Kijis, his wives and many of the troops he had the honor of leading throughout the war. It was a joyous night and the party carried into a beautiful sunset that crept over the lake. The sun shone over the fallen form of Amigakure as a new light of hope for the future of peace. Chapter 33. Epilogue. Naruto carried on his leadership role for the next 10 years. He worked as Konoha's Godime Hokage and the leader of the Allied forces. The Allied forces demobilized and turned into a police force that occupied the lesser nations. After 3 years, each of the occupied nations was freed and leaders were elected by the people. The people unanimously elected leaders that would support Naruto and help promote prosperity to the elemental nations. The role of Allied commander became a coordinator of international events and a holder of the peace. Ninjas from each nation held their positions as Allied shinobi as the highest honor they could seek, and they received missions and updated orders from embassies that were located in every major city of the elemental nations. Naruto's family was granted a position of nobility and the daimyo of each nation elected him as mediator of all their meetings. Naruto didn't really appreciate this duty, but it was essential for him to synchronize his efforts and make sure that each nation's needs were addressed. The daimyo never figured out that they only ever talked to shadow clones, but hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Naruto used his position with the daimyos to deliver prosperity to every nation, which was greatly appreciated by the people of the elemental nations. As Godime Hokage, Naruto instituted many reforms that were heavily supported by the people. Every 10 years the people were given the right to vote if they wished for the continued reign of the current Hokage. This inspired other nations to follow Konoha's example, which made the people feel like they had a voice. Naruto also expanded the Hokage Tower in order to fit all of the new support staff that he hired. These support staff worked to support the council in an effort to help them govern. This reduced Naruto's Konoha-related paperwork drastically, much to Hiruzen's lament. Naruto only dealt with 1/10 of the paperwork that Hiruzen had on a daily basis. After 10 years of leading the elemental nations, Naruto stepped back from his international leadership role in order to spend more time with his family. Naruto was blessed by the women in his life and each of them played a key role in helping him bring prosperity to the country. Hinata blessed him with 4 children in 10 years and last year she birthed twins. Samui was slower on the baby manufacturing, but she was pregnant with her 3rd child. Ianbi doted on the strawberry blonde children with many gifts of shinobi origin. Samui left them both with bumps on their heads when I gave a 100-pound weight set to her 5-year-old boy. Kurotsuchi took over the Tsuchikage role from her father last year and she decided to stop at 2 children due to her duties as Tsuchikage. A Naruto blood clone constantly helped her raise the children in Iwa and she spent the weekends in Konoha with the rest of the family. Haku was a totally devoted wife, and she wanted a massive family, so she was on her 5th pregnancy and had triplets with Naruto 2 years ago. Anko finally caught the baby fever and cranked out a boy and a girl to join in the craziness. Both children had their mother's purple hair with Naruto's electric blue eyes. Tamari has blessed Naruto with 3 children, 2 of which popped out with the Uzumaki red hair. Gaara and Kankuro would pay Naruto and Sake to flash them into Konoha over the weekends to spend time with their nieces and nephews. Ino was a creator of beautiful blonde babies that were full of spunk like their mother. The 5 towhead blondes running around the Namikaze compound were testament to that. She and Namikaze birthed 2 children for Naruto and found that her time in the Namikaze compound was the biggest blessing in her life. The shrieks of children and the biggest family in Konoha filled her heart with joy. She was trying nightly with Naruto because she really wanted a baby boy, despite how much she loved her baby girls. Koyuki Kazana Uzumaki was given the painful blessing of giving birth to quadruplets. It was a hectic pregnancy that required constant attention from Tsunade and daily chakra infusions from Naruto. Tsunade made sure the pregnancy went through without any major setbacks, but Koyuki decided that 4 was enough for her. She stayed with Naruto in Konoha and Sandayu continued to rule in her stead. She would warp to Spring Country every Tuesday for their council meetings with Naruto, who was asked to be an honorary ruler of Spring Country. Finally, Shin regularly spent time in the Namikaze compound. Her presence became a regular amongst the Uzumaki Namikaze family. She didn't officially marry Naruto because they were from 2 different realms, but the death goddess had centuries of pent-up sexual frustration that she made Naruto help her with. Turns out that Naruto's chakra application tricks even work on goddesses. She has gained the approval of Naruto's wives and they all look forward to spending the afterlife together with their family in her court. The first international reform that Naruto made was using ninjutsu for the betterment of the people. Earth users would create highways, till fields and help with the agricultural production around the elemental nations. Water users helped to reroute waterways and provide proper irrigation of the fields. They also helped to set up hydroponic power plants that provided electricity to nearby cities. Fire users were commonly used to burn fields, work in various forms of energy production and helped wherever needed. Lightning users developed chakra batteries that powered the new developing technology that was popping up everywhere. Turns out peace provides a great opportunity for development. Wind users didn't do too much to Naruto's chagrin. One major thing that Naruto has done is declare that the Bijou will no longer be sealed into human vessels. The Bijou gave their consent to spend the remainder of their host's life with their partners, but the death of Roshi last year marked the first freeing of the Bijou. Son Goku took up residence on Uzushiagakure and lived in the jungle there. Naruto worked regularly with him to create quality farmland through the use of his lava jutsu. Son Goku was paid in barrels of the finest sake or whiskey, which was the payment he requested. Travelers initially freaked out when they saw a massive red gorilla walking casually throughout the elemental nations, but each Bijou was allowed to choose a squad of allied shinobi that they would travel with. These shinobi were all A to S rank and were tasked with protecting the Bijou from any would-be attackers. Nagato revived Uzushio and became responsible for maintaining the new home of the tailed beasts. When Isabu, the Sanbi Bijou, reformed, Naruto negotiated with him, and he now inhabits the waters around Uzushiagakure. He patrolled the oceans and was responsible for the death of the pirate trade. Isabu also worked over the years to bring life back to Suna's desert. He would use massive water jutsus to create oases that made travel through the desert a much more pleasurable journey. This in turn boosted Suna's economy and created a lifelong debt from Suna to the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Isabu wished for payment in gold, which he hoarded in his caves scattered throughout the oceans. Isabu was overjoyed when Kurama introduced Naruto as the child that the sage spoke of. Naruto appreciated Isabu's laid-back attitude and developed a seal that would prevent him from ever being sealed again. Isabu cried like a baby when Kurama held him down and Juki pierced his right tusk. That piercing held the anti-sealing tag that protected him. Another major change was the development of railroads that linked each nation to further enhance the bonds between countries. These railroads were developed using Spring Country as a model, and after 10 years there were veins of railroad linking every major nation. Allied shinobi of C to B rank were responsible for coordinating with each nation to provide security to the trains. The people of the nations credited Naruto for inspiring this development, and the rapid transportation helped to eliminate xenophobia over time. One hilarious event that happened over the past 10 years was the all-out fight between Naruto and the Ibi combo. The event was televised, and people set up all around the barrier that hosted the legendary battle. The battle was held in the foothills of Kumo, and a 3-square-mile barrier was set up for the battle-crazed trio. Naruto clones dashed around the battlefield capturing footage for the televised event to the gratitude of the people. The battle lasted for 5 hours and each of the 3 looked like minced meat in their post-fight interviews. Naruto was credited with the win, and this established a semi-annual tradition where the previous victor would accept new challengers. These events inspired the new generation and made sure that the leaders of each nation stayed strong. Flashing forward to the end of Naruto's life, he lived to be 90 years old before he asked Shin to take him to the pure world. He could have lasted much longer, but he wished to be reunited with his wives. He took regular trips to Shin's domain to visit his wives and some of his fallen children. His heart was no longer in the living realm, and he was confident that he had left the elemental nations in good hands. He announced his intentions to the elemental nations and demanded that there should be a massive party held on the day of his death rather than mourning. On October 10, 90 years after the Kyuubi attack, Naruto flashed to Uzushiagakure to a gathering of the Bijou and the leaders of the elemental nations. Each leader signed a blood pact that Naruto created that promised the sustained freedom of the Bijou. Each Bijou had their own protection, but Naruto wasn't going to chance it. All 9 Bijou signed agreements stating that they would not attack unprovoked and that they should use diplomacy first to handle any future disagreements with humans. Every leader signed the pact in blood, each Bijou put some of their chakra in as well, and every future successor would have to sign the pact as well. The Uzumaki Namikaze family was responsible for managing this pact, which Naruto's great-grandchildren swore that they would uphold. On Naruto's 90th birthday, Naruto worked with Shin to completely free Kurama from his seal. Kurama rarely spent time in the seal, but he still appreciated the freedom that his partner gave him. Kurama cried as he said his goodbye to Naruto, gave a final address to his family and the people of the elemental nations. To my family and the people of the elemental nations. It was 82 years ago that I promised Kurama that I would bring peace to the elemental nations. It fills my heart with joy to have lived in this peace for the last 70+ years. To my descendants, you are the light of my life. I am so proud of each of you. For those that lost count, I was the last Uzumaki and Namikaze. My family now stands 400 strong. To my family, I ask that you remember that family comes before all. I recommend that to everyone listening as well. Continue to work together, continue to prosper together and reach new heights. I believe in my people. I believe in our future. This old man has a tendency to ramble on, so before I talk your ear off, let me tell you this. I love you all. It was the desire to protect the people I love that gave me so much strength. Live your life with love and know that I will continue to watch you from the pure world. Alright guys, that's it for this story. If you enjoyed the video, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. Once again, please show some love to Mr. BJ Dakush for writing this amazing piece. I've spoken with him, and he's been working on 2 more amazing stories that I'm very excited to share with you. Both have super unique premises and the plots are amazing. I will hopefully post them for you guys really soon, so keep an eye out for that. Anyways, I hope you all have a wonderful day, and until next time, peace.